First, he did 30 squats. Then Minxie told our boy to hold on for 20 more minutes. If he couldn't handle having her on top for that short period, he'd never put on a decent performance. If he failed, I would switch places with him. But she's talking to him about performance and fighting. Bro, because he has to prepare for an upcoming life-changing throwdown spectacle. She promised to train him, but he has to do everything she says, whether he likes it or not. But what makes her qualified to help him? See, this nerdy dude is the ultimate loser. A weak, short, pathetic boy who suffers from classic school bullying. At least his grades are insanely good. He dreams of smashing the faces of the delinquents at school. Because look at this. The dude scratched his balls, then touched his head while talking to him. That's an apocalyptic level of disrespect. Every day, he goes home thinking about how pathetic he is. But when he got home that day, his mom told him that a friend had sent her daughter to live with them. The girl would be attending a school near their home, and since they had an empty room, she would stay there. Minxie stayed nice for about 5 seconds. But once his mom was 10 steps away, she dropped the nice act, pulled out her cancer-inducing device, started shortening her life, and moved closer to my bro just to say she was sure he was a loser. Poor girl had no idea she'd need him much more than she thought. She started causing problems from the very beginning. Bro had to cook for them, and she walked out of the shower without a care, kicking and stepping on him with her 5 cute toes. Dude is getting a lot of premium treatment for free. But while they were eating, his mom revealed that our walking embarrassment was actually one of the highest scoring students at school. That caught Minch's attention, and she told him she wanted to discuss something. Later, outside, she admitted that grades weren't her strong suit and asked him to tutor her, but my bro isn't some beta, so he said no and walked away. Min-Shay started yelling that she could help him with girls, when some thugs suddenly surrounded her and asked for her number and some company. She simply replied, "I don't take care of animals, pig." Our bro knew those guys wouldn't let that slide, so he immediately went to call the police. But suddenly he heard a loud thud. Min-Shay had kneed one guy in the jaw, and within 2 seconds, the night was perfect. Everyone was lying on the ground. Bro couldn't understand what happened, but Min-Shay explained that she was an MMA prodigy, which was how she got into his school. He was confused. Usually, only guys were that good at fighting. Where exactly had she come from? But she simply walked away. He followed her, and they went to sleep. Still, he couldn't stop thinking about her movements. The next morning, Kim's mom heads out and tells him to give one sandwich to Lee and eat the other himself. As always, he's nervous about going to her room, but this time he has no choice. He reaches her door and knocks, but there's no answer for a few seconds. Just as he's about to leave, Lee tells him to come in. Yes, you heard that right. This time, the protagonist enters. He immediately gets flustered when he sees her in a short dress. He thinks she isn't wearing anything underneath, but Lee tells him she has shorts on. Kim quickly apologizes and says his mom sent him with a sandwich. Lee tells him to leave it on the table, then goes into the bathroom. As MC is about to leave, he notices Lee has been studying from elementary school books. He opens one and realizes Lee is learning how to spell simple fruit names. A moment later, Lee comes out of the bathroom, catches Kim touching her books, and snaps at him to get out. On his way out, he asks whether she has reconsidered his offer. He adds that those elementary school books won't teach her much. That only makes Lee even angrier. She throws a book at him, and this time he leaves. Later that night, the protagonist's mom calls and says she went out, so he needs to bring Lee the sweet potatoes she left on the table. This time, MC agrees without complaining, but when he heads over, he spots Lee near the stairs. She accuses him of lurking around, and he quickly explains that his mom told him to bring her sweet potatoes. Lee tells him to wait because she wants to talk. Then she admits that 3 academies rejected her after the placement tests. She did so badly that all three turned her down. Kim now realizes she really is at an elementary level and remembers warning her that her study method wouldn't get her anywhere. So Lee finally accepts his offer. She'll teach him to fight, and he'll help her study. And their first tutoring session begins. The protagonist starts with simple English words and names for basic objects. Of all of them, the only word Lee knows is cigarettes. That's when Kim realizes she barely knows any basic English. So he moves on to teaching her the 26 letters of the alphabet. When study time ends, fight training begins. Lee tells MC that the first step is understanding what kind of person he's fighting before throwing a punch. He had no idea that mattered, so he's left confused. The two head to school, and with the protagonist's help, Lee climbs up to peek over a wall and study Joe Sangbom. Soon, Sangbom comes out with his friends and lights a cigarette. Meanwhile, Kim struggles to keep Lee lifted because she's too heavy for him. Then Lee learns that Sangbom has a fight scheduled after school in a parking lot. She decides they should go watch and study his fighting style. MC finally gives out and drops Lee from his shoulders, so she smacks him in anger. Later, Kim asks why they need to watch Sangbom fight at all. Lee explains that it's the best way to learn his style. At the parking lot, a girl recognizes Lee as the new student. She also knows Lee used to be a bully at her old school and offers her a cigarette. Lee turns it down, saying she already smoked before coming. Behind her, he stands there looking suspicious, with his hoodie pulled low over his face. He knows it'll be bad if anyone sees him there. Guys like him aren't supposed to hang around places where fights happen. Meanwhile, Sangbom faces a furious boy because Sangbom broke his friend's finger. Sangbom acts as if that's a ridiculous reason to challenge him. The boy only asks for an apology. Instead, Sangbom grabs and squeezes his eyeball to show who's in control. Then he starts brutally beating him. The others just watch, and some of the girls even seem to enjoy it. Lee carefully studies every move. By then, the other boy is completely wrecked and begs Sangbom to stop, but Sangbom still isn't finished. He smashes the guy's finger with a fire extinguisher, just like he did to his friend. That night, Kim sits with his head down, thinking there's no way he could ever beat Sangbom. Tired of his whining, Lee tells him to stop and says she can prepare him to fight Sangbom in 1 month. Of course, the protagonist's confidence is so low that he can't believe her. So Lee tells him to trust her. She asks whether he wants to continue or quit, and Kim thinks hard. He knows beating Sangbom alone is nearly impossible, but he also knows he can't remain a victim forever, so he agrees. 1 month later, midterms begin. MC meets Lee and admits he's afraid of running into Sangbom, but she tells him to leave everything to her. Right before the test starts, Lee folds a piece of paper and tosses it onto Sangbom's desk. At first, he thinks she's helping him cheat, but when he opens it, he sees that Kim is challenging him to a fight. The teacher warns everyone not to cheat and starts the exam. As Sangbom reads the note, he becomes furious that someone he used to bully is daring to stand up to him. Then the story jumps back 1 month. Lee has him carry her up the stairs. Completely exhausted, the protagonist asks how any of this is supposed to help him fight Sangbom. Lee gets annoyed and tells him to stop asking questions and simply do what she says. She spots a good place and tells Kim to take her there. Once they arrive, he's so exhausted that he drops onto all fours. Then Lee admits she only used him as a chair because he forgot her slippers downstairs and didn't bring them up. MC gets furious, but there isn't much he can do. He points out that her butt is twitching, and Lee immediately jumps off his back, calls him a creep, and blames him again for something he didn't mean. Soon afterward, they go to a nearby restaurant where Lee tells him to eat as much as he wants. Easy for her to say when she isn't paying. She tells him to gain 10 kilos so he'll have enough strength to overpower Sangbom. Kim has no idea how he could do that so quickly, and Lee gives him the obvious answer: eat a lot. After lunch, the protagonist carries Lee again. This time, he asks whether she'll finally teach him real fighting moves, hoping she won't keep using him as a chair forever. Lee says they'll begin once her delivery arrives. On the way home, she spots it and tells MC to carry it to the roof and change clothes because real training is about to start. Once they're on the roof, Lee opens the package and shows him what's inside. It's training equipment. She says an old friend helped her get all of it, and that friend is the same busty girl Kim liked. His mind immediately starts drifting into strange thoughts about her. He quickly snaps out of it, knowing this isn't the time, but Lee notices anyway and calls him out for having dirty thoughts. Then Lee says they'll start with the basics and teaches the protagonist the 1-2 punch. First, the left hand shoots out, then the other hand follows immediately. Next comes a low kick to throw the opponent off balance. Lee demonstrates it, then tells Kim to drill all 3 moves non-stop. She says these are the basic moves and probably the best ones for him to use. Lee tells MC to practice them for at least 2 weeks until they feel natural. From that day on, he seriously trains all 3 moves. At first, he's too slow, so Lee shows him how to speed them up. She even gives him dumbbells and tells him to move faster. Day after day, Kim keeps training. Morning and night, he never stops, while Lee closely watches and corrects his form and posture. As time passes, she's impressed by how much he improves and even admits he's getting better. Then she straps pads to her hands and says, "It's time to work on kicks." Just like that, 2 brutal weeks pass. The protagonist finally perfects the form of his 1-2 punch and low kick, and Lee is glad her effort wasn't wasted, even though she definitely considered quitting at one point. With the attacking moves covered, Lee moves on to teaching MC how to tackle. But the idiot thinks she means a football tackle. Lee explains that a tackle means taking an opponent down to gain control. Since Kim is still a beginner, striking alone won't be enough. Otherwise, he'll simply get crushed. That's why Lee says tackling could be his best weapon and tells him to try taking her down. The protagonist still doesn't understand, so Lee keeps it simple and tells him to charge at her and tackle her. MC immediately assumes that if he shoves with all his strength, he should be able to knock Lee over. But when he tries, all that confidence vanishes. Lee doesn't move at all. She just stares at him, confused by whatever that was. Then she drives her knee straight into his face. She tells him that's exactly what happens when he tackles like that. Next, Lee decides to demonstrate the correct way by tackling him herself. She reminds Kim that Jo Sangbom is bigger and stronger, so a normal tackle would get him flattened. That's why she's teaching him a special one that might give him a real chance against Sangbom. The next 2 weeks are the hardest training he's ever endured. He even has to hold a plank with Lee sitting on top of him. He runs upstairs while carrying Lee. He also does squats with her weight on him. He keeps drilling punches and kicks with Lee. Then she adds even more techniques. To finish it all off, he even has to spar with her. During those sparring sessions, Kim keeps improving. His movements look sharper with every round. Even Lee notices how much better he's becoming. At the same time, the protagonist tutors Lee just as they agreed. Before they know it, a month has passed, and they're back at school. Lee asks whether he's ready. Kim says yes, but he's sweating like crazy. His voice trembles as he asks what Lee wrote on the paper to make Sangbom so angry. Lee ignores the question and tells him to stay out of it. This isn't the time to worry about that. What matters now is winning. If MC can do that, maybe the bullying will finally end. With that thought, he walks toward Sangbom. Sangbom waits in the middle of the crowd, smoking and ready to crush him. Lee tells him to go win, and he steps forward looking determined. Whether that courage helps or ruins him remains to be seen. Then we jump to the night before the fight. Lee sits there smoking a cigarette. With Kim beside her, she asks whether he's nervous and even offers him one. He quickly refuses. Lee calls him out for being scared before the fight, but the protagonist says that's normal because he's never done this before. This will be the first real fight of his life. Seeing how tense he is, Lee tells him to stand up and take off his shirt. MC immediately asks why, but Lee cuts him off and tells him to obey without arguing. So Kim takes off his shirt. At first, he looks fairly lean, but then Lee tells him to flex his abs. When he does, they actually show. Clearly, all that training wasn't for nothing. Lee asks whether he still thinks she wasted a whole month training him. His body already looks like that of someone who can fight. She tells him to stop thinking he has no chance because that mindset is exactly what will make him lose. What he needs is confidence. That's the key. Kim then asks how long she plans to keep calling him a loser, because it really bothers him. Lee is stunned. He reacts to that after only a few days, but not to being bullied his entire life. Still, she offers him a deal. If he wins tomorrow, she'll stop calling him a loser. He agrees. Then Lee hands him her lighter. She tells him to keep it during the fight because it'll make his punch stronger. Kim takes it and promises to return it after he wins. Lee snaps that he should buy her a new one because she doesn't want anything touched by a loser. The protagonist asks where she got the lighter, which only annoys her more. She tells him he asks far too many questions and acts as though she has to explain everything. Back at school, everything is ready for MC's first fight. He grips Lee's lighter tightly while trembling all over. Kim can't understand how bullies enter fights with so much confidence, but then he remembers Lee warning him not to frighten himself before it even begins. Trusting her words helps him find a little courage. He also realizes that no matter what happens, life will go on or lose, he'll still be the same loser afterward. Slowly, he steps into the fighting ring. Sangbom walks forward to meet him. Sangbom asks whether stress finally made him lose his mind. Kim says no, surprising him, and Sangbom demands to know where this sudden courage came from. Even though the protagonist is trembling like crazy, he stands his ground. Around them, the crowd prepares their cameras to record his humiliation. Sangbom flicks away his cigarette and says he's been waiting for this. The crowd starts cheering for him, and some even gush about how attractive he is. They're all waiting to see him destroy MC. So Sangbom turns toward him, ready to put on a show. He asks how many hits the protagonist wants to take. That brings back Lee's warning. Momentum is everything in a fight, and once you lose it, you're finished. Even now, the protagonist is trembling. Still, he forces himself to look brave and throws the question back, asking Sangbom how many times he wants to get hit. The taunt works. It gets under Sangbom's skin, though not in the way MC hoped. He takes his stance and prepares to attack first, but when he throws his opening punch, his reach falls short. Sangbom swings at the same time, and his fist lands cleanly on the protagonist's face. From there, Sangbom takes complete control, punching his face, kicking his stomach, and beating him until Kim is covered in blood. The crowd groans at yet another one-sided fight. They've already counted MC out, but Lee remains calm and confident. As the beating continues, he loses all hope. He starts apologizing to Sangbom and begs him to stop. He knows he can't do anything. He's too afraid even to fight back, let alone win. Sangbom pauses for a moment, making Kim think he might actually feel sorry for him. But then he kicks him in the stomach again, driving him into a corner with nowhere to escape. Sangbom may have forgotten that cornering someone can be dangerous, but the protagonist isn't some fierce beast. He can barely remain standing. Then MC remembers Lee's training. She told him that mental strength is one of the most important parts of any fight. Once your mind breaks, the fight is basically over. And that's exactly what's happening to Kim. During training, he admitted that his mental strength was weak. Lee told him he had to find a way not to break, or he'd get beaten senseless. But she also gave him a backup plan for when he got trapped. Grab onto the other guy. Normally, the next move would be a takedown, but the protagonist lacks that kind of power, so Lee teaches him something else. She grabs Kim and bites his ear, then tells him to do the same during a real fight because the pain will throw his opponent off. After that, she tells him to shift sideways and use the move they practiced most, the 1-2 punch. Back in the present, MC decides to trust her lesson. He follows Lee's plan exactly. This time, it works. He lands a punch on Sangbom and actually hurts him. Even the crowd erupts when they see a loser like the protagonist actually hit Sangbom. Lee smirks as her training finally pays off. At the same time, Kim yells at Sangbom that the fight is only beginning. Then he lands the 1-2 cleanly and even makes Sangbom bleed. Sangbom snaps. He can't believe a loser like MC actually hit him. Kim then starts wondering whether he was only supposed to pretend to punch him. Then he remembers what Lee told him next. After the 1-2, Lee says Sangbom will be open to a tackle. Since Kim is still inexperienced, simple punches won't be enough. She reminds him that Sangbom is bigger and stronger, so he needs tackles to make up for the difference. But a normal tackle won't bring Sangbom down, so Lee teaches him a special one instead, a groin tackle. She drives her shoulder into the protagonist's groin and slams him onto the floor, leaving his entire body in pain. Lee explains that the real damage comes from the fall, which leaves the opponent hurting all over. She adds that she used the move often against heavyweights during sparring. Kim says it's a dirty move that breaks the rules. Lee calls him an idiot and says rules shouldn't matter right now. His goal is to beat Sangbom and make him pay. This isn't a martial arts tournament, so he doesn't have to fight fairly. She even points out that in Kudo, groin attacks are allowed when there's a weight difference. MC finally agrees, and Lee tells him he won't be the dirty one anyway. In her eyes, Sangbom is the dirty fighter because he bullies weaker kids like him. Back in the present, Sangbom is too focused on his bleeding nose. Kim immediately notices the opening. Seeing his chance, he follows Lee's plan and goes for the groin tackle. It works. The protagonist manages to take Sangbom down, but as Sangbom falls, his head slams into the wall. The crowd immediately worries that he might have cracked his skull. Sangbom looks up with blurred vision, too dizzy to see clearly. MC takes full advantage, jumps on him, and starts pounding him. He's releasing every bit of anger he's built up against Sangbom. Punch after punch, Kim blames him for years of bullying and for ruining his school life. He completely gives in to his emotions, and that sudden burst of strength comes at a cost. Lee quickly sees the problem. The protagonist is too emotional, and the fight isn't over yet. Just as she expected, it backfires. Sangbom kicks MC off, then lunges at Kim and grabs him by the neck. He mocks him, saying he really learned martial arts just to stand up to his bully. But Sangbom says he learned a few tricks too, then locks the protagonist in a guillotine choke. It's a brutal hold that can knock someone out in 7 seconds. Sangbom warns MC that he'll make him suffer and use him as an example. MC can only think that all his training is ending like this. Humiliated at the very end, 3 seconds have already passed, and with only 4 remaining, he has to escape somehow. Then he remembers the lighter still in his hand. He burns Sangbom's arm with it, and the plan works. Sangbom immediately releases the choke. Kim likes how things are going, but he knows it isn't over. To win, he still has to knock Sangbom out. He remembers Lee telling him that a low kick can break an opponent's balance, so he snaps one into Sangbom and throws him off. That gives the protagonist the perfect opportunity to finish the fight. He also remembers Lee saying that the chin is the spot to target for a knockout. No matter how big or strong someone is, she says, a clean punch to the chin can drop them if delivered correctly. Kim follows that advice and lands it perfectly. The entire crowd is stunned. MC remains frozen in the stance he punched from, barely able to process what just happened. He actually defeated the bully Joe Sangbom. Everyone around him is shocked that he, the loser, really won. Lee watches with a small smile and whispers that the protagonist earned this victory. Still, she always believed it would happen. After all, she trained him herself. Then Lee quietly begins walking away while the crowd remains stunned. Kim suddenly remembers her warning to run before the other bullies rush him. So he listens again and bolts out of there. One bully asks whether they should chase MC, but another tells him not to and says they should wake Sangbom first. Meanwhile, MC runs home, thrilled by his victory. He's overjoyed. News that Kim defeated Sangbom, the strongest guy at Youngman High School, quickly spreads throughout the school. He starts thinking his bullying days are over, but he's far too optimistic. He has no idea this is only the beginning, and he hasn't considered what comes with becoming famous overnight. Then the story shifts to a strong boy hearing that Joe Sangboom lost to a loser named the protagonist. He figures that if he beats MC, it'll basically mean he beat Sangboom too. This is Hongdae Bong, a 17-year-old from Busan who weighs a massive 110 kilograms. Poor Kim has no idea that another monster from Youngmin High is about to come after him. After that, Joe Sangbum takes a few days off and returns 3 days later. The students think he's embarrassed, especially because he looks so dejected. He won't even look at Lee when he enters the classroom. Lee expected him to return and immediately seek revenge. Instead, he quietly sits down without speaking to anyone. A foot taps Kim from behind, and he turns around to see Lee. She tosses him a piece of paper and tells him to buy her some bread. Kim refuses, saying he isn't her errand boy and she can't boss him around. But one look from Lee is enough. When she asks again, he gets up and leaves the room. On the way, the protagonist tells himself that Lee deserves at least this much for helping him defeat Sangboom. Then a thought strikes him. He's still obeying someone's orders. But he quickly reframes it and decides that since it's his choice, it counts as freedom. As he walks, a guy recognizes him as the one who defeated Sangboom. A little farther ahead, someone else recognizes him too. Then even a group of girls notices him and starts taking pictures. All this attention makes Kim nervous. Now the entire school knows him, and people act as though they're already close to him. He even passes Daebong in the hallway. Daebong tells him that victory came easily. Soon the whole corridor knows MC as the guy who defeated Sangboom, and Kim can't tell whether this fame is good or dangerous. He heads to the cafeteria to buy Lee's bread, and after he comes out, his head starts spinning. Then a group of boys surrounds him. They introduce themselves as outsiders from other classes, meaning losers like him. Their leader says he heard the protagonist was a loser who still managed to defeat Sangboom, and that news made them proud. He says no loser at Youngmin High has ever stood up to the bullies before, making MC the first. Then 2 older-looking guys walk directly into the middle of the group and tell them to move. The outsider's leader leans closer to Kim and tells him what he overheard in the bathroom. In a flashback, the outsider's leader says he overheard Daebong in the bathroom. Daebong was telling his friends that he'd go after the guy who defeated Sangboom to show the whole school he was still in control. After giving that warning, the outsider's leader tells the protagonist to be careful and walks away. Kim is left standing there, shaken. Now he knows he's in serious trouble. Later, Lee calmly eats dinner while sitting on MC's back as he holds a plank. He's clearly annoyed. Lee brushes it off, acting as though she's only helping with his workout. Then he tells her that a bully is planning to come after him. Lee barely reacts. That bothers Kim. She's supposed to be teaching him, but Lee says this was bound to happen. Once you defeat one of the toughest guys in school, others will come to test you. She adds that if he can't handle that, he should quit and go back to being bullied. The protagonist hates hearing it, but he knows she's right. Then Lee says she's leaving because exams are over, so there won't be a lesson today. Kim reminds her of their deal and says the study session is still happening, which makes Lee glare at him. That night, they begin studying and MC asks to see Lee's exam scores. She tries not to show him, but he insists that he needs to know how she did so he can help her. That's when the protagonist discovers that Lee got her worst scores ever, even after copying his answers. When he points out how badly she failed, Lee blames him. She says improving her grades is his job, just as she kept her side of the deal by helping him defeat Sangboom. Kim admits that she helped him, but says he can't magically make her pass if she refuses to try. Lee takes that the wrong way and snaps, asking whether he's saying she doesn't study at all. MC says that if passing means losing sleep, then she has to do that too. Lee immediately fires back, asking whether he wants her dead. Just then, his mom opens the door carrying sliced apples for them. Lee immediately jumps up and completely changes her attitude, sweetly saying the protagonist's mom didn't need to cut the apples herself. The protagonist can't believe how angelic Lee acts around his mom when she treats him in the exact opposite way. MC's mom leaves after telling him to focus on studying. Once she's gone, he turns to Lee and asks whether she even knows how to peel an apple. Lee simply says no. Then they return to studying, and the night continues. It quickly becomes clear that the protagonist has a huge task ahead if he wants to improve Lee's grades, because she struggles with even the basics and blames him every time she gets something wrong. By midnight, Kim ends the session. Then Lee tells him to come with her for a moment. The two return to the same alley as before. From the stairs, MC asks why she always drags him along when she goes there to smoke. Lee says she spotted a police officer there last time, so now she brings him along to keep watch. Kim then reminds her of their deal that she would stop calling him a loser if he defeated Sang-bum. Lee flatly refuses to say anything like that. Still, after the protagonist keeps pushing, she finally agrees to call him by his real name. Then she congratulates him while getting his name wrong, calling him Jae-young instead of Jae-hyuk. MC gets annoyed that she still doesn't know his name. Lee, of course, responds by telling him to change it. As usual, she acts as though none of it is her fault, and they end the night irritated with each other. The next day, Kim walks into class thinking about how to help Lee improve her grades. Then he notices Daebong sitting in his seat and walks over, telling him to move. Daebong stands and towers over him, making the difference in size impossible to ignore. He taps the protagonist's head, mocks how awful he looks, and asks whether beating the protagonist would count as beating Sang-bum too. MC has no idea what Daebong means until Daebong makes it clear that he wants a fight. He says there's no reason for them to fight, but Daebong responds with a hard punch straight to his face. He says reasons can be invented anytime, calls the protagonist trash, slaps him around, then lifts him and slams him onto the floor. MC realizes he has no idea how to deal with someone built like Daebong. Daebong repeats that beating Kim means beating Sang-bum. Satisfied, he says, easy victories are fun, and walks away smiling. Kim remains on the floor, wondering whether that was the end of it, and even feels relieved at the thought. Lee sees everything and says nothing. But by the next day, it's obvious Daebong was only getting started. Now he's strutting through the hallway ordering people aside while carrying Kim upside down by the neck. Daebong has decided that the protagonist will be his lackey for the day, and the whole school watches him get paraded around like a joke. Everyone recognizes him as the guy who defeated Sang-bum, and now they're watching him get humiliated. At this school, if you seem strong, someone stronger will always come after you. Then Daebong pulls out a spider and says he caught it, because it looked at him strangely in the restroom. He shoves it toward MC's mouth and orders him to eat it. MC panics and admits he's terrified of spiders, but Daebong simply slaps him for resisting. After that, Daebong makes sure he understands exactly who he is. He boasts that he runs Busan, orders Kim to obey, and punches him again. Then he has one of his guys force the protagonist's mouth open and drops the spider inside, making him swallow it. While the bullies laugh, MC is devastated. No matter what he does to escape being bullied, it keeps happening. He even fought Sang-bum to free himself from it. And now another bully is tormenting him, mocking him as Spider-Man after forcing him to swallow a real spider. In tears and completely broken, Kim asks Daebong why he's doing this. Daebong says it's simple because it's fun. He also says he wants to keep Sang-bum in check, and picking on Kim is the best way to do that. On top of that, Daebong says the protagonist's reactions are amusing, so he plans to keep bullying him until everyone gets the message. He tells MC that losers are meant to be treated this way, and says he should accept it as his fate. Then Daebong orders him to come to his class the next day and keep serving him before leaving with his crew. Kim is left thinking about all the work he did to rise above his bullies, only to end up exactly where he started. The bully changed, but nothing else did. That night, the protagonist tells Lee it's time to study, but he can barely focus after everything Daebong did to him. Lee tells him to wait because she's busy chatting with a friend. Kim starts wondering whether this is simply how his life will always be. He's certain there's no way he can do anything against someone as enormous as Daebong. MC could face Sangbong because Sangbong wasn't that big, but Daebong is on another level, so he asks Lee whether it's true that he can't defeat that pig. Lee immediately agrees. Someone his size shouldn't be able to beat someone built like Daebong, but she says he can still win. That immediately catches Kim's attention, and he asks Lee how he can actually defeat Daebong. Lee says this isn't something just anyone can do. To make it work, they'll need some equipment. So she calls the same friend she was messaging earlier. The moment the protagonist hears it's Lee's friend, his mind begins drifting again, especially since he knows she's attracted to guys like him, but he quickly snaps out of it. This isn't the time for that. Her friend's name is Sarah. When she answers, Lee asks whether she can talk and learns that she's at a bar. Sarah is out drinking with a group of attractive guys, and Lee says she wishes she were there too. Meanwhile, Kim can only think that Lee is supposed to be studying. Then they get to the point. Sarah asks why Lee called, and Lee says she needs more equipment for that loser MC. Lee adds that she'll text the list later. Then she suddenly hands him the phone so he can talk to Sarah, even though he's far too shy for this. Still, he forces himself to take the phone. Sarah tells him she hears about him from Lee all the time. She sums him up as glasses, a nerdy face, and total loser energy, which only makes Kim freeze even more. Then the protagonist hears Sarah say she's about to vomit, and one of her friends rushes to help. He immediately hangs up. When Lee asks what they talked about, MC simply says it wasn't much. Later, the package Sarah sent finally arrives. The box is huge, and he has no idea what's inside. Lee tells him to open it. Once he does, he just stares, wondering whether this is really supposed to help him defeat Daebong. 3 weeks later, Kim stands before Daebong, ready to fight. Daebong places a cigarette in his mouth. He mocks the protagonist for acting brave and asks whether he's gone insane. Then he notices what the protagonist brought and can't believe he thinks it'll help him win. Inside the package was a giant pair of gloves. Now MC stands in the middle of a crowd, facing Daebong while wearing them. Everyone thinks it's a joke. To them, he looks ridiculous bringing gloves against someone as huge as Daebong. Daebong laughs too and asks whether Kim thinks this is some kind of comedy show. The protagonist remembers Lee saying that these gloves are his only chance of defeating Daebong. Holding on to that thought, he prepares himself. Back when the package arrived, Lee told him that those gloves would be the key to this fight. MC doubted her immediately. The gloves were so enormous that they looked almost as big as he was, but Lee insisted they were perfect for countering Daebong. He only worried that everyone would laugh at him even more. Lee didn't care. She told him to stop arguing and trust her, and in the end he brought the gloves. Training began soon afterward. Lee picked up a baseball bat and told Kim to block it with the gloves. The protagonist turns pale, unable to believe she's serious. But Lee shuts him down and reminds him to stop talking back. She tells him that Daebong is huge, so his punches will hit hard. MC has to train for that level of power. Before anything else, Lee says he needs to learn how to absorb a hit like that without losing his stance. So Kim accepts it, braces himself, and begins training. Lee swings first and he gets launched backward. He can't hold his ground at all. That earns him a scolding. Lee says he didn't even try to stay planted when the bat struck. Annoyed, she says, he'll now endure brutal leg training until he can stand firm against the bat. From then on, the protagonist has to duck walk to school. People think he looks insane, but he keeps doing it. In class and even while eating, he has to sit as though he's on an invisible chair. In the cafeteria, the position starts killing him. He complains, but Lee tells him to continue and warns him not to speak to her at school because it annoys her. The training is so extreme that he even has to use the toilet in the same invisible chair position. Later, Kim has to hold another painful position while Lee sits on him and smokes. Then she teasingly asks whether he enjoys feeling her butt on him. MC says his legs are about to break. A moment later, he collapses again. After 2 weeks of brutal training, Lee tests him one more time. She swings the bat, and this time he doesn't move. He cleanly absorbs the hit with those giant gloves. Lee strikes again, and he blocks that one too. Now she knows he's finally learned. Then Lee reveals the big payoff. If he can do this, he has a 90% chance of defeating Daebong on his own. Back in the present, Daebong stares at Kim and his ridiculous oversized gloves. He threatens to put the protagonist back in his place, then throws the first punch. MC actually blocks it, but the impact lets him feel just how strong Daebong really is. At first, he thinks the punch feels about as powerful as Lee's bat swing. Then he realizes that Daebong hits even harder. The crowd still laughs at the gloves, but now they're also impressed. Kim can actually stop Daebong's punches. Daebong catches on and begins throwing punch after punch to see how long the protagonist can keep blocking. As he gets more excited, he keeps trash-talking him too. MC keeps defending, thinking everything is going exactly as planned. He wants Daebong to get excited and waste energy. In a flashback, Lee tells him she used to spar at a gym with large guys built like Daebong. She noticed that they all shared one weakness. They became tired quickly. The protagonist is shocked to hear that. Lee says he only needs to survive for 30 seconds. After that, Daebong will slow down from burning through his energy. In the present, Kim continues blocking without fighting back. Daebong has no idea what MC is doing. He mocks him, saying this stupid plan won't save him. But Lee already told him that once those 30 seconds pass, the bully will be exhausted. Then he has to rush in and smash him with a headbutt, and that's exactly what he does. The plan works. Daebong slows down just enough for the protagonist to take advantage. MC charges straight in and drives a headbutt into Daebong's chin, landing a clean hit on someone much bigger than him. The blow snaps Daebong's head back and sends spit flying from his mouth. Kim watches coldly as Daebong begins to fall. Lee warned him earlier that a strike to the jaw can knock anyone out, no matter how strong they are, so all he needed was one clean shot to the chin. Daebong's eyes roll back, but instead of falling away from him, he drops forward and crushes the protagonist beneath his weight. The entire crowd realizes Kim has been badly hurt. With Daebong on top of him, he can barely breathe. A moment later, Daebong starts waking up, confused and trying to understand what happened. But one thought quickly returns. He still wants to teach MC a lesson and put him in his place. Earlier, Lee warned him that if he messed up the headbutt plan and failed to win there, he was finished. Lying flat on the ground, the protagonist remembers Lee's warning and starts crying. Now all he can do is wait for Daebong to crush him. The crowd loves it. They think it's hilarious that a giant like Daebong landed on skinny MC. Lee, however, is worried about how MC can possibly escape. Daebong tells Kim he's finished and says the best thing he can do now is take the beating without resisting. Kim is frustrated. That headbutt was supposed to finish the fight, but it failed, and now he has no idea what to do next. The crowd agrees. The protagonist looks completely finished, and they think all that's left is for him to get beaten. Then someone pushes through the crowd, telling people to move aside. People tell him it's too crowded and say he'll have to watch from the back. One student wonders who he is. The guy forcing his way through turns out to be a sophomore. He and his friend were bored, so they came to watch this ridiculous mismatch. The sophomore introduces himself as Han Philip, 18 years old. Another sophomore, Jong Daniel, also 18, asks Philip whether he really enjoys fights like this. The students begin wondering why there's a foreigner at Youngmin High. Philip and Daniel finally reach the front and find the fight already underway, with Daebong pinning Kim down. Philip says they should have arrived earlier. Nearby, Lee notices the two speaking English and wonders who they are. Philip gets excited when Daebong decides to become even more serious. Daebong starts raining punches on MC, warning him that he's about to get beaten to death. MC tries to block, but he's trapped underneath him and can't defend properly. That leaves Kim with almost no way to fight back. Daebong keeps pounding him without stopping. Even Philip begins to think it's too much and wonders whether they should intervene before he gets killed. Lee is worried too and wonders whether this is really how the protagonist's fight will end. She starts cheering for him, telling MC to keep going, even though she gets his full name wrong again. Still, he finally has someone supporting him. The problem is that Daebong keeps hammering him while he can barely respond. A flashback shows the protagonist watching a fight where one boxer pins the other and keeps punching from above. That makes Kim wonder what he would do in the same situation, so he quickly asks Lee whether there's a counter. Lee immediately says escape is almost impossible. Daebong weighs over 100 kilos, and if someone that heavy gets on top of a weak kid like MC, he's trapped. She tells him that if Daebong ever gets on top, he can forget about winning. He asks whether there's truly no other way and brings up jujitsu. Hearing that, Lee admits there is a method, though she isn't sure he can use it against Daebong. Kim begs her to teach him anyway and even offers to help her study. Lee warns that it'll take a lot of practice, then lies down on a mat and tells him to get on top. The protagonist's mind starts drifting in a strange direction, but Lee quickly shuts that down and reminds him that this is jujitsu training. So MC climbs on top of Lee, and just as she begins explaining, the story cuts back to the present, where Daebong is still beating him and says he'll continue until he blacks out. He says this is what the protagonist gets for refusing to be his lackey. Then Daebong growls that this is survival of the fittest, and that losers like MC were never meant to belong. That word, destiny, brings back Kim's old memories of being bullied. He remembers Daebong forcing him to swallow a spider and saying that being treated like trash was his destiny. The protagonist rejects that idea. He refuses to believe losers are born doomed. Back in the lesson, Lee explains that to escape from beneath someone sitting on him, Kim must plant one leg and bridge upward with his shoulders. That raises a knee and throws the other person off balance. Then he can slide his hips into the open space and escape. MC gets fired up hearing that. Back in the fight, he uses that exact move, slips out from under Daebong, jumps up, and lands a left punch on Daebong's chin. The crowd goes wild when they see him finally connect with those huge gloves. Philip is genuinely impressed by the move. Lee stands nearby, watching closely to see whether the protagonist follows what she taught him. One guy in the crowd is shocked that Kim can do more than block with those giant gloves. He can actually strike back too. But now he wonders whether getting punched by those gloves even hurts. As MC waits for another opening, he remembers Lee saying he can only win with a headbutt. Those huge gloves won't take Daebong down. So her advice was simple: keep fighting until he gets the opportunity. He throws a left jab, then follows with the right. He keeps jabbing until Daebong starts bleeding. Then Kim backs away, charges again, and wildly swings both arms as though throwing two jabs at once. Crowd bursts out laughing, certain that the awkward attack won't hurt Daebong at all. But just before the protagonist can land it, everything changes. Daebong yanks the huge gloves off MC's arms and puts them on himself. Just moments earlier, he had all the momentum and looked ready to defeat another feared bully. Now that confidence is gone, and Kim is terrified. Even Lee has no idea how he'll survive this. Daebong proudly says that he'll be the one using the gloves now. The protagonist immediately realizes how bad the situation is. Daebong prepares to punch. As the blow comes, MC wonders whether he can block it with his hands, but he has no chance of stopping something that powerful, especially with those massive gloves. Daebong hits him with one punch and sends him flying. Someone in the crowd laughs at the idea that Kim thought he could block it. When the protagonist crashes down, a girl quickly closes her legs, thinking he's looking up her skirt. But that isn't what happened. MC gets up and apologizes to her. Right beside him, Lee thinks that was unbelievably stupid. Even so, he isn't finished. He starts walking toward Daebong again without fear, as though he's made up his mind. Daniel says the protagonist actually looks better without the gloves. and Philip laughs before asking whether Daniel has even been paying attention. From Philip's perspective, Kim doesn't look better at all. He's barely holding on. Hearing them talk, Lee gets annoyed because they haven't stopped talking since they arrived. As Daebong wears the gloves, he's amazed by them and can't believe MC carried that much weight for so long. He says the gloves suit him much better, then tells Kim to hurry because he's itching to hit someone. The protagonist slowly walks toward him, knowing the only way out is straight through. The fight isn't over, and he tells himself he can still win without the gloves. Daebong called it survival of the fittest, and MC takes that as his chance to show how badly he wants to crush his bullies. He's clearly outmatched, and now only his bare hands can save him. Kim throws a few shadow punches and realizes he's much faster without the gloves. Seeing this, Lee wonders whether he finally understands what she told him. Those giant gloves weigh 5 kilos each, 10 kilos in total. That's why his hands were so slow. By comparison, the dumbbells the protagonist trained with earlier weighed only 2 kilos. So this entire time, MC was basically fighting with an extra 10 kilos on him. If he could perform that well under so much extra weight, he should be far better now. Now Lee is ready to see Kim's real fight with Daebong. Suddenly, he notices Daebong throwing another crushing punch toward his head. He knows he can't block it, so his only option is to dodge somehow. Just before it lands, the protagonist easily ducks beneath it. The punch feels surprisingly slow to him. He takes advantage of that and counters with a quick 1-2. It works. Daebong starts bleeding from the combination. Philip gets excited when he sees that Kim has become faster. Still, despite the smart move, the punches don't really hurt Daebong. Daebong throws another punch, but MC slips past it and counters with a 1-2. This time, he lands a clean double hook, but it still causes no real damage. Daebong barely reacts. To him, the protagonist's punches feel like mosquito bites. Even Philip admits that Kim may be faster now, but his attacks still aren't doing much. Daniel says the real issue is the difference in weight. He explains that if MC wants to defeat Daebong, he must find a way around that gap. It turns out that he and Lee already discussed this. Earlier, Lee asked what he'd do if the gloves became useless. She told him he might have to fight barehanded and warned that Daebong's body is covered in fat. If the protagonist starts punching him normally, the blows will feel soft and ineffective. The fat will absorb most of the damage. So once the gloves stop helping, Kim has to fight more intelligently. Lee tells him to target areas on Daebong with little or no fat. The spot she means is his knee. Back in the present, Daebong attacks again, but MC dodges and slams a low kick into his knee with a nasty crack. That sound alone makes it clear that Kim is finally causing real damage. Philip quickly realizes that he's targeting Daebong's joints now. Once Daebong notices the protagonist has added kicks, he becomes even angrier and starts throwing wild punches. He's trying to land anything now, acting more angry than smart. MC easily dodges the first swing. Then he notices that Daebong is getting more tired with every attack, and his punches keep slowing down. At this rate, he feels like he can avoid anything Daebong throws, so he uses the opening to wear him down further, landing a double jab and another kick to the knee. Daebong keeps doing the same thing, throwing wild random punches. Kim avoids them all and continues fighting intelligently. Thanks to Lee, the protagonist understands that he can't defeat Daebong with size or strength, so he sticks to the plan, dodging every punch and repeatedly kicking Daebong's knees. After a while, Daebong's left knee is badly bruised. Someone in the crowd wonders whether Daebong's knee has already popped out. Now exhausted, Daebong has no idea how to stop MC. He's tried everything, but MC keeps getting back up and fighting even better. He's burned so much energy that he can barely move toward him now. On top of that, he's limping from all the kicks. At first, Daebong saw the protagonist as just another loser. Now he's getting a taste of his own medicine. Then MC remembers saying that Daebong would flinch even at a fake kick. After taking so many shots to the knees, he's become afraid of them. Lee had already turned that fear into a plan to weaken him further. She told him to feint low, then strike a thinner area, his solar plexus. In the present, Kim follows that advice and drives a perfectly aimed punch into Daebong's solar plexus. The hit echoes through the area, and Daebong lets out a painful scream. The damage is so severe that he doubles over, trying to endure it. The protagonist immediately moves to the next target, the jaw, the spot that can knock someone out if struck correctly. He remembers how Lee once dropped the fat guy with a strike to the chin and decides to use the same idea here. Without hesitation, Kim rushes in and drives a knee into Daebong's chin. The blow is brutal and knocks Daebong unconscious. Lee was right. A perfect strike to the chin can end a fight instantly. As Daebong falls face first, MC can only wonder whether he really won. It feels unreal, like a loser somehow achieving a perfect score. The crowd starts asking the same question, and one student blurts out that he really knocked Daebong out. The others are impressed by how far the protagonist has come, but Lee isn't. As far as she's concerned, he almost lost again. And she's right. Just as before, Kim was on the verge of losing until the final moment. In her eyes, he still has a long way to go. Meanwhile, Philip laughs at the sight of MC winning. To him, it's absurd that a skinny loser defeated someone built like a bulldozer. He pats Daniel on the back and asks whether he found it funny too, adding that skipping class was worth it for such an entertaining fight. Daniel doesn't answer. He starts walking away and calls Philip too carefree. When Philip asks where he's going, Daniel says he's heading to the meeting. Even after the fight, things remain chaotic. A student named Kwok Hansel calls Daebong pathetic and says Kim only won through luck. Meanwhile, Kim remembers the one thing he should always do after a fight: run. So he does, knowing the other bullies will attack him if he stays. Nearby, the group of losers watches from behind a wall and celebrates the protagonist's victory. They're clearly cheering for him every time he faces a bully. They even call him the Knight of the Loser Kingdom and say watching him fight feels like an anime, until one of them tells the others to be quiet before the bullies hear them. Elsewhere, a freshman girl from Youngman High watches in shock as a bullied kid defeats a bully one-on-one. Meanwhile, a group of students is gathered in the gym storage room, smoking and fooling around. One asks whether another sold his stuff yet, but hears that he backed off because the police have been too active lately. Nearby, someone offers whiskey and the other guy immediately accepts. This group is actually Youngman High's bully union, Invincible. After that, they begin wondering where their president is because he still hasn't arrived. Then the door suddenly opens. Someone walks in and reveals himself. It's Philip, and he's the president of the union. Daniel is the second in command. Philip says he was delayed because he stopped to watch something entertaining: the fight between Kim and Daebong. One bully says he heard a freshman was becoming famous for fighting. He means Daebong, but Philip cuts him off and says Daebong got destroyed. Then we learn that Philip went there to scout someone for their union. One of the guys asks who actually won the fight. Philip says the winner was a funny-looking kid, but he still can't tell how strong MC truly is. The bully suggests that they should try recruiting new members into the union. Philip stops him and says not yet. For now, they should simply watch Kim and see whether he develops into someone worth recruiting. A few days later, he tutors Lee while she works through problems. The protagonist looks uneasy. He calls out to Lee and says he needs her advice about something. She asks what it is, and says it's been 3 days since the fight with Daebong. Someone recorded it and posted it online. Since then, everyone has learned who he is and that he's been standing up to bullies. It isn't just Hyunmin students either. Even people from outside the school are showing up just to see him. On top of that, people constantly bump into him and challenge him, even though he wants nothing to do with it. Kim wants all of it to stop. He doesn't care about the attention from winning a few fights, so he asks Lee how to escape this mess. Lee tells him this was bound to happen. If he wants people to take him seriously, he has to become stronger, because right now, she says he still looks like a loser. Then she tells him to accept the next challenge he receives if he wants to improve. The protagonist realizes there's no easy way out anymore. The very next day, Quack Hansel walks up and introduces himself. That night, a Mercedes races down the road, and Quack Hansel is driving it. His friend in the passenger seat asks where he got the car. Hansel says he secretly took it from the garage while his father was asleep, then mocks him for having no idea what his own child is doing. His friend is shocked that Hansel's father owns a Benz, but Hansel says it's ridiculous. His father is broke and still wasting money on the payments. When his friend asks more about his father, Hansel shuts him down and tells him to mind his own business. Then, Hansel tells him to hold on tightly because he's about to floor it. He slams the accelerator and the car shoots forward. His friend says Hansel has become much better at driving. Hansel agrees and boasts that he reached 200 kilometers per hour that day. This guy is a friend from middle school, not high school. He asks how things are going at Yongmin since Hansel was the only student from Gumiyang Middle to end up there. Even he knows Yongmin is brutal, full of unbeatable seniors, so he wonders whether Hansel is being treated like a loser. Hansel quickly reminds him that he was the number 2 bully at Gumiyang Middle. His friend fires back that Hansel only had status because he always stayed beside the true number 1, Taesuk. He also points out that Hansel never actually fought back then. Hansel says there was never any reason to fight those idiots at his middle school. He tells his friend to stop saying he merely used Taesuk. To Hansel, connections can take you places you couldn't reach alone. Hansel continues saying, a predator can recognize another predator, and all he has to do at Yongmin is prove that he's one too. His friend asks how he plans to do that. Hansel says he just needs to find a herbivore. His friend is confused and asks whether this is a zoo. Hansel calls him an idiot and says he means a loser. Not just any loser, but the right one. Someone useful who can raise his status and spread his fame. In other words, the perfect target. Hansel talks about a loser as though he's choosing a meal. His friend laughs and asks how he's supposed to pull that off when he's never fought. Hansel snaps that he at least trained in boxing. When asked for how long, Hansel says 6 months. His friend laughs again, then asks whether Yongmin has a loser like that. With a nasty grin, Hansel says there is. He brings up the well-known Josang, Bong and skinny Hongbai Bong from Busan, both of whom were somehow defeated by a loser. After that, the loser's value skyrocketed. To Hansel, that's the perfect target. Back in the present, Hansel spots Kim in the hallway. He stops him, introduces himself, and says he's from class 6. Hansel asks whether MC knows him. MC doesn't, but Hansel acts as though that's perfectly fine. Then he says he doesn't really have any friends and asks whether MC wants to be one. Kim agrees immediately. Still, Kim looks confused. He can't understand why someone would suddenly approach him and offer friendship. Then the protagonist remembers him. Hansel was the one who shoulder-checked him while he was going to buy bread for Lee. He also remembers Hansel saying his victory was only luck, so MC can't understand this sudden change. Hansel keeps talking and nearly calls him a loser but catches himself, instead saying he was impressed by MC's fight. Kim has no idea what he means, so Hansel reminds him about the fight with Daebong. Hansel says he loves movies, and watching the protagonist defeat that pig Daebong felt like seeing one in real life. The protagonist tries to respond, but Hansel keeps piling on the praise and calls him genuinely cool. MC freezes and asks whether Hansel really called him cool. Hansel repeats it and flatters him even more. Kim immediately thinks about how the only person who had ever called him cool before was his mother. So hearing it from someone else deeply affects him. Hansel says it again, then asks his name as though he doesn't already know it. Kim introduces himself. Hansel keeps up the act, saying the protagonist even has a manly name. Then he holds out his hand and offers to become friends. Kim shakes it without thinking, beginning their so-called friendship. Just hearing the word makes him light up, and he even starts believing Hansel is kind. Hansel walks away, telling Kim to share more about his fights the next time they meet. After leaving, Hansel starts laughing to himself. Kim completely fell for all that flattery, and Hansel realizes just how naive he is. Simply by pretending to care, Hansel has the protagonist exactly where he wants him. Now, he plans to reel him in slowly and strike when the time is right. Later that night, MC tutors Lee again. He writes a formula on the board and tells her to master it if she wants to move beyond elementary level work. Lee quickly starts solving the problems while Kim sits there smiling. He's thinking back to Hansel calling him cool and asking to be friends. He always felt as though he didn't truly understand friendship, but that didn't mean he should avoid it. That's why he accepted Hansel's offer. Then, while Lee is working, he suddenly asks what being friends actually means. Lee gets annoyed and tells him not to interrupt while she's solving problems. Kim apologizes and becomes quiet, but not for long, because he realizes he's never seen Lee spending time with friends at school. Lee says she doesn't care about making friends there. She came to Seoul alone to study and get into university. Friends aren't part of that goal. Besides, she already has plenty back in her hometown and doesn't need more. That reminds Lee that one of those friends was supposed to visit today. The protagonist immediately panics. It gets worse when Lee says she already got permission from the protagonist's mom for her friend Sarah to stay overnight. Kim is still panicking when the doorbell rings. That makes him even more nervous, and Lee tells him to answer the door because it's probably Sarah. MC opens it and freezes. Lee's very busty, or rather, very kind-hearted friend Sarah is standing there. He simply stares with his mouth open, shocked that Sarah, Lee's friend, has actually arrived. They greet each other, and Sarah is happy to finally meet Kim after hearing so much about what a loser he is. One look is enough for Sarah to understand why Lee talks about him so much. She taps his head, walks inside, and calls him a loser to his face. He is immediately annoyed. It's their first meeting, and that's her opening line. Her voice is so loud that it hurts his ears, too. Then Lee calls out from behind him, happy that Sarah finally arrived. Sarah yells back, calls Lee stir-fry, and pulls her into a hug. When they separate, Sarah stares at Lee's chest and asks whether her breasts have grown. She even asks whether Lee has a boyfriend now. Lee has no idea what that has to do with anything. Sarah claims that girls' breasts grow when they're in love, but Lee says that's nonsense. Behind them, the protagonist can only stand there in shock. He looks ready to cover his ears at any moment. Then Lee suggests ordering boneless chicken feet, and Sarah lights up as soon as she hears there's food. Kim can't believe Sarah has been there for less than half a minute, and the house is already chaotic. Once they settle down, Lee points at MC and introduces him as the loser she always talks about. Sarah says she already handled that. Then Lee tells Sarah that he loves girls with huge breasts and always blushes whenever the subject comes up. He knows she's lying, but his face turns red anyway. Sarah sees the perfect opportunity to tease him and offers to squeeze him. Kim panics the moment Sarah spreads her arms. Just minutes after meeting her, he already wants to keep his distance. His reaction makes Sarah burst out laughing. She points out how red he became, then says he was never getting near her breasts anyway. Still, she says she'll give him a hug. A second later, Sarah rushes at him, slams him down, and locks him in a triangle choke with a grin. She's clearly enjoying herself. The protagonist definitely isn't. He's desperately trying to escape. Sarah asks whether he can break free. Trembling, MC admits that he hasn't learned a counter for that move yet. That's when he remembers that Sarah also practices martial arts. Soon, he can barely breathe, and even when he says so, she continues playing around. Before long, Kim blacks out. Later, Lee wakes him by nudging him with her foot while he lies on the floor. As soon as he wakes up, he asks why he's on the ground. Lee simply tells him that he passed out. Then she tells him to order boneless chicken feet with his card. The protagonist immediately refuses, but Lee promises to repay him when she receives her allowance. Later, the food arrives, and the three eat together. While they're eating, MC asks when his mother will return. Lee tells him she went to a 2-night, 3-day workshop. She even said that Lee and Sarah should have fun with Kim. Unfortunately for him, that's not how things are going. As they eat, Sarah says something is missing. Then she pulls out alcohol and says it pairs perfectly with boneless chicken feet. Kim thinks drinking at their age is reckless. But unfortunately, there's nothing he can do, and the girls start drinking. They keep drinking. After a while, both of them pass out. Kim tries to wake them so they can sleep on the bed, but they're completely unconscious. He tells Lee to get up and go to bed. Instead, Lee tells the protagonist to carry her there himself. MC doesn't argue and obeys. He carefully lifts Lee and places her on the bed. Then, out of nowhere, a drunken Sarah jumps onto Kim from behind. They both crash onto the bed beside Lee, leaving him trapped. Lee is sleeping deeply in front of him, while Sarah is fast asleep behind him. They're pressed so closely against him that Kim can't even move his hands. Forget escaping, he can barely breathe, so he calms himself and decides to wait until one of them moves. But his luck gets even worse when both girls throw their legs over him. The next morning, the protagonist is still half asleep when Lee wakes and demands to know why he's in bed with them. Sarah immediately calls him a pervert and says he should have asked if he wanted to sleep with them. This time, MC defends himself and says she was the one who trapped him there. A little later, the three eat ramen for breakfast, and Sarah says it tastes delicious. Then, she remembers that he's been training too and asks him to have a friendly spar with her. Kim thinks that sounds useful. Besides Lee, he hasn't really sparred with anyone else. So he might learn something new. He agrees. Before long, the spar begins. The protagonist takes his stance, but Sarah leaves herself completely open. He's confused about why she isn't guarding. Then Sarah puts on a cute, innocent expression and asks whether he's really going to hit her. Kim loses focus for a moment, and Sarah punches him in the face. She tells him to stay alert because this is still a spar. Laughing, Sarah tells MC to keep his guard up at all times. Still lying on the floor, he thinks it's unfair because she distracted him with something completely unrelated. Sarah doesn't care. During a spar, losing focus is his fault. Even Lee gets annoyed and says he should take it seriously. The protagonist thinks Sarah is the one fooling around, but she cuts him off and tells him to attack. This time, Sarah holds her arms in front of her in a proper defensive stance. Kim charges anyway and throws a jab, but she blocks it easily. MC tries again, and once more, Sarah stops the jab with her extended arm. He can't believe she's shutting him down so easily. Sarah laughs and calls him slow. He also notices that every time she blocks, she steps backward, leaving him too far away to follow up. So Kim decides to use a 1-2. He'll throw the jab even if she blocks it because the real attack is the straight punch that follows. But he spends too long thinking through the plan, and that hesitation costs him. Before he can act, Sarah lands a straight punch on his face and knocks him unconscious. Then she starts nudging him with her foot and even sticks her toes into his nose. The moment Kim wakes up, he jerks back in horror and jumps to his feet asking what she's doing. Lee is laughing so hard she can barely stand, and Sarah can't stop laughing either. After dropping the protagonist with one punch, MC calls Sarah crazy and asks why she put her feet in his nose. Sarah says it was his punishment for acting as though her feet might smell bad. MC says he nearly vomited. Sarah teases him for getting knocked out with one punch and asks for another round. He immediately raises his guard again. Now he's trying to understand what went wrong and why he can't land a clean hit on her. Lee calls out and asks whether he still hasn't noticed Sarah's stance. Kim looks again and sees Sarah's right hand forward while her left foot remains back. Lee explains that fighters usually keep their dominant side behind them, which means Sarah is left-handed. Lee also reminds the protagonist that Sarah keeps controlling the distance. He explains that against another right-handed fighter, the lead feet face opposite directions, so both boxers can step in more easily and the punching distance feels shorter. But against a left-hander, both lead feet point the same way. That makes it harder to step inside, so the distance feels longer. Then Lee tells Kim that he needs to fight for lead foot position if he wants to close the distance. MC still looks confused, so Lee simplifies it. Left-handed fighters use that extra space to control right-handers. That's why Sarah's lead hand kept shutting him down while she moved backward and made the distance feel longer. So the protagonist became frustrated, rushed in, and got hit first. Lee adds that left-handers are also known for counterpunching. They often wait for one clean opening and try to end the fight with a powerful shot. She also says sparring with Sarah will help Kim a lot because left-handers are rare. MC immediately understands. He's only trained with Lee, who fights right-handed, so this feels much more difficult. The spar begins again. He blocks Sarah's punch, but her power hand still lands, and he blurts out asking why she hit him so suddenly. But that's a foolish question. In a spar, punches naturally come without warning. Sarah tells him to do better next time. The protagonist quietly hopes there won't be a next time. The following day, Hansel spots the protagonist in the hallway and throws a basketball at him from behind. MC turns around and Hansel quickly apologizes. He claims he mistook him for another kid from his class. Recognizing Hansel, the protagonist simply smiles and says it's fine. Hansel thinks MC is far too easy to fool, but he continues pretending to be friendly. Then he offers him a candy bar, saying he still feels guilty. Kim hesitates, but Hansel persuades him to accept it. Next, Hansel asks whether he likes PC games and invites him to a PC cafe after school, saying he'll pay. Then they go their separate ways. As Hansel walks away, he notices 3 bullies talking nearby. He walks over, wanting to maintain his fake image. Once he reaches them, Hansel introduces himself and says he's from the neighboring class. Then he asks whether they're finished eating because he has something good for them to smoke. The 3 immediately agree and follow him toward the recycling area. Walking behind them, Hansel smirks, proud of how smoothly he manipulated them. One of the bullies asks whether he knows the guy who defeated Daebong. Hansel realizes they're talking about Kim. So he asks whether they're interested in the protagonist, and they respond by asking whether he knows him. Keeping up the act, Hansel says they aren't really friends, and that Sia is more like his errand boy. He adds that he felt sorry for him, so he even taught him how to fight. But now that Kim has gained a little attention, Hansel says he has started acting arrogant, so he's going to put him back in his place. Hansel repeats that the protagonist isn't truly his friend, only his errand boy. He says he helped the protagonist merely because he felt sorry for him, but according to Hansel, MC became arrogant after gaining a little popularity, so now he plans to humble him. Later, the bell rings and lunchtime begins. Hansel sits with the 3 bullies, and one quietly asks another whether he hooked up with his girl. The bully says yes. Then they notice Kim eating alone. One of them asks Hansel whether he is truly his errand boy, since people now know him as a capable fighter. Hansel doesn't like being questioned. So to prove it, he tells them to watch and walks directly toward the protagonist. Hansel flips MC's entire lunch tray onto him, then immediately pretends it was another accident. Once again, MC forgives him right away. He says accidents happen, and Hansel even offers to wash his clothes while apologizing. To push the act further, Hansel says he'll also treat him to a trip to the PC cafe. The 3 bullies watch in shock, amazed that he could dump an entire tray on Kim like that. When Hansel returns, he asks whether they saw how the protagonist couldn't say anything after being humiliated. Around them, other students begin wondering whether MC somehow spilled the food on himself. Lee watches all of this and still doesn't intervene. Later, Kim is wearing only his undershirt as he tries to clean himself, up after the basketball and the spilled food ruined his clothes. He remembers how Hansel acted kind and praised him earlier, so he lets it go, thinking that friends can make mistakes. After a while, they head to the PC cafe. Hansel tells the protagonist to sit down and says he'll pay for the seat. MC says he can pay for himself, but Hansel insists, again blaming his earlier mistake. Then he says he's going to the bathroom and tells MC to start first. Once Hansel leaves, Kim gets excited, thinking he's about to play games with a new friend. Then Lee and Sarah suddenly appear. They're just as surprised to see the protagonist there, and by coincidence, they all ended up at the same PC cafe. MC remembers that Lee texted him to postpone their study session, and now he understands why. He's slightly annoyed that Lee skipped studying to come here, though it also gave him the chance to come. With only a few seats remaining, Lee takes the spot at the end of the row. Kim asks Sarah whether her break still isn't over, and she says she extended it by calling her homeroom teacher. That shocks him. He didn't know she could simply do that. Sarah adds that she's staying with a friend. Their conversation is interrupted when Lee tells the protagonist to act as though they don't know each other because many students from Yongman High are there. She clearly doesn't want to be associated with him. MC thinks she's taking it too far. He remembers that she still calls him a loser even though she should have stopped long ago. Soon Hansel returns and notices that he still hasn't logged in. They begin playing, with Hansel telling Kim where to go and what to do, but they lose the first match. Hansel quickly gets angry and blames the protagonist for not doing enough. He doesn't stop there. He slams the table hard enough to cause a scene. MC thinks the loss was his fault and apologizes, but Hansel keeps raging. Then another customer tells him to be quiet. Hansel mutters that the guy should stay home if he wants silence, but Kim says they should calm down and avoid disturbing anyone. As Hansel turns back, he notices Lee and Sarah nearby. At first glance, he thinks both girls are extremely attractive. He says Lee, the short-haired one, is exactly his type. He's so worked up by her appearance that he says his blood is boiling. Kim doesn't know what to do. If this gets worse, he may have to intervene and reveal that he knows Lee. But if he remains silent, she'll never know how disgusting Hansel is being. Meanwhile, Hansel keeps staring at Lee and even grabs his crotch like a complete creep. A moment later, Lee stands and heads toward the bathroom. Seeing that, Hansel decides this is his chance to take a picture under her skirt. He quickly pulls out his phone and opens the camera, positioning it to capture a shot when Lee walks past. But just before he can take the picture, Kim grabs his hand. Hansel is stunned and wonders what the protagonist is doing. The protagonist glares at him, squeezes his arm tighter, and warns him not to do it. Hansel asks whether he knows that girl, and MC answers coldly that she's his friend. Now angry, he tightens his grip on Hansel's arm and tells him to stop. Hansel stares at him and asks what his problem is and whether he knows that girl. Kim answers that Lee is his friend. Then the protagonist squeezes even harder, warning Hansel to stop or he'll call the police. Hansel knocks MC's hand away and pulls free. As he leaves, he snaps that MC is really getting on his nerves and promises they'll settle this later. He barely had time to recover from his fight with Daebong, and now Hansel is coming after him too. The next day, Hansel suddenly storms into the cafeteria where he is sitting. He walks directly over and tells the protagonist to buy him some bread. Two girls came with him simply to watch MC get embarrassed. Confused, MC asks what Hansel is talking about. He can't understand why Hansel is suddenly ordering him to buy bread. One girl asks Hansel whether he's lost his mind because he was supposed to buy the bread himself. The other asks what his problem is, but Hansel silences them both and says he simply wants the bread. Then he turns back to Kim and brings up the sweet and sour candies from before, saying favors should go both ways. In reality, Hansel simply wants to push Kim around. The protagonist remembers what Hansel said about Lee at the PC cafe. Still angry about that, he refuses to do it. He tells Hansel that he isn't his errand boy. That catches Hansel off guard. Even the girls begin mocking him, saying he's all talk if MC can reject him like that. Hansel immediately loses his temper. He kicks Kim hard in the chest, knocking him off the chair. Then he crouches down and tells him to do this one favor, pretending that's what friends do, when really he's only trying to prove he's in control. The noise catches Lee's attention, and she notices the crowd before spotting him on the floor after Hansel's kick. Hansel keeps talking, saying he's only asking because he's busy. Kim says nothing. He simply glares at him with his jaw clenched. Hansel waits for an answer, but when the protagonist remains silent, he takes it as disrespect. He asks whether the protagonist is deaf and even insults how he was raised. The protagonist becomes even angrier, but he still doesn't strike back. Then Hansel pulls out his slapper and hits MC with it. He warns him to listen next time, because this is the last time he'll go easy on him. Hansel even tells him to ask the students from Gummyong Middle what kind of person he is. He continues boasting that he's become soft lately, and that if this were his old self, the protagonist would already be dead. After hyping himself up endlessly, Hansel becomes impressed by his own trash talk. Then he tells Kim to attack if he has a problem, and openly challenges him to a fight, acting tough for picking on someone much smaller. MC starts trembling after hearing the challenge. His mind flashes back to the PC cafe and the disgusting things Hansel said about Lee. Hansel spoke as though Lee would obviously agree if he asked her out. Back in the present, Kim steps closer, grits his teeth, and accepts the fight. Even Hansel is shocked by how firmly he responds. Later, the three bullies from before ask Hansel whether he's truly fighting and whether he's sure he'll win. Hansel laughs and says it won't even be close because he's going to destroy him. The others get excited hearing that, but deep down, Hansel isn't so certain. The protagonist's fearless response completely caught him off guard, and now he wonders whether the protagonist truly means it. Even so, Hansel decides that he has to defeat MC no matter what and put him back in his place. When one of the bullies asks what he'll use in the fight, Hansel says he has trained in boxing for 6 months, and that's what he'll use against him. Still, he keeps thinking about the look in the protagonist's eyes earlier. He didn't like it at all, and starts wondering whether the protagonist has some kind of plan or backup. Hansel tells himself that Kim only won his last 2 fights through luck, but he's still afraid of losing to someone he looks down on. If that happened, it would be humiliating. A while later, Hansel goes to the lockers and somehow gets into MC's. Inside, he finds his shoes and stuffs broken glass into them. In his mind, this isn't cowardly, it's clever. Later, the protagonist is at his locker when Lee approaches and asks whether he's really fighting Hansel that day. The protagonist says yes. Lee tells him he's rushing into it without preparing and asks whether he's sure he wants to go through with it. MC reminds her that she was the one who told him not to run the next time someone challenged him. Still, Lee says it's strange that he hates Hansel this much. He says he can't explain why, and instead of pressing him, Lee lets it go. She asks whether they should move their study session to tomorrow because of the fight, but the protagonist says they'll follow the original plan. Annoyed, Lee tells him to rest, yet the protagonist says there's no need. That makes Lee call him cruel. MC fires back that she's cruel too. Then he puts on his shoes and tells her to prepare for a long English lesson that night. The moment he slips them on, he cries out in pain. Lee quickly asks whether he's hurt. His sock is already soaked with blood. Just then, Hansel rushes in from behind and kicks the protagonist hard, sending him flying backward. Fueled by anger, Hansel says he's furious and wants to start the fight immediately, then keeps kicking while MC is still down. The blows make it difficult for MC to stand, and Hansel gets angry, demanding to know why he's lying there when they're supposed to fight. But he knows this wasn't the plan. Their fight was supposed to happen 30 minutes later. Hansel tries another kick, but the protagonist suddenly stands. The kick lands badly, and Hansel ends up injuring his own foot. He still acts tough and says he'll keep hitting the protagonist if he refuses to stand, but the pain gives him away, and he grabs his foot. Kim uses the opportunity to back away and raise his guard. He also sees that Hansel's foot is badly injured. He can't even put weight on. Then Hansel notices MC's foot too and realizes that his trap worked. He actually enjoys seeing MC hurt and even wishes he had ruined both feet. On top of that, he starts mocking him for it. He jokes that he must have hurt it playing soccer and says he'd better take care of himself before a fight if he wants any chance of winning. Since this is man-to-man, Hansel says there are no excuses. Nearby, a couple of students wonder whether a fight has broken out. Lee grits her teeth, trying to understand why Hansel appeared out of nowhere. She notices that the protagonist can barely stand on his injured foot. And once she puts the pieces together, she starts suspecting that Hansel caused it. Lee knows fighting while injured is dangerous, and she thinks MC should cancel the fight and do it another time. Kim, however, is already trying to figure out how to handle his injured foot. Hansel sees that he's in bad shape, so he wastes no time and begins using his boxing, firing jabs, and a 1-2 combination. The protagonist tries to counter, but Hansel easily slips the punch and mocks how slow he is. The crowd points out how fast Hansel is and that he clearly knows boxing. Lee doesn't think this is only about speed or boxing skill. To her, Kim is losing because the sole of his left foot is cut open and bleeding. Since he's right-handed, he needs that foot to generate power in his punches, but the injury makes his punches slow and weak. Without solid support from that front foot, he can't move properly, dodge well, or punch effectively. That's why Lee thinks MC has no real chance and should simply accept defeat. Hansel keeps boxing, hammering him with jabs and hooks that cause serious damage. After the combination, Hansel boasts that he can truly fight. The three bullies love it, calling him cool and laughing. At the same time, Philip walks past. He stops when he notices the fight. Then he realizes that one of the fighters is Kim, the first-year student everyone calls the popular loser. Meanwhile, Lee wonders what the protagonist can possibly do now. Hansel is clearly too much for him, and with that injured foot, MC feels almost helpless. For a moment, he considers giving up, but then remembers Hansel insulting Lee, and that immediately kills the idea. Still, the beating continues, and Hansel drives a straight punch into his solar plexus. The hit lands hard, and Hansel makes it clear that he's talking about himself. He says Jo Sangbum and Daebong were nothing compared with him. Then Hansel hits the protagonist again and knocks him unconscious. Even that isn't enough. He grabs the protagonist by the hair, drags him along, and tells him to open his eyes. While dragging him, Hansel says it's time for round 2. He slaps MC and tells him to wake up again. He barely opens his eyes and wonders whether there's any way to win. As his mind clears, the first person he looks at is Sarah. He wonders why she still hasn't left for the gaming session with Lee. Then an idea suddenly clicks. Kim remembers Sarah's stance, with her right arm forward and left foot set back. That stance was difficult for him to deal with before, so he copies it now and switches to southpaw against Hansel. Philip notices the change and looks impressed, though he wonders whether the protagonist did it because of his foot. Daniel adds that switching stances during a fight isn't easy. He compares it to a right-handed person trying to use chopsticks with the left hand. Fighting with the opposite hand is difficult, but MC clearly has a reason for switching. Kim moves his injured foot to the rear and stays on his toes. Even with the cut sole, that position is easier to manage. He also remembers Sarah saying that left-handed fighters often try to finish things with one clean hit. Hansel asks why he changed stances, then decides he doesn't care. All that matters is that the protagonist still wants to fight, so Hansel prepares to beat him even harder. At the same time, MC remembers Sarah telling him to train his left hand too, even though he's naturally right-handed. She warned that one day he might need to switch stances if one leg got injured, and that wasn't something he could learn in only a few tries. He had to train relentlessly and got beaten by Sarah many times while learning. After that, they sparred again and again. Now Kim knows what to do. Back in the fight, he starts reaching for Hansel's lead hand with his right arm, confusing Hansel. Earlier, Sarah told him that grabbing at an opponent's hand would annoy them, but the real opening would come once they lost their temper. That's exactly what happens. Hansel says grabbing one hand is pointless because his other hand is free, then throws a punch, but the protagonist counters even faster. With a left-handed counter, MC lands a brutal shot on Hansel. Sarah taught him to answer that reaction with a faster punch, and that's exactly what he does. a sharp, straight left that lands cleanly on Hansel. After the fight, Sarah says she's leaving and that spending time with Lee and him was fun. She also praises him, clearly noticing that he used the same tricks she taught him. The protagonist gives her full credit for teaching him so well. Lee then brings up the thing Sarah promised to do if MC won and asks when she plans to do it. Sarah admits that she did promise, while he remains completely confused about what they mean. Then, the story cuts back to the fight, where the protagonist lands another punch, this time with his right hand. Lee is watching when Sarah suddenly speaks beside her, saying Kim's left hand looks really good. Startled, Lee asks why she's there, and Sarah reminds her that they were supposed to go to the PC cafe. But Sarah gets drawn into the fight and is impressed by how much MC improved after only a week of left-hand practice. Lee quickly points out that Sarah trained him brutally hard, and now it's paying off. Then Sarah cheers him on and says she'll give him a chance if he wins. But the protagonist is too busy fighting Hansel to hear any of it. Meanwhile, Hansel can't believe the protagonist's sudden burst of energy and briefly feels like he may be in trouble. He quickly backs away to create space, knowing Kim can't chase well with his injured foot. Even after moving out of range, Hansel knows his reputation has already taken a hit. If not for his pride, he could have ended this sooner. But now MC has landed more than once, and there's no taking that back. So the only thing left is to beat him badly enough to save face. Desperate, Hansel looks around for something he can use. Then he spots a bicycle. He grabs it and slams it into the protagonist. Everyone is shocked that Hansel would go that far just to win. Kim tries to block the bicycle, but he's too exhausted to stop it. Hansel says street fights have no rules, proving he'll do anything to win. The impact is so hard that it even bends one of the tires. Right afterward, he rushes in with another flurry of punches, using his boxing to press the advantage. Even so, MC keeps staring him down while blocking every punch. Then, we get a flashback where Sarah explains the weakness of left-handed fighters. She says they struggle most when they're trapped against a wall because they need room to move backward and punch. Getting pinned leaves them open to non-stop attacks. Kim asks whether there's any way out of that situation, and Sarah says there is. Since that style relies on counters, she explains that the only answer is to counter at exactly the right moment. First, he has to keep his guard up and block until an opening appears. She also tells him to pretend he's hurt so the other guy gets excited, throws bigger punches, and leaves wider gaps. Back in the present, the protagonist does exactly that and pretends he's breaking down. Hansel falls for it and starts swinging harder, leaving more space between his attacks. Kim follows Sarah's lesson all the way through. He plants his back foot against the wall, pushes off, spots an opening, and fires a brutal straight counter. The punch crashes into Hansel's face and drops him to the ground. Sarah also told MC that if the counter didn't finish the job, he needed to get on top and start pounding his opponent. Back in the fight, he follows that plan perfectly. He gets on top of Hansel and starts hammering him. Hansel can't even understand how he ended up on the floor. He barely remembers the protagonist dropping him with that counter. Kim goes wild, yelling at Hansel to answer his question as the punches keep coming. All you can hear now is one hard punch after another landing on Hansel's face. MC is fully committed now. He's furious over what Hansel said about Lee. As the beating continues, Hansel looks toward the three bullies through blurry eyes and begs them to help him, but one of them shuts him down, saying he isn't Hansel's servant, and this is a one-on-one fight. At that point, Hansel knows it's over. He realizes he has lost, while Kim keeps hammering him with punch after punch. With no other move left, Hansel takes the coward's way out. He starts apologizing and begs Kim to stop hitting him. But while saying all that, Hansel secretly grabs a sharp shard and tries to stab the protagonist with it. The protagonist notices the trick just in time. Before the attack can land, MC catches his arm. Fed up with Hansel's dirty tricks, he unloads even harder punches, each one more vicious than the last. Kim tells Hansel he'll never forgive what he did. Then he keeps punching until Hansel finally blacks out. Once his anger cools down a little, he gets off Hansel. It's clear Hansel wet himself during the beating, while blood runs down the protagonist's fists. Once MC finally stands over the unconscious Hansel, the entire crowd is left speechless. Blood still drips from Kim's fist, and Philip enjoys the sight, thinking he might actually be pretty interesting. Later that day, Sarah says she's heading out. Before leaving, she lightly taps the protagonist's chest and tells him he fought well. She can tell he used many of the things she taught him, and she's impressed by how well he pulled them off. MC gives her all the credit instead, saying her training is what helped him win. Then Lee brings up what Sarah promised to do if Kim won and asks when she plans to do it. Sarah admits she did say something like that, while he stands there confused about what they mean. The three go quiet for a moment, and then Sarah decides to give the protagonist another chance. Right after she says that, her bus pulls up behind her. Seeing it, she quickly gets on and tells them to take care. MC excitedly says goodbye to Sarah, and the bus soon leaves. Noticing how happy he looks, Lee teases him a little. Kim quickly says he wasn't thinking anything strange about Sarah. Meanwhile, Lee tells Sarah she had a great time with her and asks her to visit again sometime. At the same time, he thinks about how Sarah's training helped him beat that crazy bully, Hansel. He knows he never would have won without her, because anger alone can only take you so far. With that in mind, the protagonist says goodbye to Lee's kind-hearted friend. Sarah sends them off with a blown kiss. Then Lee and MC get on a bus to head home. They sit close to each other when Lee breaks the silence and asks why he got so worked up during the fight. Kim stammers, asking whether she really means him because he can't admit it was because of her. Lee repeats that he completely lost control against Hansel. She's talking about the moment he snapped and started beating Hansel without holding back, staying on top of him while blood dripped from his fists. It shocked Lee because she had never seen the protagonist act that way before. Avoiding her eyes, MC says he got angry because Hansel messed with his friend. But Lee points out that MC doesn't really have any friends. In a shaky voice, Kim says he does, or at least there's someone he wants to be friends with. He's too shy to ask Lee directly, and he already thinks he knows the answer. Lee remains confused but tells him not to get that worked up again, or he may go too far. He agrees, but deep down, he feels no one could blame him after what Hansel said about Lee, his maybe friend. The story then cuts to the bullies from earlier talking trash about Hansel and calling him all talk. One laughs about Hansel wetting himself in fear. Another says he should simply quit school after being humiliated that badly. A little later, a guy rushes over to them and greets them, catching the three off guard. One of the bullies asks who he is. The guy answers so quietly that they can't hear a single word, making things even more awkward. This turns out to be Dione from Class 1-8. One bully asks what he said, and another tells him to speak louder because his voice is far too quiet. Dione walks up to one of them and asks whether he's the first-year number 1. This time they hear him, and the guy proudly says yes, boasting that he ruled middle schools before coming to Youngman High. Then he asks why Dione wants to know, even joking that maybe he wants to replace Hansel as their errand boy. Another bully says Dione is lucky because that position is open now. Dione ignores that and says he wants to become the first-year number 1. Then he asks who he has to defeat. The real number 1 starts laughing at the idea that some nobody wants his spot. He steps forward and says Dione has to beat him first. Dione immediately agrees. Then the bell rings. Smirking, the current number 1 starts to leave and tells Dione to come back later. But as he walks away, Dione says he'll count that as a victory if the guy keeps leaving. That makes him stop and ask Dione to repeat himself. Dione calmly explains that walking away now means he wants to avoid the fight, so he'll count it as a loss. That comment sets him off, and he swings at Dione. Dione easily slips past the punch and fires back with one of his own. It lands cleanly, and he doesn't stop there. He follows with a kick straight into the guy's ribs. That kick breaks his ribs and drops the number 1 to the ground. Seeing that, another bully charges in, but Dione knocks him out with a single punch to the face. The last bully somehow still thinks he has a chance after seeing all that. It goes exactly as expected. Dione takes him down in only a few moves. In just a few seconds, Dione defeats 3 large guys by himself, even though he doesn't look very strong. After that, Dione heads straight to the gym storage room to meet Invincible. The door creaks open as Dione steps inside. He stops in the middle of the room, and everyone stares, wondering who this newcomer is. One asks who he is, and another demands to know why he entered without knocking. Philip is there too. He asks whether Dione is a first year and tells him this isn't a place just anyone can enter. Dione walks up to Philip Bose and says he wants to join Invincible. Then he asks to be accepted. Philip smiles and says they don't let just anyone join. He also points out that Dione doesn't even look like much of a fighter. To prove himself, Dione says he just became the first year number 1 by defeating the previous one. Philip doesn't believe him and asks what nobody he beat before calling himself number 1. Philip adds that he won't recognize Dione until he defeats someone Philip approves of. Dione asks what he needs to do. Philip takes out his phone, shows him a picture of Kim, and tells him to defeat him in a fight. If he wins, Philip will recognize him as the true first year number 1. Dione agrees without much thought. Meanwhile, the protagonist is at a snack bar, looking around. He thinks about how it's been several days since he defeated Hansel. People still whisper when they see him, but almost nobody tries to fight him anymore. That makes MC wonder whether peaceful days have finally arrived. But for someone like him, peace at Young Minhai still seems hard to believe. Kim is at the snack bar for one reason. Lee told him to buy bread for her again. Then the loser group walks up to him. Their leader says they've already introduced themselves once, but he does it again anyway, saying they're the outcasts from other classes. That's when the protagonist finally remembers them. The leader tells MC that they've been supporting him from the sidelines. They always watch his fights and cheer him on, even when it looks like he's about to lose. He also admits they record his biggest moments and post them online. To them, a skinny loser standing up to bullies is seriously cool, and they think more people should see it. Kim then realizes these are the guys who uploaded his fight with Daebong, the same post that brought students from other schools to see him. The leader calls the protagonist the hope of their group and says it's amazing to watch a loser fight back. The protagonist starts feeling like all eyes are on him. They truly admire him, and for someone who has been a loser his entire life, hearing that kind of support feels incredible. Then the leader says they came for snacks and invites MC to join them in their club room because it's empty right now. The word clubroom catches MC off guard, so the leader explains they're all in the same club, the Anime Appreciation Club. Now Kim understands why he keeps talking about anime. As the conversation ends, he agrees to eat with them. The leader gets excited and says the others will be happy to meet him too. The protagonist soon learns that the whole group are his fans, and he can barely process it. Having fans is something he never imagined. A little later, they head to the clubroom. As the leader opens the door, he checks whether anyone is inside and sees only one person. It's Daesum, busy texting on her phone. The moment she notices the boys and MC, she turns red and quickly covers her face, clearly panicking. The others are confused, and the leader asks why she suddenly got so startled. He jokes that she must have been reading a dirty webtoon again, but Daesum quickly denies it. Kim quietly tells the leader that she was probably surprised because he isn't part of their group. Instead, the leader says Daesum is a fan too. She also thinks it's cool when a loser defeats a bully. The moment he realizes he has a female fan, his brain practically stops working. Daesum jumps up, excited to greet him, but moves too quickly and trips, falling onto her knees. The fall hurts badly. Even so, she still tries to greet Kim. Pulling herself together, she tells him she's happy to meet him. One of the members notices that her slippers don't match and asks about it. Daesum says she accidentally wore one of her father's, and he calls her clumsy. The protagonist introduces himself and says it's nice to meet her. Daesum replies that she already knows who he is. Blushing deeply, she says she has watched every one of his fights. The leader steps in and says Daesum is a huge fan, maybe even crushing on MC. MC is stunned, while Daesum quickly says she's only a fan. Then she lightly punches the leader and tells him to stop joking in front of a guest. Another member mentions that Daesum's ex-boyfriend was a loser too. She tells him to stop, but he reminds her that he was close to her ex and heard all about their relationship. The leader teases her, asking whether he has a chance with Daesum since she likes losers. She immediately says that will happen over her dead body. Watching them joke and tease one another, he realizes they must all be very close. By the end, they invite Kim to eat with them while watching an anime episode. The leader asks Daesum whether they should continue the same anime from earlier, and she agrees. Meanwhile, Lee is still waiting for the protagonist to return with her bread and is getting annoyed by how long he's taking. While they watch, the leader assumes MC must be deeply into anime. He says he barely watches any. The leader says he looks like the type who would, and the group starts trying to pull him further into anime. One member asks whether Kim wants to know what happens next, which sparks an argument. One side says spoilers ruin the fun, while the other says a show can still be enjoyable even when you know what's coming. The protagonist is amazed that they can argue so seriously about anime. Then they ask what kind of anime girl he likes. He says he's never really considered it, so they switch to asking about his type in real life. The moment Daesum hears that, her face turns red. She starts blushing before MC even answers. Then he says he wants a girl who would still accept him despite knowing he's a loser. Since Daesum feels that describes her, she starts spiraling at the thought that she may actually have a chance, saying the room feels hot. She starts unbuttoning her shirt, then freezes when she remembers she isn't wearing anything underneath her uniform. When they ask what's wrong, Daesum admits she forgot to wear something under it. After the episode ends, the group heads outside with him. One member says it's refreshing to finally meet his hero, but he gets annoyed and tells them to stop calling him that. At that moment, Daeon happens to walk past the club room. Then he finally spots the protagonist. He walks straight over and asks whether MC is the first-year number one, but MC can't understand him because he speaks so quietly. So Daeon leans closer and challenges Kim to a fight. With yet another challenger appearing, he realizes peaceful days still aren't coming. Even after defeating 3 bullies, he tells Daeon that he doesn't want to fight, but Daeon keeps pushing. One of the group members steps in and tells Daeon to back off because the protagonist already said no. That only makes Daeon angry, and he brutally beats the guy who tried to help. After that, Daeon challenges MC again. A moment later, Daesum comes out after hearing the commotion. She tells Daeon to stop acting that way. When Kim hears her call him by name, he gets confused and wonders whether she knows him. Daesum steps out and tells Daeon to stop, and the entire hallway goes silent. Now he is even more confused because Daeon and Daesum clearly know each other. With her voice trembling, Daesum again begs Daeon to stop. Hearing that, Daeon looks just as shocked as Kim. The protagonist stares with his mouth open, wondering whether they really know each other. Seeing Daeon actually stop when Daesum speaks leaves him stunned. Then Daeon leans toward MC again and challenges him once more, which only confuses MC further. The boy Daeon just beat realizes he's hopeless and asks whether he's still going around bullying people. Daeon pulls back his fist and swings at the injured boy, telling him to stay out of it. Before the punch lands, Daesum cuts in again and screams at Dupakan to stop. This time, she shouts at the top of her lungs, fed up with how awful he's being, and runs toward him to protect the boy on the floor. But her bad luck strikes again. Just as she arrives, her knee hits the boy's back, and she accidentally falls on top of him. Kim takes one look and knows that probably hurt even more than the beating. The boy looks whisked worse than he did a moment earlier. Daesum hurts her elbow too. After getting off Gwangtae, she quickly asks whether he's okay, but he's already unconscious. Panicking, she tells Guangtae to wake up and shakes him so hard that the leader warns her she'll break his bones at this rate. Strangely, Du Pekong Tai Evan looks slightly worried about Guangtae. Still, that's as far as it goes. He mutters something to his group, then walks away. The moment he leaves, Guangtae tells Dasam to stop shaking him because he weighs awake. Kim simply stands there, confused that Du Pekong is really leaving. He's also trying to figure out who Du Pekong is and how he knows Dasam. In the middle of all that, he remembers he was supposed to buy bread for Lee, so he rushes to the cafeteria. Later, on the rooftop, the protagonist tells Lee everything that happened near the club room. She barely cares about his problems and makes that clear immediately. Then Lee warns him not to keep her waiting again. Kim quickly apologizes for being stupid. While they talk, Lee eats her bread while sitting on MC's as though he's a chair. Before long, the weight starts getting to him. To him, this feels even worse than when Sangbom used to bully him. He's reached his limit. And then it happens. He collapses and Lee falls on top of him too. She immediately calls him a pervert, certain he did it on purpose to touch her. No matter what the protagonist does, he gets blamed. After that, MC thinks about everything that has happened since school started. Ever since Lee taught him to fight, he has faced Sangbong, Daebong, and Hansol and somehow defeated all three. After beating Hansol, Kim thought people would stop challenging him. What he failed to understand was that winning would bring even more trouble. That's exactly what's happening now. Instead of backing off, more and more people challenge him every day, and he has no way to stop it. He can ignore them or fight back. Those are basically his only options. Later, one bully even challenges him just to protect his unbeaten record. So Kim isn't only being flooded with fights. People still see him as some weak loser. Even after he defeated 3 guys much bigger than him, he can't understand why they're all so determined to take him down. So he runs away and says he doesn't want to fight. But running doesn't really solve anything when he has to see the same people again the next day. Back home, the protagonist wonders whether everyone still picks on him because he's weak, or because defeating Hansel failed to impress anyone. Lee tells him to stop overthinking it. He simply needs to become stronger. She knows MC can't avoid these fights forever, so the only answer is to make him strong enough to win. Kim sees her point and agrees. So Lee decides today's lesson will be about powering up a move he learned earlier. It combines a front kick with a side kick. Lee tells him to strike from the middle, angle, and use the base of his foot, not the top. That's why it's called the instep kick. She also tells him to target a weak spot, the liver, when kicking with his left foot. So the move is called the liver instep kick. Lee throws a shadow kick to demonstrate it. Her foot stops right in front of Kim's face, and he notices it doesn't smell bad at all. In fact, it barely has any smell. Lee asks why he suddenly became quiet. Then she realizes he's actually sniffing her foot. That gets him hit with the liver instep kick for real, and the protagonist drops to the ground. Lee glares at him and asks whether he has some kind of foot fetish. Kim lies there in pain, unable to move, but at least he now knows exactly how much the liver instep kick hurts. Lee even says this one move can end a fight with a single hit if it lands correctly. Then she tells him to get up, because training isn't over, but MC looks completely finished. The next morning, he sneaks into class, clearly trying not to draw attention from any bullies. He heads toward his desk when someone pokes him from behind. The protagonist turns around and sees Davos. She says she needs to talk and immediately gets to the point. MC instantly starts panicking, wondering what she wants to say. Then his mind begins racing. She came to class early just to find him, and she says she has something important to tell him. On top of that, she looks nervous. Kim becomes completely convinced that she's about to confess. Then Davos shocks him. She wants him to fight Seo Duyan for her. The request leaves him frozen. Once the shock fades a little, the protagonist asks what she means by wanting him to fight Doyan. Daisum says she means exactly that. MC asks whether Doyun is the guy who appeared outside the clubroom and beat up Guangtai. She confirms it and says she overheard classmates talking about how Doyun wants to fight MC. One of them even asked whether Doyun was targeting him because he had become famous. Daesum kept listening to the entire conversation. That's how she learned about a group called Invincible that had just started accepting new members. Their entrance test is simple. Defeat the protagonist in a one-on-one fight. The bullies laugh about it because they still think MC is weak. To them, that test sounds easy. So from what Daesum heard, Doyun is determined to defeat him so he can join Invincible. Another guy says he wants to join too, explaining that Invincible is an elite group for gangsters, which is why he's interested. It's connected to real gangs, and after graduation, members are immediately given work. He even says the news once reported that young gangsters made millions quickly. Hearing all this leaves Daesum stunned. That's everything she learned by overhearing her classmates. Kim is terrified. He has somehow become the target people must defeat to join a dangerous gang. Then Daesum reveals that Dayan is her childhood friend. The shocking part is that Dayan used to be a good kid. Then he started fighting, and things kept getting worse. Now that he's older, he's involved in even darker things. Daesum doesn't believe that's who Dayan truly is, and she's afraid he'll sink even deeper if this continues. That's why she came to Kim. She wants him to defeat Daeun and make him realize that this path isn't right for him. But the protagonist feels completely trapped. To him, all of this is far too much. The fact that he has become some gang's entrance exam target sounds insane. He never wanted any of this, and now he wants no part of it. With a shaky voice, MC admits he isn't confident about fighting again. More than that, he doesn't think he can win. Then he admits the painful truth. He's just a nobody trying his best not to get bullied. Trying not to sound rude, he tells Daesum that asking him to defeat Doyun and change his life is too much. No matter what his past was, the protagonist apologizes and says he can't do what she's asking. Realizing she can't persuade him, Daesum starts panicking. She clearly hoped the protagonist had some way to stop Doyun, but that hope falls apart. Then she suddenly starts crying and apologizes for asking him at all. She says sorry again, insisting she didn't mean to cry, then tries to leave. But being her usual clumsy self, Daesum trips and falls again. She scrapes her knees, and Kim immediately asks whether she's okay. Daesum quickly gets back up, says she's fine, and rushes out of the room. After she leaves, MC starts putting everything together. Now he knows he's the target of Invincible's entrance test. That finally explains why so many people keep challenging him. The problem is that he still has no idea what to do. Later that night, Kim tells Lee about it while she scrolls through her phone. Her advice is simple: go directly to the gang that made him their target. He isn't sure what Lee means. Lee tells the protagonist to make a deal with Invincible and force them to stop targeting him. The problem is that MC doesn't know who leads Invincible or where to find them. Once again, Lee ends up saving him. She says she knows some girls she smokes with during breaks, so she'll ask them. Kim points out that Lee claimed she didn't have any friends. Lee quickly explains that those girls aren't her friends. They only smoke together. While they talk, one of them texts back and sends a photo of Invincible's leader. The moment Lee sees it, she realizes it's Philip. She tells him that Philip was present during his fights. Then she shows Kim the photo and says he can usually be found in the gym equipment room. The next morning after school, the protagonist gathers his courage and heads there to speak with Philip. But the moment he steps inside, he freezes. This isn't just one group. It's an entire gang alliance, and MC feels tiny beside them. Some of the guys surround him and ask whether he even knows where he is. Still, he pushes through, walks up to Philip, and introduces himself. Philip already knows who he is and asks why he came. Even though his voice trembles, Kim gets to the point and asks whether Philip made him the target of Invincible's entrance test. Philip immediately says yes. He admits that the protagonist's fights entertain him, so he decided to make him the test. Earlier, Philip announced that anyone who defeated MC would earn a place in Invincible and all the benefits that came with it. But there were rules: no ambushing Kim, no group attacks, and anyone who wanted to join had to challenge him properly. With the gang watching, the first person to defeat him in a fair fight would get in. Philip knows that placed a huge target on the protagonist's back, but he doesn't care. MC asks what happens if he refuses to fight. Philip says it won't remain a fair challenge. It'll become a forced one. He knows this is completely unfair, but he has no power here. Then he remembers Lee's words. If he becomes stronger, he can win. That gives him an idea. The protagonist makes a deal with Philip. If he defeats one challenger, Invincible has to leave him alone. After a moment, Philip agrees and says he'll back off if Kim wins that fight. MC makes him promise to keep his word. A few weeks later, he stands in the middle of a crowd, face to face with Doyeon. This time, he's fighting to win for real. Usually, Kim is the one being talked down to, but now he talks back. He tells Doyeon that he's heard he's excellent at striking and says he'll defeat him at that very skill. A crowd gathers to watch the protagonist and Doyeon fight. MC stares Doyeon down and says he'll defeat him using only strikes. Since Doyeon is known for his powerful attacks, MC is challenging him in his own specialty. Doyeon looks thrown off and doesn't know how to respond. 4 weeks earlier, in the gym equipment room, he asked Philip what would happen if he won. Before Philip could answer, he said that if he won, all the guys targeting him had to back off. Laughing, Philip agreed and said he'd stop bothering the protagonist if he could defeat one of them. Kim decided that the word of a major gang leader was good enough and chose to fight Doyeon. Later that day, he stands watch while Lee smokes. MC, worried about her health, asks why she keeps smoking when she knows it's harmful. Annoyed that he keeps interfering, Lee snaps at him and tells him to mind his own business. Then she asks whether Invincible will truly leave him alone if he wins, and he says yes. After finishing her cigarette, Lee says those guys clearly have nothing better to do. For a moment, it sounds like she's supporting Kim, but then she ruins it. She says picking on a loser, like the protagonist, isn't even entertaining because he's too boring. MC turns to her and asks whether she truly thinks he can defeat Doyeon. He reminds her that he was the one who issued the challenge, but now he isn't sure whether he can survive the fight, let alone win it. Seeing him spiral again, Lee repeats what she told him before. It doesn't matter who the opponent is. He simply has to win. She adds that even if he's weak and no one cares about him, he still has an excellent teacher, so he shouldn't worry about pointless things. Her words calm him down, and Kim realizes that Lee truly helps when it matters. Of course, Lee immediately returns to normal and hands him her bag to Harry. He groans and asks when she'll stop making him do that. Lee immediately shuts him down, saying she's far above him, so carrying her bag is the least he can do. Mean or not, the protagonist has no choice but to accept it. Later, he and Lee peek through a window to get a look at Doyeon. At first glance, Lee says Doyeon looks fairly average. His build doesn't seem much larger, and the weight difference isn't very big either. Compared with Sangbum and Daebong, he actually looks easier to fight. So Lee thinks Kim may have a better chance. Then someone suddenly taps MC from behind. He turns and sees Daebong, asking what they're doing. As soon as MC recognizes her, Lee asks whether he knows her. He explains that Daesum is Doyeon's childhood friend and says he was also considering asking for her help. Lee agrees that it could help them learn more about Doyeon. Meanwhile, Daesum is so stunned by Lee's appearance that she can barely speak. She's so distracted by Lee that she hardly hears the conversation. Lee, confused by Daesum's strange behavior, simply stares. Then Doyeon asks Kim what kind of relationship he has with Lee and whether she's his girlfriend. The moment she says that, Lee explodes. She steps close and warns Doyeon that she can beat her up even though they just met. Realizing Lee is completely serious, Doyeon quickly apologizes. The protagonist jumps in and tries to stop things from getting worse. Since Daesum knows Doyeon well, Lee tells her to share everything. Kim suggests they move somewhere private so nobody overhears them. A little later, the three head to the clubroom. There, Daezoom asks whether MC truly plans to fight Doyeon, and MC says yes. She thinks he's doing it to bring Doyeon back to his senses. But Lee has no idea what they're discussing. He clears it up, saying he's doing this for his own reasons, not for anyone else. Still, since he is going to fight Doyeon, he wants as much information as possible. Daezoom thinks for a moment and realizes it has been a long time since she last spoke to Doyeon. She says they used to take martial arts classes together, though she doesn't know whether he still trains. What she does remember is that Doyeon continued for 3 years while she quit after only 3 months. The moment they hear that he trained for 3 full years, Lee realizes Kim's chances have dropped sharply. She asks Daezoom whether Doyeon ever competed in tournaments. Daezoom says he did and won every single one. That answer says everything. The protagonist quickly points out that he knows martial arts too. But Lee reminds him that he has only trained for a few months while Doyeon trained for years. Then Daezoom remembers that videos of Doyeon's matches are on YouTube and pulls them up. She plays his debut fight where his skill is immediately obvious. His dodging, movement, and strikes are all sharp. He wins by knockout in only 15 seconds. As the video ends, Lee grabs her head in shock. She can already tell that defeating Doyeon won't be easy. Kim tells her not to give up on him. She's his teacher after all. That's when Daezoom learns that Lee is a fighter too. She stares in surprise, and Lee asks what her problem is. MC pulls Daezoom back on topic and asks whether she knows anything else about Doyeon that could help him win. After thinking for a moment, Daezoom mentions one thing about Doyeon, though she isn't sure whether it counts as a weakness. Once she explains it, Lee becomes convinced they can use it and that Kim may actually have a chance. He tells Daezoom to stay focused and asks about any weakness Doyeon might have since they used to spar often. After thinking, she says one thing comes to mind, but she isn't sure whether it matters here. Lee says she'll decide that herself and tells Daezoom to simply explain it. After hearing her out, Lee realizes this flaw could work against Doyeon. Later that day, Lee prepares the protagonist for training. This session is built around one goal: finding a way for him to defeat Doyeon. Daezoom comes along too. Lee asks why she's there when nobody invited her. Daezoom says she's also a martial artist and may be useful. Lee accepts that but warns her not to interfere or she's out. Kim gets excited for the session and wonders whether Daezoom can truly help. Lee notices that Daezoom is wearing too many layers and assumes she must be hot. Daezoom starts unzipping her outer clothing and removes it. Underneath, she's already wearing tight training gear. Lee immediately freaks out and asks what kind of outfit that is. With a cute expression, Daezoom reminds her that they said today would be wrestling practice. We cut back to the previous day when Kim and Lee asked Daezoom about Doyeon's weakness. The only thing she could think of was that he focused almost entirely on striking at the gym and barely practiced grappling, even though it's a major part of MMA. The moment Lee hears that, something clicks in her mind. MC asks what that means, and Lee checks with Daezoom again to make sure Doyeon learned striking, but ignored grappling. Daezoom immediately confirms it and adds that Doyeon hates close physical contact, so he never wanted to learn grappling. Lee sees that he still doesn't understand, so she explains it more clearly. Grappling means things like wrestling and jitsu. Then she explains that MMA has 2 main parts: striking and grappling. Striking includes boxing, kickboxing, and Muay Thai. Grappling includes techniques such as throws and chokes. In MMA, you really need both, though some fighters focus only on the side they prefer. That also explains why Lee was so hesitant when Kim first asked her to train him. Teaching this kind of fighting required getting extremely close, far too close for her comfort. Still, she changed her mind because she truly wanted to enter the University of Seoul. The protagonist finally understands. Doyeon is strong at striking, but weak at grappling. Lee says that means they may actually have a chance. No matter how skilled Doyeon is at striking, it won't save him if he gets caught in a submission. So Lee decides that starting the next day, they'll focus entirely on grappling practice. Back in the present, it's wrestling day, and Lee tells Daisum she didn't need to dress up this much for MMA. Then she begins the lesson and says that today, they'll learn the underhook and armpit digging. Being just as clueless as Kim, Daisum raises her arm, sticks a hand into her armpit, and asks whether that's what armpit digging means. Lee explodes at that and warns her again not to fool around or she'll be kicked out. Then she calls MC over to demonstrate the move properly. She slides her arm under his armpit almost like she's hugging him. From behind, Daisum jokes that armpit digging simply means giving a nice hug. That sets Lee off again, and she snaps at Daisum for interfering. After calming down, Lee continues the lesson and says the move she just demonstrated is called a headlock. Next, she shows how that headlock leads into a two-handed grip. Once the grip is secured, the fighter has to lift the opponent and throw them across. That technique is called a body lock takedown. Lee tells Kim that after the takedown, he has to finish with a choke. She says they'll practice wrestling non-stop from now on. Her plan is for the protagonist to use everything he has learned, add this takedown, and somehow drag Duyan to the ground. Once Duyan is down, MC has to end the fight with a submission. Lee even chooses Daisum as the practice dummy. She asks Daisum's weight and learns that she's around 50 kilos. Then Lee tells Kim to practice the techniques on her. On his first attempt, he leaves Daisum stuck in an awkward position. He's mostly rotating his body during the takedown instead of using his hips properly. After a long session, Lee notices that he's already exhausted, so she decides they also need to improve his stamina. She starts him with belly crawls to strengthen his upper body. After that, she makes him do pull-ups to train his back. Then comes battle rope training. By the end of the exhausting day, the three sit down for dinner, and Kim brings ramen for everyone. While they eat, Lee asks Daisum why she doesn't speak to Doyeon herself and try to straighten him out, since they were childhood friends. Daisum says they haven't truly spoken in a long time. They used to be close, but things became awkward, and they drifted apart. Back when they trained in martial arts together, Doyeon started turning into a bully. And that's when Daisum pulled away from him. Lee asks what their relationship was like before that. After a short pause, Daisum says they used to visit each other's homes all the time. In the mornings, Doyeon would even come and pick her up so they could walk to school together. He also helped her with homework, and if her academy ended late, he waited and walked her home. After hearing all that, Lee says it sounds like Doyeon liked her. Daisum completely loses it and can't believe what she just heard. Elsewhere, a group of students is hanging out together. While everyone else talks, Doyeon sits by himself, sketching on a sheet of paper, and it turns out he's drawing Daisum. The gathering continues and everyone seems to be having fun, except Doyeon. He just keeps drawing Daisum again and again. One guy says he dropped out of school too. When asked why, he says his homeroom teacher kept nagging him for not greeting him properly, so he punched the teacher in the face and quit. The others actually praise him for acting tough. Daisum says nothing and keeps drawing. One of the guys, Seiyushu, says men like them have heroic blood and never bow to anyone. Soon, we learn that all of them dropped out and Doyeon is the only one still attending Youngmin High. One guy says quitting that terrible school and making money is far better than attending the University of Seoul. Of course, making money takes skill or at least some intelligence, and this group doesn't seem to have much of either, except perhaps Doyeon. Seiyushu tells Doyeon to endure school a little longer, even if it is miserable. As long as Doyeon remains there, their crew can build ties with the Invincible gang. That also explains why Doyeon wants to join that gang so badly. Sakshu asks whether he's gotten in yet, but learns that he hasn't and is still working on it. Another guy wonders why it's taking so long when the gang accepts anyone who can fight. Since Doyeon clearly qualifies, they don't understand why he still hasn't joined. So they tell him to hurry up and make it happen for the sake of his friends, saying it would greatly help their business. The important thing is for Doyeon to finish the job. Another guy asks Sokju what kind of business he means. Sokju tells him to trust him and says he'll buy all of them cars. Then he gives a small hint. It's a coin investment deal. The crew is amazed and starts treating Sokju like the intelligent one of the group. He doubles down, saying this business is far better than attending Seoul University. So Sokju tells Doyeon again to hurry. Invincible runs many businesses, and getting close to them would help their crew greatly. Doyeon quietly says he understands. Then Seiyushu takes out a watch box and gives it to him, saying he got it while closing a deal with someone. One of the others notices that the watch looks expensive and asks why he didn't get one too. Seiyushu says he already has a watch. It's a galaxy watch, which is known for being expensive. Seiyushu puts the watch on Doyeon's wrist and says there's nothing strange about one friend giving another a watch. Once it's on, Seiyushu points out that it fits Doyeon perfectly. A girl in the crew, Choi Subin, says she wants to see Doyeon's watch, too. Since she's sitting right beside him, she leans closer and realizes he looks even better up close. Using the watch as an excuse, she makes her move. She leans in even closer and tries to kiss him. Before she can, Doyeon pushes her away, stands up, and heads out. Seoju stops him and asks where he's going. Doyeon says he's going for a walk. He looks clearly annoyed and doesn't seem interested in fooling around with other girls. The only person on his mind is Daesum. After he leaves, Choi, embarrassed by the rejection, asks whether Doyeon is a eunuch. Seoju laughs and says that's simply how Doyeon is. He jokingly offers himself instead, but Choi rejects him even more harshly than Doyeon rejected her. Later that night, Doyeon walks through the city. His head is pounding, and he assumes it's from breathing in too much smoke. He's also in a terrible mood. If anyone starts a fight with him now, they had better hope they make it out safely. Before long, a large man bumps into Doyeon. He's with several other tough-looking men. Then he tells Doyeon that the least he can do is apologize. Doyeon says nothing. He simply turns and glares at the man. The guy notices how young he looks and asks whether he's in high school. Then he mocks him for remaining silent. A moment later, he starts interrogating Doyeon about which school he attends, naming schools all over Seoul. That's when Doyeon finally answers, but not with words. He spins into a kick and slams it straight into the man's face, saying he's from Youngmin High School. Doyeon wanted a peaceful day, but people keep provoking him. Some only learn after being beaten down, and Doyeon is ready to teach them. Shocked by the sudden kick, the man orders his guys not merely to grab Doyeon, but to kill him. The men close in and charge, but Doyeon doesn't even flinch. He's certain he can defeat all of them without much effort. The first attacker comes from behind with a punch, but Doyeon dodges it without even looking. Then he drives a knee into the man's chin. After that, the entire group attacks from every direction, and Doyeon defeats them one by one. He slips past their swings so easily that they almost seem to be moving in slow motion. Then he strikes each one in the most painful places, ensuring they won't get back up to fight again. One of them, enraged by the humiliation, snaps that now he's truly going to kill Doyeon. Doyeon remains calm. If they want to kill him, they'll need to be faster than him, and they clearly aren't. Before the man can even grab him, Doyeon throws a punch and knocks him out instantly. In no time, he has defeated the entire group by himself. People nearby start calling the police after seeing the fight, but they're too late. Doyeon has already finished with them. He walks away thinking it wasn't interesting at all. Then the protagonist comes to mind. Along with Philip's promise that defeating the protagonist would make him number 1, Doyeon starts wondering whether MC will actually be difficult or simply another easy victory. Meanwhile, Kim keeps training with Lee. The training is brutal. Lee even steps on his stomach while he does pull-ups, and she teaches him grappling, one of the most important parts of MMA. After all that training, 3 weeks pass. One morning, Kim grabs his school shirt from the closet and starts putting it on. Thanks to Lee, he has become more muscular, and the hard training is clearly paying off. While he's pulling on the shirt, Lee appears at his open door and asks whether he's ready for school. The protagonist gets startled because he didn't expect her to walk in while he was still shirtless. MC quickly tells her to knock first, but Lee throws the blame back at him, saying he shouldn't have taken so long. Then she asks whether today is the day he fights Doyeon. Kim's expression hardens as he says yes, it is. Lee asks whether he's at least a little confident. That makes him think back on all the training they did, and he realizes he's ready. He trained too hard to back down now, and he tells himself he has to do this no matter what. That afternoon, the entire school gathers around the protagonist and Doyeon. In the crowd, the loser group stands near Lee and Dae-sung, with Dae-sung hiding herself so no one notices her. Their leader is thrilled to be this close to Kim for the first time and can't wait to see what happens. One of them says it feels like watching a martial arts match, and another hopes MC wins. Lee overhears them and tells them to be quiet, but the group's leader says the fight hasn't even begun, so they can still talk. Lee snaps back that this isn't a game. Meanwhile, Dae-sung hopes Doyeon loses. Philip is there too, along with Daniel and their men, to oversee the match. Doyeon's crew also appears, expecting him to defeat Kim. They're counting on that victory to help them get close to invincible and use that connection for themselves. At the same time, Kim and Doyeon stare each other down, each trying to read the other. Lee hopes the protagonist still remembers their plan. The protagonist tells Doyeon he'll defeat him at his own game, then gestures for him to come forward. The crowd notices MC is trying to get under Doyeon's skin and finds it funny, though they're even more eager to see what happens next. Doyeon, however, is confused by his sudden confidence and asks where it's coming from. He reminds Kim that he has never lost. In response, the protagonist says he has never lost either. Now it's a clash between two fighters who both believe they're unbeatable. They take their stances, and Doyeon moves first with a straight punch. MC barely leans back in time to avoid it. The attack is so fast that he nearly gets caught. Even so, his nose still seems to take some damage. Just as he expected, Doyeon is incredibly fast, and he knows one clean hit could cause serious trouble. Even Philip looks impressed that Kim avoided Doyeon's first strike. Doyeon doesn't wait long before throwing another jab, and this time he follows it with a right. Straight. The protagonist somehow avoids that one too. It's obvious that he trained hard for this and came prepared to dodge. Doyeon's speed. Meanwhile, Seoju wonders why MC keeps dodging instead of attacking. To him, MC looks like a coward. Daniel sees it differently. Dodging is fine, but if he keeps moving backward, he won't get a chance to counter. He can tell the protagonist is trying to maintain distance, but if he wants to win, he'll have to move closer and attack. Just then, Doyeon throws another punch, and the protagonist ducks beneath it again. The loser group starts yelling for MC to finally fight back and end it quickly. Then, immediately after dodging, MC shocks everyone by slapping Doyeon hard across the face. Even Philip is caught off guard by the slap. The loser group erupts too. They're thrilled that he finally fought back. Doyeon keeps throwing punches, but Kim keeps responding with slaps, and the crowd can't believe that's his chosen weapon. The protagonist tells Doyeon that he watched all his fight clips on YouTube, and after seeing them, he doesn't think Doyeon is very impressive. He even says he can defeat Doyeon using only his open hands. MC is clearly provoking him, and it works. In a flashback, Lee warns him that Doyeon's striking is on another level. If he fights normally, he'll definitely lose. So they create a plan. First, make Doyeon angry enough to lose focus. The real move comes after that. Back in the present, Kim notices Doyeon's punches becoming wider. The taunting is working. Doyeon throws another punch, and the protagonist slips away again. Then MC lands another slap. That only makes Doyeon angrier. Doyeon keeps attacking, certain he can still turn the fight around, but Kim avoids every blow. Philip notices that he is extremely good at retreating out of danger. The protagonist keeps slapping Doyeon, and the crowd is stunned. Seokju can't understand why Doyeon keeps falling for it and thinks he looks ridiculous, getting slapped around by a loser. Doyen is furious now and wants to finish this quickly. His anger is taking control, exactly as MC intended, and he throws another attack. This punch carries even more power. Doyen thinks he can crush him right here, but MC isn't going down that easily. The protagonist realizes Doyen will swing again as soon as he steps in, so he prepares. Just as expected, Doyen attacks, but the protagonist slips inside and catches him with an underhook. In an earlier flashback, Lee told the protagonist that their entire plan depended on deception. She told him to pretend it was a striking match, then suddenly use the underhook to drag Doyen down. Since Doyen doesn't know ground fighting, Lee believes he won't be prepared for. Kim follows Lee's lesson perfectly. He locks Doyen in the underhook and secures the two-handed grip Lee taught him. Once the hold is tight, MC lifts Doyen and slams him with a suplex. The plan is finally working. Doyen reacts exactly as expected and tries to attack again. That allows Kim to slip into the underhook. He locks his hands together just as Lee taught him. Then he drives Doyen down with another suplex, and the strategy keeps working. After securing both hands, together, the protagonist commits fully and throws Doyen with a suplex. He's determined to make this work because he has to win no matter what. When Doyen hits the ground, the slam looks brutal. Even Philip can tell that the suplex hurt, especially on concrete. Kim knows the setup worked. He got Doyen down, and now he only needs a submission to finish the fight. To win, MC quickly wraps around Doyen's limbs and locks in a choke. It's a triangle choke. Earlier, Lee told him that this jujitsu hold is nearly impossible to escape. If he could trap Doyen and make him lose consciousness, the fight would be his. So in the present, Kim is certain he has finally taken control and won. The protagonist fully believes the fight is over, but fighting Doyen is never that simple. Daniel thinks it's finished too. He closes his book and prepares to leave, impressed by how much MC prepared. Still, that doesn't mean the match is actually over. He's also surprised that Kim chose to end the school fight with a submission. As Daniel starts walking away, Philip stops him and admits that escaping a jujitsu hold like this should be almost impossible. But he says this situation has one exception. Doyen starts fighting against the triangle choke, trying to force his way out. Without using anything fancy, he escapes by flipping Kim over. Philip explains that a triangle choke can be broken when the trapped fighter is simply much stronger and more physical than the one applying. Sometimes raw strength is enough, and that's exactly what happened. Doyen escaped a hold that Lee believed was impossible to break. The crowd is stunned, and Lee is too. She can't believe Doyen escaped and wonders whether he used a bridge. Dezem, standing beside her, has no idea what that means and asks whether Lee is talking about the one in her hair. Annoyed, Lee grabs Dizem in a headlock and says she could do better than Kim. The loser group rushes over and tells her to release Dizem. Lee explains that a bridge is a move used to escape from the mount. She says you thrust with your hips, push the person on top forward, and then slip out. What she can't understand is how Doyen did that without grappling training. To Lee, it looked like something only a grappler would know, but Dezem repeats what Doyen said before. He never took grappling classes. After hearing that, Lee concludes that he may have done it through pure instinct because he knew he was in real danger. Doyen gets back up and resets his stance, ready to continue. The protagonist also rises, but he's clearly in pain, especially in his head. At this point, Doyen realizes the protagonist came far more prepared than expected. MC, however, is shaken that the move he practiced for so long failed to finish the fight. He knows he can't defeat Doyen head-on and needs another takedown somehow, but he has no clear answer. That's his weakness. He relies too heavily on Lee's lessons and struggles to improvise. Still, he decides to go for the ground again because it almost worked. He throws a jab as a fake strike and plans to duck immediately afterward and shoot for a tackle. A second later, he puts that plan into action, but it backfires. As the protagonist dips after the fake jab, something goes wrong. Doyen has finally figured him out. He reads the fake and sees the takedown coming, so Do-yeon drives a knee straight into MC's head. The impact sounds brutal, as if it could crack a skull, but MC somehow remains conscious and can still fight. Seok-shu thinks that's the end for him. Lee is shocked that Do-yeon countered so directly. The protagonist drops, then forces himself back together, showing just how tough he is. MC starts wondering whether Do-yeon has figured out all his tackles. Then Do-yeon asks whether he's trying to fight with grappling now, confirming it. Do-yeon has figured out the plan. Even so, Kim thinks mixing his attacks might still let him get close. He throws a quick 1-2 and tries to force Do-yeon down once he's near. But that plan fails. 2 when he gets blasted by another punch under the chin. Do-yeon tells him that the problem is simple. To tackle him, the protagonist has to get close, and Do-yeon doesn't believe he can. Now confident, Do-yeon keeps punching and starts piling on damage. It's as if he can read everything MC wants to do. That gives him complete control of the fight. Kim stops dodging and starts blocking instead, but those blocks still allow a lot of damage through, and it becomes harder and harder for him to keep going. Lee can't understand why he has stopped dodging or countering and is simply standing there taking hits on his guard. Kim realizes he's losing sight of the goal and forces himself to refocus. Since the takedowns aren't working, he decides to try boxing Do-yeon instead. That also goes badly, because the protagonist starts throwing wild punches without any real plan. Even Lee becomes frustrated, knowing that kind of swinging won't help him win. Do-yeon keeps slipping every punch with ease, leaving MC striking nothing but air. So MC abandons striking again and returns to tackling. But that isn't working anymore either. Do-yeon reads every move and punishes Kim harshly for each one. Then he lands a heavy kick and a loud slap that rocks him. It's obvious the protagonist has no clean escape from this beating, and Do-yeon's crew starts cheering after seeing how well he's fighting. At the same time, Daniel asks Philip whether Kim has any chance left. After taking a brutal beating, MC gets back up and looks at himself. He can tell that he's barely holding on, and now the danger feels real. He has never felt this hopeless in a fight before. To him, Do-yeon feels like an impossible wall. Tears fill his eyes as he begins thinking this may be the fight he loses. Do-yeon surpasses him in strength, skill, and mentality. And now even his tackles are getting read. No matter what the protagonist tries, he can't land even a minor hit. At first, he thought this would be easy because Do-yeon didn't understand his style. But now that Do-yeon has figured it out, countering him takes almost no effort. The protagonist has no answer. All he can do is hope for a miracle, but reality hits hard. Then Do-yeon fires another straight punch. Kim raises his hands to block it, but the straight turns into an uppercut that snaps into his chin. MC never sees it coming, and Do-yeon follows with another brutal blow. Using that jab, Do-yeon closes the distance even further. Philip notices the feint immediately. Do-yeon sold the jab, then switched to an uppercut. That alone tells him that Do-yeon truly knows how to fight. Daniel, however, thinks it's already over and feels that staying to watch is pointless. Then Do-yeon kicks Kim and sends him crashing into the wall. He rushes in immediately afterward and unleashes a non-stop barrage. Kim can do little except keep his guard up and block what he can. Now he's trapped in a corner again, just like before against Hansel, and that memory doesn't help. As the punches keep coming, Kim wonders what he's supposed to do. Is this really how he's going to lose? Then he remembers the bullies who challenged him one-on-one simply because they wanted to join Invincible, something the protagonist hadn't even known. He finally snaps and tells himself he doesn't want to remain someone else's toy. He wants to live as his own person and create his own name. His eyes show that he's sick of being pushed around. Fueled by that anger, MC breaks through Do-yeon's barrage and yells at him to leave him alone, to let him live peacefully, then starts swinging wildly again. Seeing Kim explode like that, the crowd finds it pathetic. Do-yeon tells him those amateur punches will never land, then shows him what a real punch looks like and drives one in. He follows it with a brutal kick to Kim's leg. The pain is so intense that he screams. Even so, Doyen can tell he's still standing after everything, and that toughness actually impresses him. Still, Doyen doesn't stop. He keeps hammering the protagonist while he's pinned against the wall. With nowhere to go, MC remains there and blocks, taking more and more damage. He's badly injured now, and one of his feet has begun to swell. After everything he's endured in this long fight, he's nearly out of energy. If he doesn't find a way out soon, he's going to lose. Lee becomes worried as she watches. She can tell the fight is going nowhere for Kim, so she tells Dae-sam that it's time to use their backup plan. When Dae-sam hesitates, Lee insists they must do it. In a flashback, she told the protagonist that if wrestling and jujitsu failed, they would use one secret move. Lee is certain Doyen will fall for it. Even though Kim and Dae-sam still don't know the full plan, she told MC that she would signal him at the right moment, and that signal would be her shouting Dae-sam's name. Back in the present, Lee gives the signal. Dae-sam removes the disguise, pulls back her hood, and starts cheering for him. Then she goes even further and begins insulting Doyen, calling him trash and saying he isn't even worth noticing. She tells the protagonist to win and defeat that bully. Doyen turns and realizes the voice belongs to Dae-sam, his childhood crush and possibly his first love. Lee is counting on the fact that he still has feelings for her, and as far as she sees it, this kind of provocation is fair in a real fight. Trash talk happens constantly in MMA, and Lee calls this the second's distraction strategy. Dae-sam keeps going, throwing even more insults at Doyen. Hearing those words from her, Doyen almost wishes he were deaf. He can't bear hearing them from Dae-sam. The crowd is stunned and confused, but one thing is obvious: Doyen is deeply humiliated. Behind him, Kim remains still and watches, wondering whether the provocation worked, since Lee told him to keep going if it did. MC asks Doyen whether he's crying like a baby. Doyen turns around and Kim sees real tears on his face. Now he knows the taunting worked, but that also means he has to face a furious Doyen. What happens next is unclear, except for one thing: Doyen has completely lost control. He opens with a punch filled with raw power, but Kim ducks. The blow crashes straight into the concrete wall instead. Even after hitting it that hard, Doyen doesn't react to the pain. The protagonist realizes just how angry he must be. Doyen swings again and tells MC to be quiet, but MC dodges the 1-2 and notices that his movements are getting much larger. That makes them easier to read and avoid. Before, Doyen stayed tight and efficient, but now his rage is opening him up. He's too emotional and it's making him sloppy. When fighters lose their composure, they forget the basics and leave openings. Kim only needs to find one, and with Doyen's punches getting wider and his guard rising, his body is more exposed than before. That's the opening he needs. He lines up the liver kick Lee taught him, then drives an instep liver kick into Doyen. It hurts him badly, but Kim doesn't stop there. He wants to end the fight. Now, the protagonist leaps onto Doyen from behind and locks in a rear-naked choke, telling him to go to sleep as he tries to finish it. Then the story jumps back to elementary school, to classroom 3-4. A bully is picking on a little girl and mocking her for wearing her grandmother's slippers to school. She tries to resist and begs him to stop. He only becomes crueler, pulling off the slippers and throwing them out the window while saying he's returning them to her grandmother. When she begs for them back, he tells her to stop pleading, and she starts crying. Next, he grabs her hair and yanks it. This bully is revealed to be a younger Dae-sam, who was 11 at the time. Nearby, 11-year-old Doyen watches it happen, but he doesn't intervene. Instead, he turns away. Later, Dae-sam sits beside him with her head down crying, and Doyen still ignores her. Later, those same bullies are in the hallway showing off some equipment one of them received from his mother. When Doyen walks by, they notice the sweat stain on his back and start mocking him, calling him a pig. The insults get to him, and Doyen turns around with a hard glare. One of the boys becomes offended and snaps, asking what Doyen is staring at. Then he kicks Doyen in the back and demands to know whether he's glaring at him. Doyen falls to the floor and the bully steps over him. The other children nearby are too afraid to do anything. The bully asks whether Doyen wants to die for looking at him that way, then says he's making the entire classroom stink. In a quiet voice, Doyen tells him to stop. The bully pretends not to hear and uses it to humiliate him even more. Calling Doyen a pig isn't enough, so he insults Doyen's mother too. While he continues making pig noises, Daesum walks up behind him and tells him to stop. She says her grandmother taught her that making fun of people's appearance is wrong, but Daesum doesn't really understand how bullies operate. The boy pretends to back off and even offers a fake apology. Then he suddenly punches her in the head and says he was only joking. Still angry, he asks whether the pig on the floor is her boyfriend. Later in class, Daesum sits with her head down, crying again while Doyen tries to ignore. He thinks she interfered for no reason and only got hurt because of it, but he still feels guilty. He remembers staying silent while she was attacked, even though she was the first person to stand up for him. When Daesum finally looks up, he sees her nose running badly. Doyen quickly goes to the bathroom and brings back tissues for her. Daesum thanks him, and Doyen can't help thinking she's somewhat strange. Even so, the two connect right away. Not long afterward, Daesum introduces herself and learns Doyen's full name. She says his name sounds nice and reaches out to become friends. Doyen immediately accepts, and that's how he and Daesum became close. As time passed, Daesum continued getting bullied. Strangely, Doyen became a target, too. Whenever that happened, Daesum would jump in and argue with the bullies, telling them to stop picking on him because of his appearance. To Doyen, she looked like a tiny, brave dog barking at larger animals. But it didn't truly protect him. Instead, the bullies would simply hit Daesum or toy with her. Because she was smaller and weaker than he was, Doyen felt even worse for her. Then one day, the class received a project. Pair up, watch a movie together, and later discuss what they learned. Of course, Doyen and Daesum end up together. Daesum invites him to her home so they can watch it. There, after school, Doyen goes to Daesum's house. She plays an anime called Neighbor Egg Boy and says she loves it. While they watch, Daesum has the most fun. She laughs often and warns Doyen when a funny moment is coming. But Doyen spends more time watching Daesum than the anime. After that, he begins visiting her home often to watch anime. Doyen lived alone with his father, and when his father left for work, the house felt empty, so he'd go out, and Daesum would show him all her favorite anime and television shows. Anything she liked, she wanted to share with him, and before long, they were basically best friends. Still, Doyen wanted more than that. He did enjoy the anime, but what truly made those moments special was being with Daesum. From then on, they grew even closer, and Doyen started visiting her home almost every other day. After school, they would do homework together and draw characters side by side. For a while, life felt truly happy. If Daesum's academy ended late, Doyen would wait so he could walk her home. Then time passed, and they entered middle school. Other than the height difference growing, not much changed, including the bullying. The bullies treated Doyen even worse, still calling him a pig and now forcing him to sound like one. 2. If they asked him something and he answered normally, that wasn't enough. They demanded pig noises instead, so they told him every answer had to include one. Doyen could tolerate them targeting him, but he couldn't stand seeing Daesum bullied right in front of him while he did nothing. By middle school, what Daesum faced was no longer just bullying. It had become harassment, all because the bullies found her reactions amusing. Doyen wanted to intervene, but fear stopped him. He was too afraid to defend her or even himself. Watching Daesum suffer made him feel so helpless that he even considered ending his life. But that day, he chose a different path, one driven by anger and a plan to make the bullies pay. He decided to transform himself into someone people would fear. If no one else would punish them, he would. From then on, Doyen threw himself into training at the gym as though everything depended on it. Over time, he burned off a great deal of fat and changed from a heavy child into a fit one. He built muscle too, and before long, he entered the national MMA amateur tournament. There, Doyeon stands in the ring for his debut match. It's match 3 of the tournament, and once the announcer starts it, Doyeon shows how hard he has trained over the years. He attacks with sharp jabs and high kicks so fast and powerful that his opponent can't keep up. The fight ends in only 15 seconds with a knockout. After that first event, Doyeon remains undefeated and keeps winning tournament after tournament. In later competitions, he wins every match in the first round by knockout. Later, his trainer tells him he's doing well, but his grappling still needs improvement. The trainer explains to Doyeon that MMA means mixed martial arts, so a fighter can't rely on only one style. He says Doyeon needs to become well-rounded, or a strong grappler will crush him. But Doyeon remains committed to his own approach. He believes that if he knocks people out before they can grab him, that's enough. To him, striking is the most important part of MMA. His trainer tells him to stop being stubborn, or he'll regret it. He also warns Doyeon to stop throwing his fists around carelessly. His hands are weapons. Doyeon is confused, but part of him understands what the trainer means. That night, he leaves the gym and runs into Daesum. She looks as though she's been waiting for him and asks whether he wants to walk home together. As they leave, Doyeon asks whether she truly waited for him. Daesum brushes it off, saying she was passing by, knew when he would finish, and decided to stay. After a while, she asks how his training is going. It turns out Daesum used to train with him too, but she quit after 3 months. Doyeon says it was the same as always. Daesum tells him that he truly works hard. Still, she says it's a little sad that he no longer has time to watch anime with her like before. Not wanting to disappoint her, Doyeon says they can watch one together soon. Daesum lights up and says they should do it on Saturday or even tomorrow. Doyeon lets Daesum choose, so they schedule it for tomorrow. She even chooses Neighbor Egg Boy because Season 2 just came out. The next morning, Doyeon waits outside Daesum's classroom. Anime like this isn't really his thing, but he still came to spend time with her. He looks through the doorway and sees Daesum on the floor, beaten and surrounded by bullies. They order her to put on an outfit for a filming challenge while calling her horrible names. That pushes Doyeon close to his breaking point. One bully mocks Daesum, asking why she isn't dancing now when she danced so well before. Doyeon watches through the door, remembering how he used to be too afraid to help her. This time, he has both the strength and the courage. Daesum reminds them that they promised this would be the last time. A moment later, Doyeon steps into the room and faces the bullies without showing any fear. The bully recognizes Doyeon and asks what he's doing there. Doyeon is standing on the clothes they wanted Daesum to wear. The bully growls at him to step off them. Doyeon doesn't answer or move, so the bully starts yelling for him to take his foot. Away still, Doyeon says nothing. He simply stands there, clearly fed up. The bully mocks his expression and asks whether Daesum is his girlfriend. When Doyeon remains silent, he takes that as a yes. Then he starts asking disgusting questions, including whether Doyeon kissed Daesum and whether they did anything more. Getting no response, he keeps going and asks what it was like with Daesum. That finally crosses the line. Doyeon snaps and slaps him so hard that the entire room seems to feel it. The other bullies simply stare, shocked to see Doyeon explode like this. The bully can't believe someone he looked down on just hit him. He swings back but misses. Doyeon answers with an even harder punch, and the others quickly call his older brother. As soon as the brother arrives, he demands to know who beat him up. He also happens to be the strongest fighter in the middle school. Furious, he charges at Doyeon without knowing what he's facing. Doyeon sees the brother and his men rushing him all at once. 5 minutes later, all 3 are down, including the school's number 1, who never stood a chance. They end up unconscious and badly beaten. The remaining bullies are frozen in shock. They can't believe what they just witnessed. Blood drips from Doyeon's fists, and the entire room becomes silent with fear. Even Daesum looks stunned and slightly afraid. After that, Doyeon becomes the number 1 at his middle school. Once he took that position, the school gang kept testing him. They started several more fights, but Doyeon defeated them every time. After enough losses, they finally backed off. From then on, nobody dared touch him. After that, Doyeon returned to his old life, spending time with Daesum and watching anime. One day, Daesum was showing him season 2 of an anime. Then a group of boys entered. Their leader noticed that they liked the same show and invited them to watch it on a large screen. Not long afterward, they joined the anime fan club, too. The group welcomed them warmly, and Doyeon wished every day could remain like that. But then second year began. At school, a badly beaten boy approached Doyeon, asked whether he was CO Doyeon, and said he needed a favor. Doyeon had no idea who he was. They had never met before. That boy was Moon Sokju, the future founder of a gang called the Vipers. He was only 15 when he first met Doyeon, and soon we learn what he wants. Sokju asks Doyeon to take revenge on a student from another school who beat him up. He was essentially trying to borrow Doyeon's strength, and for Doyeon, the task was so easy that he finished it in 5 seconds. Afterward, Sokju praises Doyeon's strength, but Doyeon doesn't think he did anything special, even as Sokju keeps praising him. Later, Sokju gives Doyeon a wallet he received from an older student at another school. It looks expensive, so Doyeon hesitates. Sokju insists it's genuine and says it's simply a gift for a friend. Doyeon finally accepts it and thanks him. From that day forward, the two become closer, and their friendship keeps growing. Doyeon knows Sokju is a bully, but in his mind, he's different from the ones from his childhood. Sokju and his crew keep praising Doyeon for his fighting ability and often ask him to take on students from other schools. Since it never seemed like a serious problem, Doyeon always agreed, and every time, he won. After each fight, Sokju rewarded him with expensive gifts, even premium shoes, which Doyeon only accepted after Sokju called them gifts for a friend. Doyeon starts to realize that Sokju is getting money from somewhere, probably because of the fights Doyeon wins for him, but he doesn't care. By then, Doyeon has begun enjoying the fights for their own sake. He fights without fear now, and for him, that's enjoyable. During all that time, he never loses once. Then comes third year. One day, Sokju walks with Doyeon and mentions another fight while one of his men says it'll be fun. From then on, Doyeon spends more time with Sokju's crew than with the anime club or Daesum. Being with them feels more exciting, and it keeps him from feeling lonely, so he stays with Sokju and the others even more. When Doyeon and the group walk through the halls, everyone avoids them. Doyeon doesn't care, but Daesum watches with growing concern because she knows he's with the wrong people. One day, Daesum comes with members of the anime fan club to invite Doyeon to a watch party for season 3. At that same moment, Sokju and his crew appear and remind Doyeon that they're supposed to meet girls from the neighboring school. Daesum doesn't know who they are, which only makes her more worried. Sokju ignores them, grabs Doyeon and leaves. Daesum can only watch him drift farther away. Later that night, Doyeon and the others are drinking and taking shots. One of the girls, already drunk, asks Doyeon to take her to the bathroom. She flirts with him along the way and even suggests stopping by her home. But Doyeon's mind is fixed on Daesum and how she has been acting lately. Tired of those thoughts, he pushes the girl away and heads directly to Daesum's house. He knocks on her door and waits. The moment she opens it, she asks what's wrong with him. She can immediately tell that he's drunk. Doyeon asks her to come outside so they can talk, but she refuses because her parents are home. She asks again whether he's really drunk and reminds him that he's still in middle school. Doyeon doesn't see the problem. Daesum tells him the truth. He has changed and become just like the bullies who used to torment her. Then she tells him to go home and shuts the door. The next day, Daesum calmly spends time with her friends. Doyeon watches from behind, clearly upset, but he's not angry at Daesum or anyone else. He's angry with himself. He starts asking why he began fighting in the first place. He remembers how Daesum used to be bullied, forced to do things, and beaten when she refused. That was why Doyeon fought. He wanted to protect Daesum. But now he's standing with the same kind of people. Back then, Dasam reached out because she believed Doyeon was a good person. Now everything has reversed. In the present, she's cheering for Kim to defeat Doyeon and make him pay. Doyeon realizes that fighting is the only thing he has left, so he cannot lose. Here, at the same time, MC keeps a tight choke around him from behind and refuses to let go. Doyeon steels himself. He can't afford to lose this fight. Using everything he has, he finally throws Kim off his back. Philip lights up when he sees Doyeon escape. Again, Doyeon resets his stance and prepares to continue. Tears fill his eyes, but he stands firm. Losing isn't an option when this is all he has left. Dasam's old words echo in his mind, calling him kind and asking him to watch anime with her. But in the present, she cheers for Kim to defeat Doyeon and teach him a lesson. Doyeon refuses to lose because fighting is all he has now. He even joined the Viper Gang for that reason. If he loses, none of it meant anything. But the protagonist feels the same way. He has no intention of backing down, and unlike Doyeon, he still looks sharp, making it clear who has the advantage. Now, soon Doyeon swings again, but Kim quickly raises his guard and blocks. MC notices that Doyeon's attacks are still too wide. He's too worked up. When Doyeon throws another strike, Kim slips past it easily. A memory flashes back. Lee tells the protagonist that he only needs to get Doyeon to the ground and asks whether he understands. Back in the fight, Kim sees his opportunity and takes it. As Doyeon comes forward again, MC spots an opening and shoots for the groin. Tackle. The tackle drops Doyeon hard. Kim locks onto his neck, and now Doyeon is trapped with no clear escape. Another memory follows. Lee tells the protagonist that he doesn't always need a jujitsu technique after taking someone down. He can simply pin Doyeon and start hitting him. That gives Doyeon no room to defend himself, and the pressure alone can break him. In the present, MC does exactly that, pinning him down and hammering his head. The crowd erupts. One guy is stunned that he pinned Doyeon so cleanly, while another says Doyeon must be in incredible pain right now. Sakju can't believe it. He never expected Doyeon to be held down by a first year like Kim, and he keeps hoping Doyeon gets back up quickly. While holding him down, the protagonist tells Doyeon to surrender and admit defeat so the beating can stop. Doyeon groans through it, but he still refuses to quit. MC hits even harder, yet Doyeon finds a small opening and tries to force his way out. Kim thinks about all the difficult wrestling training he did with Lee and refuses to let Doyeon escape so easily. He's too late. Doyeon finally breaks free from the neck hold. The crowd is shocked that Doyeon escaped Kim's setup. Again, one of Invincible's members says the fight may be back to square one, but Philip disagrees and tells him to look carefully at both fighters. Doyeon is clearly exhausted and has almost nothing left. The protagonist, on the other hand, still looks fresh, and the difference in stamina is obvious. That makes sense. When a fight stays on the ground, the person trapped underneath burns much more energy trying to escape, while the pressure also wears them down mentally. Back in the present, Daniel points out that MC prepared extremely well, especially because wrestling stamina is difficult to build. Then another memory appears, with Lee telling Kim that once a fight goes to the ground, it usually becomes a long one. And in a long fight, stamina matters more than skill. Technique still matters, but without enough energy, you can't even throw a proper punch. Back in the moment, he thinks about how much he worked for this day. For weeks, perhaps even months, he trained hard with Lee. Now the protagonist lowers himself again, making it look like he's about to attempt another tackle. Seeing him rush forward while crouched, Doyeon wonders whether it's a real tackle or only a fake. Then he sees Kim spread his hands and assumes the tackle is real, so he starts considering a counter. A knee would be too risky while he's this tired, and if he goes down again, he may not get back up. So Doyeon chooses the safer defense and lowers his body. What he doesn't know is that MC has set him up. This time he was never attempting a tackle. The moment he gets close, he strikes Doyeon directly on the chin. It was a feint from the beginning. Seeing it, Lee remembers that people who learn how dangerous ground fighting is start fearing tackles. making them easy to fool with tackle. Feints. That punch seriously damages Doyeon. Lee can tell that Doyeon is already half conscious, so she wants Kim to finish it now. The protagonist follows with a flying triangle choke, and it looks brutal. It turns out Lee told MC to train his grappling as though his life depended on it. She knew it would matter someday, and she also told him to finish fights decisively with a choke, so Kim does exactly that, slowly choking Doyeon unconscious. As Doyeon's vision fades, the last person he sees is Dasim. His mind races. Why did he start fighting in the first place? Then everything goes dark, and Philip declares the match over. Another memory appears. A younger Doyeon crawls on the ground, crying. A pair of slippers stops in front of him. It's Dasim. In that old memory, she gently asks whether someone picked on him. Again, he says nothing, and Dasim immediately understands. She tells him to forget it and not let it affect him. Then she brightens and says a new anime just came out, asking whether he wants to watch it with her. Her voice seems to echo on and on. Then the story returns to the present, where Dasim walks over to the defeated Doyeon, places a hand on his shoulder, and repeats those same words. She invites him to watch anime with her. At the same time, young Doyeon looks at her through tears, filled with hope, and quietly agrees. After Seo Doyeon is defeated, life at school changes greatly. Later, Doyeon steps into the clubroom and introduces himself to the Losers Club, saying he wants to join. Everyone welcomes him immediately. And out of everyone there, Dasim looks happiest to have him. One of the guys Doyeon beat earlier tells him he doesn't need to speak so formally. They're all friends and the same age, so he should relax. That makes Doyeon remember beating him badly, so he offers a sincere apology. Even though he was hurt back then, the guy lets it go and says it was no big deal. Another member jokes that Doyeon looks more like an otaku than a thug, and Dasim quickly agrees, saying he truly has that energy. Then the club leader suggests they all watch anime together, but suddenly remembers there's one more person to introduce. It's Kim. Scratching his head, he makes it obvious he doesn't truly want to be there. He says he isn't planning to fully join, but after so many people asked, he'll become an honorary member and visit sometimes. The leader tells him that the club door is always open, so he can visit whenever he wants. Then another member says the protagonist isn't merely an honorary member. He's an honorary hero after defeating Doyeon like that. MC becomes annoyed by all the praise and tells them to stop, not realizing they're only teasing him. Dasim jokes that Kim's life should be turned into an anime, and he threatens to leave the club if they keep it up. That makes Dasim burst out laughing. She's clearly having fun, and Doyeon feels happy too as he quietly watches her. Later that day, Doyeon and Kim go to a vending machine, and Doyeon buys him an apple. Drink. The protagonist accepts it and thanks him, but he's confused by Doyeon suddenly acting kindly, so he asks what this is about. While Doyeon starts apologizing with a pun about the apple, drink, he apologizes for causing all this and picking a fight with MC for no reason. He makes it clear that he sincerely means it. Kim quickly tells him it's fine, saying people their age sometimes grow through fights. Even if that felt like much more than a normal fight, he adds that Dasim told him some things about Doyeon. In a flashback, Dasim explains that Doyeon was bullied when he was younger, which is why he started martial arts. She also tells the protagonist more about Doyeon's past. Back in the present, MC says he heard what Doyeon went through and admits that he was bullied too. Maybe he still is. That's why he understands why Doyeon pushed himself into that fight. Kim knows what it feels like to want to escape and become stronger. He has felt that same desperation, so he understands why Doyeon did it. After a short pause, Doyeon admits that desperation probably made him act foolishly. Still, he decides to move forward. He reaches out his hand and apologizes one more time. Kim shakes it, ending the grudge right there. Doyeon then says the protagonist was right. He had been thinking only about getting stronger, and then he lost. And this wasn't a minor defeat. Doyeon had remained unbeaten for a long time, but losing solved a major problem for him. It felt as though a heavy burden had lifted from his chest. Then Doyeon changes the subject and tells Kim that he's the new #1 among the first years. That makes MC panic. He tells him not to call him that because he only won through luck, but Doyeon rejects that. MC defeated him with skill and stamina, so he's better. Doyeon also says he's finished with fighting. He wants no part of it anymore. As he turns away, he warns Kim not to become obsessed with strength, even if he grows stronger. He explains that chasing power too intensely can make a person lose themselves. So he tells Kim to be careful. Doyeon leaves, and the protagonist remains there, stunned, thinking about everything he just heard. MC has always told himself that he trained only to protect himself, but then he remembers what he felt after defeating Doyeon. While Doyeon lay on the ground, MC stood over him wanting even more strength, and that thought troubles him. Later, Doyeon goes to the Viper crew and tells them he's leaving. Seokju is confused and asks why this is happening so suddenly. Doyeon says he wants to focus on school, but Seokju tells him he can do both. Then Doyeon delivers the real shock. He's quitting fighting too. Seokju can barely believe it because fighting used to be everything to him. Doyeon says it is what it is and even tells them to hit him if they want. But Seokju's guys want worse than that. They talk about taking a finger or an eye until Seokju tells them to calm down. As he smokes, Seokju remembers finding a drawing of Daesamon, a receipt. He realizes Doyeon drew it, then thinks back to Doyeon's last fight, when he saw Daesam watching. Back in the present, Seokju says all of this seems suspicious and asks whether Doyeon is with Daesam, the girl he used to draw on receipts. He figures the school excuse is fake, and Doyeon really just wants to be with his girlfriend. Even so, Seokju decides not to dig any deeper. He turns away, tells Doyeon to go, and says he has fought enough already. Seokju adds that life always brings a choice between friends and love, and in his eyes, real men choose love. Then Seokju and his crew start to leave. Doyeon calls after him, saying he'll return the watch later. But Seokju tells him to keep it because it's fake. That leaves Doyeon wondering whether he should just throw it away. A few days later, at the mall, Kim and Lee are near the fitting rooms. Calling him a loser, Lee tells him to stop freezing up and tie her bra strap. He freaks out. What sounds like a dream to other guys feels like pure torture to him. Earlier that Saturday, the protagonist is at his computer. While checking Instagram, he notices that Daesam and Doyeon followed him. Now he wonders whether he should follow them back. Looking through their pages, Kim sees they already went to the theater with the club to watch anime. He doesn't know Doyeon very well, but he's glad to see him smiling. Since their fight, Doyeon has also stopped fighting, and MC feels a little proud that he may have helped him change for the better. Then his body starts aching from all the grappling and rolling during that match, making him wonder whether Doyeon is hurting too. Right after that, he notices Lee's Instagram. It hits him that even though they've lived together for a long time, they still don't follow each other. Then again, they mostly talk about fighting and studying, so maybe that makes sense. Even so, Kim thinks he should follow her just in case, but he can't decide and starts stressing out. He tells himself they've known each other for months, so it shouldn't be strange. Still, he imagines Lee calling him a pervert and roasting him just for sending a follow request. Even so, he tries to do it. He moves to click the button, but he can't. He doesn't even know why he's this nervous. Then he remembers that he still hasn't repaid Lee for everything she's done for him. She took someone who couldn't even face bullies and helped turn him into someone who could defeat bigger, stronger fighters. Kim knows how much work Lee put into training him, even though he had no real talent, and he realizes he never properly thanked her, but saying it to her face feels impossible, so he wonders whether he should send a DM instead. The protagonist starts pouring his heart out, and the message becomes really long. Luckily, before he can finish, Lee suddenly walks into his room and asks what he's doing. Startled, MC instantly turns off the monitor so she won't see the embarrassing message he wrote. For her, Lee immediately becomes suspicious and asks why he hid the screen so quickly. She even accuses him of watching something dirty and calls him disgusting. Kim quickly denies it, then asks why she suddenly came into his room. Lee asks whether he's free this weekend, and before he can answer, she tells him he's coming with her. Caught off guard, he asks where they're going. At the mall, Lee says she has a lot to buy today, so she brought the protagonist along to carry her things. Kim just frowns and accepts it. A little later, he decides being her porter isn't so bad since he had nothing else to do. Still, he asks why she suddenly went shopping and where she got the money. Lee excitedly says her mother gave her an allowance because her grades improved a lot. Grinning, she says even her brother started studying to inherit the building, but his grades still didn't improve. Unlike hers, since Lee was the only one who improved, she got the money. She also admits MC helped her a lot with studying. That answer reassures him. Kim remembers how hard Lee studied even while training him. But seeing her spend so freely now, he asks whether she plans to blow it all. Annoyed, Lee turns and asks what's wrong with that. He says she'll have nothing left later if she spends everything now. Lee simply says he can lend her money when that happens. That makes the protagonist wonder whether she's planning to shake him down. After a long shopping trip, they're about to head back when Lee remembers she still needs a swimsuit. When Kim asks why, she says she promised Sarah they'd go to the beach, so now she's looking for a bikini. Once she finds one, Lee heads into the fitting room to try it on, hoping the weight she gained won't be a problem. MC waits outside and starts thinking about dinner because he's hungry. Then Lee calls him over and asks him to come inside for a second. He hesitates, knowing that would be completely inappropriate. But Lee keeps insisting that it's no big deal. Finally tired of waiting, she grabs him and drags him inside. Then she tells him to stop standing there and tie the back of her bikini. Kim instantly panics, with no idea how to handle this. Still, he forces himself to help, but he's so nervous that he messes up and drops Lee's bikini. He blurts out that his hands are too sweaty, and Lee snaps at him for being so clumsy. The noise brings over a store employee who asks through the fitting room door whether everything is okay. Lee peeks out and says it's fine. Then she goes back inside, hands the bikini to Kim again, and tells him to tie it properly. This time, protagonist gets it right. Lee turns around and asks whether she looks good. MC turns bright red and can barely speak. He stammers that she looks really pretty, while his heart feels ready to burst. Satisfied, Lee decides to buy it and walks out of the fitting room. Later, Lee keeps shopping for more clothes, and he can't believe she still has energy after all that. So he starts looking around for himself. He spots a cap he likes and tries it on, but Lee notices and says it perfectly matches his loser vibe. After a long time, they finally leave the mall, with Kim carrying a pile of bags. The protagonist says he has never seen anyone shop like Lee. Then he reminds her that after today, she won't even have enough money left for lunch. Lee just says he'll buy it for her, making MC realize she really does plan to mooch off him. Then Lee tells him to check the bag on the left. Inside, he finds a cap, the exact one he had been looking at earlier. Lee tells him to try it on. She says she bought it while he was in the bathroom. Still teasing him for being a loser, Lee says it's a gift for helping her study. Kim is stunned. He just stands there blushing, shocked that Lee actually bought him something. He never expected such a kind gesture from her, so he freezes, trying to process it. Lee snaps him out of it by asking why he's still standing there and whether they're going home or not. The protagonist snaps back to reality and quickly apologizes for spacing out. As he thinks it over, he realizes Lee bought him a gift, something he never expected, and he's honestly grateful. Then it hits him that he still hasn't properly thanked her, and he wonders whether he should say it now. So Kim calls her name and thanks her for everything, for teaching him martial arts and helping him stand up to bullies. Lee doesn't answer. She only says she needs to go to the bathroom. MC stays behind to wait for her. Still confused, he keeps thinking about the gift Lee gave him. He starts wondering whether she finally sees him as a friend. Then someone smacks him on the head from behind. Two guys crowd around him, grab his neck, and tell him to act like they're friends so no one gets suspicious. They look over his shopping bags and comment on all the nice things. Then they get straight to the point and tell Kim to share some of it. Panicked and confused, he wonders whether he's seriously being robbed right. Now, one of them spots the tag still hanging from the protagonist's new cap and realizes he just bought it. The guy snatches the cap and says he'll sell it, even though MC keeps begging him to give it back. Then one of them starts pulling a shopping bag from his hands, but he resists and says he won't hand it over. That only makes one thug angry enough to slap him hard. The other warns the protagonist to stay still if he doesn't want more pain. Then he notices a pair of shoes in the bags and realizes they're women's shoes, making MC beg him to return them too. The thug mocks him and tells him to wake up to the situation. Then he orders him to take out his wallet so they can use his card to buy cigarettes. Even then, Kim keeps resisting and says the things they're taking belong to his friend. Just then, Lee walks up from behind and asks the protagonist what he's doing. One of the thugs sees her and immediately makes a disgusting comment about how pretty his girlfriend is. Lee understands the situation immediately and realizes her porter failed at the one task she gave him. Then the thugs say they'll return the items if she kisses them. Annoyed, Lee tells MC to beat them up and teach them a lesson, but he just stands there, stunned by what she said. That makes Lee even angrier. She asks whether he's really scared of these guys and whether all her training meant nothing. She points out that one of them is so skinny, he looks like he'd fold from a single low kick while the other is about Kim's size, basically nothing. The insults make the thugs furious, and they start yelling at Lee and calling her crazy. Lee ignores them and keeps talking to the protagonist. She reminds him that he's the guy who defeated Seo Doyun, then asks what he's so afraid of. That makes MC remember that really did defeat Doyun with his own strength. Lee keeps pushing him, asking whether these punks really look tougher than that. The thugs have no idea what she's talking about. One of them decides he's had enough, demands Kim's wallet again, and says he'll hit Lee next. When Kim still doesn't answer, the thug grabs his shoulder. He wonders why he's still standing there letting himself get robbed. Pathetic or not, he knows one thing. His teacher is the best. He removes his sunglasses, turns around, and firmly tells them to return the bags and the cap. Now the thugs realize the protagonist has found his courage, and he has even raised his fists. One of them says they're from Baekwon High, but Kim shuts him down, saying he doesn't care about useless information. Then he demands the bags and cap one more time. Fed up, one thug rushes in and throws a punch. As MC watches the attack, he remembers Lee's lesson about street fights. When he once asked whether he should use self-defense or something like that, Lee told him he didn't need anything fancy. Against an average person with no martial arts training, one move matters most in a street fight: the low kick. If done correctly, it destroys the other person's will to fight. She even said 4 low kicks can make a 2-meter guy shrink to about 130 centimeters. Kim had no idea what that meant back then, and Lee simply told him he'd understand once he tried it. Now, in the present, he sticks to what she taught him and follows Lee's advice. The moment the thug charges, the protagonist fires the first low kick, and the guy immediately feels it. MC follows with a second, then a third, and then a fourth low kick without letting up. The thug doesn't literally shrink to 130 centimeters, but after 4 low kicks, he ends up even worse, whining like a baby. Just as Lee said, he's in so much pain that he can't even hold back his tears. The second thug charges in with a punch, but Kim easily dodges. Seeing an opening, he finishes him with a liver shot. The thug drops to the ground and blacks out. Kim can hardly believe he won again. He quickly grabs everything and leaves, with Lee, who is still annoyed that he failed as her porter. Behind them, one thug scrolls back to his feet and swears he'll get revenge once he finds out which school Kim attends at. Then someone walks up behind him and asks whether he wants that answer. The thug turns around and the guy tells him that the protagonist, Jae-hyuk, is a first year at Youngmin High. The thug asks who he is. It's Hansel, the same bully Kim defeated earlier. On a bright day, the whole loser club is hanging out in the club room, watching an anime called My Favorite Girl. As it continues, the club leader gets excited, saying this should be a fun one, while another guy calls it a masterpiece. Then the leader asks MC whether it's finally getting interesting. Smiling, MC says he's starting to enjoy it. Nearby, Doyun stays quiet, thinking that the anime is pretty, fun, but what he enjoys even more is watching Daesung while she focuses on the show. Then the door suddenly opens behind them. Everyone looks over and freezes when Philip suddenly walks in. With a smug smile, Philip says he finally found what he was looking for. The club members quickly ask whether he's the senior from Invincible, but he tells them to just call him Philip Yun. Kim asks why he came, while Do Hyun quietly wonders whether Philip is there for him. Do Hyun cuts in and tells Philip to leave if this is about him. Acting extremely protective, Philip immediately clears things up. He didn't come for Do Hyun. He came for Kim. The protagonist is stunned to hear his own name, then awkwardly confirms that he's the one Philip wants. Philip brings Kim over to the window and tells him to look outside. MC is shocked to see students from Baekwon High. Philip explains that they came to catch him. They're the same guys he defeated near the shopping mall, but he still doesn't understand why they tracked him down. Then Philip points out a long-haired guy. The protagonist immediately recognizes him as one of the mall thugs he defeated with Lee's low kicks. Philip says that long-haired kid is the younger brother of Baekwon High's top bully, and they came for revenge. Stammering, MC says he only fought back to protect himself, then starts panicking about what to do. Philip can tell he still thinks reason matters here. He says Kim has two choices: get dragged away and beaten, or fight back. That makes the entire room go silent. Far too many guys are waiting. For Kim, even Doyan is left speechless. Then Philip tells the protagonist not to panic. He already handled part of it. In a flashback from 30 minutes earlier, the number one asks Byung-go who the protagonist is, and after hearing the name, orders his crew to grab anyone leaving the school. But his mood changes quickly when Philip appears with the entire Invincible crew. The two groups face off, and Philip clearly has the stronger presence. Philip says he only came because of all the noise and asks what they're doing there. The Baekwon leader is Cha Byung-taek, head of a gang called Unrivaled. The only thing on his mind is that he may be older than Philip, as though that would save him. Philip asks why Cha brought so many people. Cha fires back that his younger brother Byung-got was beaten in front of a shopping mall by a student from this school. He says his brother is limping now and his leg is ruined. Then he makes it clear they came for one person only, to get revenge. He tells Philip to stay out of it and calls him a rude bastard. Almost amused, Philip asks who that student is. Cha says his name is Kim Jae-hyuk. That makes Philip realize exactly who he's talking about, and he becomes more serious. He asks Cha whether he understands that touching a student from their school means touching Invincible too. Then he asks whether Cha really came there to fight Invincible, or perhaps he came to fight Philip himself. At that, one of the Unrivaled members leans in and quietly warns Cha that picking a fight with Invincible is too risky. He adds that, as things stand, the odds favor Invincible. Cha hears that and starts thinking more carefully. So Philip says they shouldn't let this escalate any further and offers a solution both sides can accept. His idea is simple. One of Cha's guys fights Kim Jae-hyuk one-on-one. It's better than a full gang fight since that would only hurt both Invincible and Unrivaled. Philip even says that if MC loses, Cha can take him and do whatever he wants. But if Cha's side loses, it ends there. He also lets Cha choose anyone he wants to face him. Cha likes the deal because it gives his side a strong chance to win. Meanwhile, Hansel peeks from behind a wall, thrilled because he thinks Kim is finished. He even tells himself some cheesy line about how a gentleman waits years for revenge, but he's getting his much sooner. Back in the present, Philip finishes telling the protagonist how everything happened. MC just stands there, stunned and unsure whether Philip saved him or completely sold him out. He still thinks this is unfair because he only fought back in self-defense. Later, behind the school, Lee is surprised to hear Kim has to fight someone from another school. While smoking, Lee says he caused this, so he should deal with it. He quickly reminds her that she was the one who told him to fight those guys. Lee says if he does nothing, he'll get beaten anyway. Besides, she thinks he can actually win the duel. The protagonist keeps acting afraid, saying he doesn't even know who they'll send against him. That starts getting on Lee's nerves, so she reminds him that he has become much stronger. She tells him to stop being afraid and trust himself a little. That night, both sides gather in an open area, ready for the duel. Kim can only hope they send someone weak. Cha asks where his fighter is and complains that he's late again. Then one of the guys behind him says their fighter just arrived. A huge muscular guy walks forward into view. Kim falls apart inside when he sees someone who looks 3 times stronger than him. The guy is Song Gyun-ho, the top second year at Baekwon High. He's 18 and clearly tough. Cha is furious that Gyun-ho arrived late, yelling that he told him to be there by. Gyun-ho just laughs and says he was sleeping. That only makes Cha angrier, and he demands to know how anyone could nap right before a fight. Gyun-ho calmly says it's his bedtime. Cha is about to explode, shouting that it's only 9 p.m. Before he can lose it, one of his men holds him back so he doesn't beat up Gyun-ho first. Still acting clueless, Gyun-ho says sleeping early helps you grow faster. Cha tells him to stop fooling around and defeat MC already. Gyun-ho asks what MC even did, and Cha says he ruined his brother's leg. Gyun-ho looks at Byung-go and remembers him whining about getting destroyed by low kicks somewhere. Now he understands, but Byung-go tells him to be quiet. Cha orders Gyun-ho again to finish this quickly, saying invincible and unrivaled's pride is on the line. Gyun-ho puts a hand on Cha's shoulder, promises to win, and asks whether Cha remembers their deal. Cha just stares, having no idea. Then Gyun-ho reminds him that Cha said he'd introduce him to Junga, the goddess of Seung Girls High. Annoyed, Cha tells him to win first, then they'll talk. While all this drags on, Kim and Lee watch from the back, getting annoyed that Gyun-ho is taking forever. Finally, Gyun-ho steps forward, cracking his knuckles. He tells Kim there are no hard feelings, but he still has to lose. Then he gets a good look at him. His first thought is that the protagonist is tiny. He even asks whether the protagonist is in elementary school. The protagonist nervously says he's in high school, and Gyun-ho says he feels bad hitting a kid, but he'll still go through with it. He says he'll end it quickly. Basically, he's acting like every bully right before getting humbled. That makes MC realize he has to win. If he loses, they'll all jump him. The problem is that he has no idea how to defeat this guy, especially since he had almost no time to prepare. Then we get a flashback. Kim asks Lee how to fight an opponent he has never seen before. Lee tells him he'll need to scout first if he wants to win, which confuses him. She explains that even real martial arts matches often use the first round to feel the other person out. That gives both fighters a chance to understand what kind of opponent they're facing. Lee tells Kim to watch how his opponent reacts to each attack, then use that information to plan a counter. The protagonist finally understands. First, he has to read Gyun-ho, but one thing worries him immediately. Gyun-ho is huge. MC also starts wondering whether he knows martial arts, too. If a guy that big has training, he knows he could be in serious trouble. Catching himself overthinking, the protagonist forces his mind back onto the fight. At last, he locks in. Gyun-ho stands there with his fists clenched, and Kim wonders whether that's really his stance. Then he notices that it looks sloppy. Maybe Gyun-ho never learned proper martial arts. After all, off to the side, Lee studies Gyun-ho too, certain he was sent there because he has something dangerous. A moment later, Gyun-ho starts walking toward Kim wonders whether that's really his plan. If Gyuan-ho is simply going to walk in and swing, this may end quickly. Then Gyuan-ho suddenly throws a punch from farther away than expected. Kim is stunned by how far the punch can reach. Still, all his training pays off. His reflexes take over, and he slips the blow. The spectators are shocked by the protagonist's reaction. Speed, MC exhales in relief. That punch came much closer than he expected, and Gyuan-ho's reach is no joke. He quickly backs away, knowing he needs space if he wants to avoid getting badly hurt. Gyuan-ho starts closing in again. The pressure builds on Kim. He can see openings, but if he guesses wrong, he's finished. So he starts thinking hard about how to win. Then he remembers Lee telling him to attack first. Lee had said to watch how the other guy reacts, then choose the next move. She trusted the protagonist to think during a fight, so Kim decides to start with a jab. The moment it lands, Gyuan-ho knocks the hand aside with a parry. MC follows with a middle kick, then a low kick, but Gyuan-ho avoids both with ease. The crowd starts laughing at the way Gyuan-ho dodges. He sticks his rear out so far that he almost looks like he's posing. Kim shuts it all out and refocuses. He goes in again, this time with a high kick. After that, he throws a 1-2 combination, but Gyuan-ho slips both attacks again. From the side, Philip notes that Gyuan-ho has sharp eyes. Lee notices something more important. Gyuan-ho isn't using martial arts at all. He's fighting on pure instinct, alone. Meanwhile, Kim is getting rattled because none of his attacks are landing cleanly. To him, it's like trying to get through a giant shield. Cha then reveals Gyuan-ho's nickname, the Shield Bearer. Gyuan-ho's style is built around defense. He blocks or avoids everything, using quick reflexes and sharp eyesight to stay safe. It looks simple, but that style made him the top second year, and he doesn't only defend. When the time is right, he pushes forward too. That pressure begins again as Gyuan-ho advances on Kim. The protagonist knows he has to think quickly. Once Gyuan-ho starts marching forward, most opponents get trapped, and that's exactly what happens here. MC ends up backed into a corner without even realizing when it happened. Once you're in range, Gyuan-ho brings out his spear and drives it in. Usually, one clean hit is all he needs to finish a fight. So when Gyuan-ho throws that punch at Kim, Daniel starts thinking it's already over. But Kim is still standing. He holds his ground and blocks Gyuan-ho's famous punch. Philip is clearly impressed by that defense. Kim caught the punch with both hands and used the barbed wire behind him to help absorb the impact. Kim flashes back to Lee, telling him to study how his opponent responds to each attack before choosing the next one. Back in the present, MC thinks over all the probing attacks he has thrown so far. Gyuan-ho has stopped every one of them like a wall, but Kim also noticed small gaps in that defense, tiny openings left behind after each block. Now he knows there is a way to win. Meanwhile, Gyuan-ho is still thinking about getting that girl's number, boasting that one hit is all he needs. He swings again, but Kim dodges like a professional and gives him no time to adjust. Lee is impressed that he's thinking everything through. If he keeps building damage like this, she believes he'll win. After taking the kick, Gyuan-ho says it only tickled. From the side, Lee warns him not to laugh off low kicks, saying that's how someone ends up crippled. Gyuan-ho brushes it off and calls Lee weak, which only makes her angrier. Then Gyuan-ho turns back to Kim and warns that the same trick won't work twice. The protagonist knows Gyuan-ho can see and stop almost everything he throws, but giving up isn't an option. Afraid of what will happen if he loses, MC sticks to the plan and throws another jab. Then comes the sneaky low kick, but this time Gyuan-ho dodges it. The invincible side starts laughing at Gyuan-ho's funny dodging style again. Even so, Gyuan-ho keeps avoiding Kim's sudden attacks. One of Invincible's higher-ups starts wondering whether a jab followed by a low kick is all he has. He even asks whether the protagonist is reduced to single attacks because he's out of options. Beside him, Daniel thinks MC will get figured out if he keeps repeating himself. To him, MC is cornering himself. Philip disagrees. He can tell Kim is setting something up. In a flashback, Lee tells Kim about something in martial arts called a setup. The protagonist jokes about whether she can even spell it, and Lee snaps back, asking whether he wants to die. The spelling doesn't matter. Then she explains that a setup means repeating the same pattern until your opponent gets used to it. Back in the fight, MC notices that whenever Gyuanho defends the jab and low kick, he pulls back his leg and sticks his rear out, leaving his face exposed. Because Kim has repeated the same pattern so many times, Gyuanho now expects the low kick after every jab, so he keeps dodging the same way. And that gives Kim the opening for his real attack. That's exactly what Lee taught him. Once your opponent believes the pattern, switch to the finishing move. But this time, instead of going low, the protagonist follows the jab with a high kick, and it lands cleanly on Gyuanho's face. The hit knocks him off balance, and he crashes to the floor as Kim resets his stance. A moment later, everyone realizes Gyuanho isn't just down. He's unconscious from MC's kick. Both sides fall completely silent, stunned by what they just saw. Watching Gyuanho, a huge powerhouse, get dropped like that is too much for everyone there to process. Hansel stares with his mouth open and wonders whether the fight really ended in one strike. Philip bursts out laughing, saying Gyuanho couldn't even handle one solid head kick. But it wasn't merely solid. It was perfect, thrown by someone less than half his size. Then Philip calls the match. Lee is thrilled to see Kim pull it off. He, however, can hardly believe what he just did in front of all those people. He never thought his plan would work this well. Soon, some men from Unrivaled rush in and drag Gyuanho away, telling him to wake up, though moving his heavy body is difficult. Cha admits defeat and tells Invincible he'll keep his word. Still, he warns them to remember this humiliation next time. They won't get off so easily. Again. Philip happily waves Unrivaled away. Even as they leave, Unrivaled still can't believe Gyuanho lost to a kid half his size. Meanwhile, Kim catches his breath after winning yet another fight. Philip walks over and says he's impressed that the protagonist won again. He adds that watching the protagonist fight is actually entertaining. Then Philip drops something huge. After today, he has made up his mind. He wants Kim to join Invincible and asks whether he'll accept. The protagonist asks Philip to repeat himself. With a shaky voice, he asks whether Philip really wants him in Invincible, that gang of delinquent bullies. Philip says yes, that's exactly what he means. Kim still doesn't understand why, since there are plenty of stronger guys around. Philip explains that he doesn't only want fighters in his group. He points to Daniel, who is excellent at studying and maintains top grades. Daniel is also Invincible's number 2. Then there are guys like Daciop, who join because they love fighting. Daciop is ranked number 5 in Invincible. Philip continues, saying some stay for money, some for girls, and some, like him, do it simply because it's fun. To sell the idea, Philip reminds Kim that if he joins Invincible, nobody will dare bother him anymore. In other words, the bullying would stop. To Philip, that's reason enough to join. He also says fighting seems fun for MC now too. Hearing all this, MC is caught off guard. Philip steps closer, pats him on the shoulder, and says he wants to see how far Kim can grow and that they can do it together. He keeps pushing, saying that if Kim is going to fight, he should do it for something bigger. The protagonist is left speechless. He wants to answer, but no words come out, and he quietly wonders whether Philip is right. Meanwhile, Lee looks worried and doesn't like where this is going. Philip tells MC to take his time and think it over, but adds that he doesn't make offers like this to just anyone. After that, Philip leaves with the rest of Invincible. Kim just stands there stunned, watching them go and wondering why they would offer him something like that. Later that night, back at Kim's house, he prepares to study with Lee despite everything that happened. Lee thinks he should have taken the day off. The protagonist reminds her that getting into Seoul University is too important to lose even one day over. Not wanting to argue, Lee goes along with it. MC suggests they work on English. After studying for a while, time slips by before he Notices, and it's already 11. Bought 20. He ends the session there. Lee stretches and complains that she's bored and that her shoulders hurt from studying. Then she turns to Kim and tells him to massage them. The protagonist is shocked and points out that he's the one who fought today, so his body should hurt more. Lee coldly tells him that's his problem. So once again, MC gives in and walks over to massage her shoulders. While doing it, he asks whether joining Invincible would be a bad idea. Lee agrees and asks what a loser like him would even do with those guys. She says Invincible is full of wannabe thugs, just a group of high school kids acting tough, and she's clearly sick of them. Still, Lee thinks Kim should find out what Invincible really wants, since they're probably going to keep bothering him. She says he needs to know who he's dealing with and warns him to stay away from some of the trash in that group. He asks who he could even talk to. Lee reminds him that Doyen once wanted to join Invincible, so he should ask him. Thinking that's a good idea, the protagonist goes to see Doyen the next day. Outside the school football field, MC tells Doyen he wants to know more about Invincible, but Doyen says he doesn't know much. He only wanted to join because Seokju told him to. Then Doyen decides they should simply call Seokju and ask him directly. As soon as the call begins, Seokju teases Doyen about how bad things have been between them lately. But Doyen says they're not finished yet. He asks what Seokju knows about Invincible, but Seokju doesn't know much either. All he says is that Invincible has many businesses going on, and he only told Doyen to join so he could learn more. Then Seokju remembers that he knows a former member of Invincible and asks whether Doyen wants to be connected with him. Doyen says yes, that would help a lot. Seokju quickly changes the subject to Doyen's girl and offers advice, which annoys Doyen enough to hang up. Later that night, Doyen and Kim head out to meet the informant. Kim thanks Doyen for making time, but Doyen says it's fine. He's been curious about Invincible too. Then he asks why Kim suddenly cares so much. The protagonist explains that Invincible has been interfering in his life lately, and he doesn't know how dangerous they really are. Just then, their informant appears. In a nervous voice, he asks whether they're the ones investigating Invincible. When they say yes, he tells them they should talk somewhere else. Once they reach an alley, the informant asks whether either of them smokes. Both say no. Then he asks MC why he wants to know about Invincible, and MC says they've been involving themselves in his life. Immediately, the informant warns him not to get mixed up with them. He says the whole gang is trash, especially Philip. In fact, he calls Philip a devil. Kim is surprised by how frightened he sounds and asks whether he's really talking about Philip, then wants to know what's so terrible about him. That's when the informant starts telling them what happened in the past. He takes them back 1 year to when Philip first approached him. His name is Myung-suk. Philip asked whether Myung-suk had good connections, then told him to sell something. One look was enough for Myung-suk to realize it was an adhesive hallucinogen. Confused, he asks why Philip would give him something like that, and immediately refuses. But Philip tells him that selling it isn't a big deal. He reminds Myung-suk that he knows influential people, and even his brother works at a club. Philip says Invincible's new empire needs money to grow, which is why he's asking for the favor. Myung-suk apologizes again and turns Philip down. He says he can rough people up for money, but selling hallucinogens is too far for him. He even admits he's too afraid to deal drugs. Still, he says he'll fight whenever needed. Trying to smooth things over, he offers to treat Philip to a PC bang and asks whether they're still good. Philip tells him there are no hard feelings. That night, Philip, Myung-suk, and the others party hard. They decide to drink as much as they want without holding back. Soon, Myung-suk boasts that Invincible will become huge within a year. He says he used to be a beast in middle school, but the others remind him they could all fight back then. One of them notices Philip isn't drinking and asks whether the leader gets a pass. Philip says 1 drink is enough to knock him out, so he'd rather stay sober. Still, he's happy watching them enjoy themselves. The others keep drinking and having fun without him. After a while, everyone is passed out in a drunken mess. Only Philip remains awake. As though he planned it, he quietly stands and walks over to the unconscious Myung-suk. Then he sticks a hallucinogen patch onto Myung-suk's arm and leaves. The next morning, Suk wakes in complete panic. His body feels out of control, and he has no idea what's happening. Then he spots the patch on his left arm and freaks out. Philip appears and says things would have been easier if Myung-suk had simply agreed to sell the adhesive hallucinogens. He tells Myung-suk that one dose is enough to get someone addicted, then orders him to listen carefully. Philip gives him 1 week to sell everything he'll hand over. If he does, he'll receive another dose. He even tells Myung-suk to accept what's already happened instead of wasting time feeling guilty. From that day on, Myung-suk keeps selling drugs for Philip. Now addicted, he has no choice if he wants more. Little by little, he falls apart. One day, Myung-suk uses the stash he was supposed to sell. When Philip finds out, he confronts him. Myung-suk immediately starts begging. He apologizes, asks for more drugs, and swears he'll sell them properly. This time, Philip doesn't believe him. He knows Myung-suk will simply use them himself again. Since he's no longer useful, Philip kicks him out of Invincible and turns to leave. Myung-suk keeps begging, telling Philip not to abandon him and asking for more drugs. Philip responds by shoving him to the ground and calling him a pathetic worm. All Myung-suk can do is watch Philip walk away after using him for so long. As Philip moves through the empty city, a group of wannabe gangsters blocks his path. At the center is a muscular guy who asks whether Philip is the one who ruined his brother's life, holding a golf club he says he's going to beat Philip senseless. Philip only laughs. He's clearly confident he can handle these crybabies by himself. The group rushes him all at once, some from behind, some from the side, and the rest from the front. Philip slips past every attack with ease. He doesn't look tired, nervous, or stressed at all. Instead, he drops them one after another as though it's a game, barely breaking a sweat. Within seconds, Philip tears through the entire group while they flail around helplessly. A little later, he lets his jacket fall, and the same guys who charged him are now sprawled on the ground, covered in stab wounds. Back in the present, the ruined Myung-suk warns Kim once again to stay far away from Han Philip. Kim is left speechless. The next day at school, he heads straight for the sports storage room. He cracks the door open and steps into Invincible's hideout, ready to say what he came to say. Kim walks up to Philip, who asks whether he has finally decided to join Invincible. Keeping a firm expression, the protagonist says no. He's rejecting the offer. Philip says that's unfortunate, but if MC has decided, there isn't much to do about it. Then he reminds him what refusing really means. Philip isn't used to being told no. Using that pressure, he asks whether the protagonist is ready to become his enemy and live with the consequences. The threat rattles MC. He has no idea how to escape this without ending up dead. Even so, he forces himself to repeat it. He won't join Invincible. What Kim doesn't understand is that refusing a drug boss to his face is dangerous. Just as expected, Philip takes offense. He repeats that no one turns him down, then asks whether Kim really wants to stand against him instead of beside him. Stammering, Kim says he doesn't want to become enemies. He simply still won't join. Philip demands to know why. The protagonist hesitates, unsure whether he should say it, but finally admits that he heard Invincible isn't a gang anyone should join. People told him the members are trash and that they do terrible things. That's why he wants no part of it. After saying that, Kim bows and says he'll be leaving. As MC turns away, Philip tries to stop him, insisting those stories are lies and that Invincible doesn't do any of that. He also gets angry that such rumors are spreading. But is he really telling the truth? Then Philip cuts himself off when he notices Kim has already walked out. After that, Lee asks Philip why he wants the protagonist so badly. Philip says it should be obvious. Kim is talented. He hasn't seen anyone improve that quickly besides himself. Philip believes that if he gets MC under his control, MC could be extremely useful. Lee isn't so sure and doubts he'll change his mind that easily. But Philip is convinced the protagonist will come around sooner or later, so he tells Lee to wait and see. Of course, Invincible's leader isn't that foolish. Philip already has a backup plan in case MC never agrees to join. He says that if he can't have him, then no one else will, so he'll destroy him. Meanwhile, in the club room, Dasam, Doyeon, and the protagonist are watching anime when Dasam remembers hearing that Invincible asked him to join. She asks whether it's true, and the protagonist confirms. That immediately annoys her. She can't believe those creeps tried to get their hands on the loser group's hero. Dasam tells MC not to let lowlifes sway him and says a true hero stays on the right path. Rubbing the back of his head, he says he already turned them down. Dasam is relieved to hear he didn't go down the wrong path. She grabs his hands and excitedly says she's a huge fan, but the protagonist awkwardly asks her to stop calling herself that. Doyeon sits there quietly, watching everything. Hearing Dasam call herself Kim's fan really gets under his skin. Still, he tells himself it isn't entirely bad, because MC is genuinely a good person. The two keep talking while Doyeon watches in silence. That's when it truly hits him. Dasam and Kim are actually close, and seeing them like this makes him jealous. He starts regretting the bad path he took when he used to have such a strong bond with Dasam. They're still close now, but Doyeon wishes he could have remained by her side back then too. What matters most, though, is that he's beside her now. Then Dasam brings up a Korean fighter in a WFC match and asks whether they want to watch the fight. The protagonist is surprised that she even follows MMA. Dasam explains that she became interested around the time Doyeon started learning martial arts, and now she always watches whenever a Korean fighter is on the card. Once they play the match, one fighter is already far ahead, but the fighter on the ground stays calm, trusts his jujitsu, locks in a triangle, and wins. His name is Park Do. After the fight, Dasam is shocked that the guy on the bottom still managed to pull off the victory. Kim explains that it was a setup. The fighter used a trick to turn things around. Dasam quickly notices it's the same move MC used to defeat Doyeon. Embarrassed, MC asks her not to bring that up in front of him. You might think that loss would be on Doyeon's mind, but it isn't. What really bothers him is how Kim became so skilled. He asks whether Kim trains at a gym, but Kim reacts as though he has never even heard the word. So Doyeon asks how he became that strong. Immediately, Kim remembers Lee warning him not to tell anyone she was teaching him. Then Dasam blurts out that the protagonist has been learning from Lee. MC instantly freaks out, saying she wasn't supposed to reveal that. He even says he almost died the day he told Dasam who his teacher was. Dasam can only apologize, and MC knows it's too late now, so he turns to Doyeon and begs him to keep it secret, or Lee will kill him. Doyeon starts wondering whether they mean the Lee from his class. That makes it even stranger to him. The protagonist never went to a gym, yet he became this strong by training with a high school girl. The next day, Doyeon is walking down the hallway when he notices Lee heading in the same direction. Then it clicks. This is the girl Kim and Dasam were talking about. He knows MC asked him to stay quiet, but curiosity wins. Doyeon walks up and asks whether she's the one who taught him how to fight. Confused, Lee simply asks what he's talking about. He keeps going and asks how she made Kim so strong so quickly. Lee remains as cold as ever and tells him to get lost. Then she turns away, annoyed that the protagonist let this secret slip. Doyeon still doesn't stop. If she trained MC, then she must be strong too, so he asks her to spar. He feels like he has to test her himself. He even says he'll go easy on her because he's a guy, and that's what sets her off. Lee turns around and accepts the challenge. Later, they face each other on the mats while Dasam and Kim watch from the side. Lee explains the rules. There is no time limit, and it ends only when someone passes out or gives up. She adds that Doyeon can fight however he wants. Doyeon steadies himself, knowing better than to underestimate her just because she's a girl. The spar begins and Lee opens with a kick. Doyun reads it and tries to catch her leg so he can counter. He manages to grab the kick, but the counter goes completely wrong. While he's still holding her leg, Lee spins all the way around and smashes him in the face with her other foot. Before he can respond, she jumps in and lands another kick directly on his face. That hit looks brutal. Kim cheers for Lee from the sidelines while Daesum worries about Doyun. He can't believe Lee landed such a clean kick while her other leg was trapped. To him, she's incredible. Daesum doesn't feel the same way at all. She's angry that Lee started so aggressively and says it's unfair. Back on the mat, both of them reset their distance after Lee clearly wins the first exchange. Doyun wipes the blood from his nose. Shocked by that opening attack, he realizes he was nearly knocked out immediately. So he tells himself to focus and settles back into his stance. Lee doesn't wait. She throws a straight punch, and Doyun immediately sees that he can dodge it. She throws a few more punches, but he slips past all of them with ease. Daesum is glad to see Doyun still has his speed, but while he's settling in, Lee suddenly changes levels and lands a low kick cleanly. Watching closely, Kim notices just how fast Lee truly is. Daesum becomes annoyed and tells the protagonist he's cheering far too hard for Lee. The protagonist fires back that Lee is his friend, then points out that Daesum is doing exactly the same thing for Doyun. She argues that Doyun is her childhood friend, and their bickering quickly escalates. Daesum suddenly asks whether he wants to bet on the winner, and MC immediately agrees. Hearing them yell, Lee tells both of them to be quiet. Doyun stares at Lee and says she seems very confident in her speed. Then he says he trusts his own speed too. Immediately afterward, he fires a fast, sharp, straight punch at her. Against most people, that would hurt badly. But this is Lee. She blocks it with almost no effort. Then she tells him his attacks are too basic. Doyun answers with the same punch from his other hand, but Lee dodges that one, too. She counters with an uppercut. Doyun sees it coming and blocks, but Lee is already thinking ahead. Her other hand crashes into his liver, and this time, he has no answer. He sees it coming, but all he can do is take the hit. Kim gets excited, so Daesum asks what a liver shot is. He explains that it strikes the liver and makes it difficult to breathe for a moment. Daesum yells to Doyun that it's nothing and tells him to hold his breath, clearly proving she isn't the fighter here. Kim realizes she's somewhat frightening, and at that same moment, Lee suddenly rushes in. She climbs over him and locks in a reverse triangle choke. The protagonist recognizes the move, but he's surprised she applied it while standing, because it's usually done on the ground. Even so, he's impressed. Doyun realizes he's trapped in the same choke Kim used against him before, but this time he refuses to lose, so he uses all his strength and slams Lee onto the mat. Lee stays down while Doyun stands over her, breathing heavily as he recovers from the choke. Then he realizes she's combining strikes with jujitsu and truly understands MMA. At the same time, Lee tries to lure him closer by telling him to take full mount and hit her. She asks why he's hesitating, but Doyun keeps his distance. He has figured out that she wants him to walk into another choke, so he tells her to stand up instead. Lee frowns, then springs back to her feet and says she wanted to finish this quickly. Next, she starts getting into Doyun's head, saying he should have trained every part of MMA instead of focusing so much on striking. Then she says she'll use only strikes to match his weak skills. Those insults fire Doyun up. He knows she taught Kim, the guy who defeated him, and he used to be a strong opponent. But fights like this are usually won with intelligence. And right now, Doyun is letting his emotions take control. The moment he throws a straight punch, Lee slips it and counters immediately, landing cleanly. Then she keeps punching, forcing Doyun to cover up and block. One hit nearly knocks him out for a moment, and stars flash in his vision. When he recovers, the beating just keeps coming. Now Doyun realizes he can't lose this badly. Kim tells Daesum that Doyun is finished. She can't understand how Lee's punches are so powerful that he can't fight back. MC tells her to watch Lee's lead foot closely. He explains that every time Lee punches, She leans forward and transfers her entire weight onto that planted foot, driving it into the ground. That's why every one of her punches hits so hard. Kim adds that when Lee misses, she puts so much force into it that her entire body swings with the punch. Daesum quickly shouts Lee's trick to Doyun, annoyed. Kim asks why she would reveal that. Now fired up, Doyun says he'll finish this and throws another straight punch, but Lee slips past it again. So he changes things up and goes for a spinning back fist. Lee isn't fazed at all. She catches his arm with ease and responds with a spinning counter of her own. Even the protagonist is stunned that Lee answered a spinning back fist with one herself. Deciding this has gone on long enough, Lee chooses to end it. She stops throwing lighter shots and drives one heavy punch directly into Doyun's face. Doyun has nothing left. After holding on for so long, he finally falls to the floor. Kim is amazed and quickly calls the match. Lee wins the spar. That night, they all sit down to eat. Everyone looks happy except Lee, who's annoyed that they're having pizza. Daesum explains that she made a bet with MC during the fight. She picked Doyun, MC picked Lee, and the loser had to buy pizza for the winner. But even though he won, he still ended up paying. Daesum apologizes and says she forgot her wallet, which only makes him angrier because she made the bet without any money. After one bite, Lee admits the pizza is really good. Meanwhile, Doyun keeps staring at Lee, still shocked by how strong she is. What bothers him most is that he couldn't land even one clean hit. He fought hard and used his head, but Lee was on a completely different level. He can't understand how someone her age became this strong. Unable to hold back any longer, Doyun asks Lee how she became so strong. He wonders whether she trained at a gym. Lee says yes, then asks why he wants to know. Doyun continues, asking whether she followed some special training plan. That puts Lee off because she still has no idea where he's going with this. So she shrugs and says she simply trained normally. Kim cuts in and calls her a genius if she thinks all of this was easy. Lee disagrees. If that's enough to make someone a genius, then everyone who goes to the gym counts. Doyun then asks how long she has trained, and Lee says she started when she was 7, so it has been 9 years. That answer leaves everyone stunned. None of them expected her to have trained for so long. With that revealed, Lee explains more. Her older brother started martial arts first and used to bully her, so she became fed up and joined the gym herself, deciding the best way to deal with it was to become stronger. Doyun tells her that with skills like hers, she could easily become a successful martial artist. Lee stays cold and tells him he's being far too nosy and asking far too many questions. Still, she answers him. Lee says there are plenty of people as skilled as she is, or even better. Besides, she doesn't want her face getting damaged from fighting. She's saving her looks for the person she hopes to meet someday. Kim thinks that reason is pretty strange. Daesum, however, understands immediately. Lee treats her skin like priceless treasure. Then Doyun asks the big question, will Lee teach him martial arts too? Lee rejects that instantly. The protagonist cuts in and reminds Doyun that he said he was finished with fighting. Head lowered, Doyun says martial arts and street fighting aren't the same thing. After sparring with Lee, he started wanting to become even stronger than he is now. That, he says, is why he wants Lee to teach him. Daesum can tell he means it, so she decides to help. She tells Lee that MC already receives lessons from her in exchange for tutoring. Hearing that, Lee immediately explodes at MC for revealing their secret. She even moves as though she's about to punch him, but he quickly apologizes for telling. Daesum brings the conversation back on track and says she's extremely good at Korean. She's always near the top in mock exams. Doyun takes note of that, while the protagonist is completely caught off guard. Then Daesum makes an offer. She'll tutor Lee in Korean if Lee agrees to teach Doyun martial arts. She even promises to help Lee remain near the top in Korean. It's a great deal, but no one knows whether Lee will accept it. Then again, Lee actually seems to be considering it. Before long, she agrees, though she tells Daesum to make sure she keeps every promise she just made. Doyun is touched that Daesum would go this far for him. Daesum then turns to Doyun and warns him not to go down a bad path. He should use this training only to become stronger and stay healthy. The next morning, Lee gathers everyone at their usual rooftop spot. She says martial arts lessons begin today, though she doesn't understand why Daesum came too. Daesum says she wants to use it as stamina training. She also says her own martial arts background could help. Lee lets her stay but warns her not to interfere. Then Lee says today's lesson is catching kicks. At that moment, Daesum suggests giving their group a name, and Lee clearly hates the idea. Kim, however, thinks it's great, and Doyun agrees. Outvoted 3-1, Lee lets Daesum choose the name. What Daesum comes up with is completely ridiculous. Lee and the Little Rascals. Unsurprisingly, Lee immediately protests. But Daesum thinks it's fun, and just like that, Lee and the Little Rascals is born. MC thought these peaceful days would last longer, but trouble was already on its way. Elsewhere, Gyuan-ho lies on his bed when his brother comes in to check on him. Gyuan-ho tells him to leave him alone. He simply wants to stay like this. News of Gyuan-ho's loss spread quickly. What ruined him even more was getting knocked out in one hit by some scrawny kid. Gyuan-ho feels completely humiliated and worries that girls won't like him anymore. His brother bluntly reminds him they didn't really like him before either. His brother is tired of seeing him like this. Gritting his teeth, he tells Gyuan-ho to wait. Then he heads to Kim's school. He's there for one reason only, to avenge his brother. His name is Song Junwoo. He's also 17 and has already dropped out of school. He walks into a classroom and asks which one of them is Kim. The students all turn in shock, wondering what's happening and whether Junwoo is from another school. Then Kim appears and says he's the one Junwoo is looking for. Seeing how skinny and nerdy the protagonist looks, Junwoo starts doubting that Gyuan-ho really lost to him. The protagonist, meanwhile, doesn't understand why this guy is acting so arrogant when he's about the same size, so MC asks who he is. Junwoo answers with a grin and a hard kick to his face, saying he's Gyuan-ho's younger brother. At the same moment, Lee becomes alert as the situation turns ugly. Kim reels from the kick and is clearly hurt, but Junwoo tells him not to pretend, saying he deliberately held back on purpose. The protagonist has no idea what this weirdo's problem is. The guy came to another school, entered a class that isn't his, asked for the protagonist, and kicked him the moment he found him. The protagonist still doesn't understand what's happening, but before things worsen, a teacher finally steps in and asks what's going on, reminding both of them that class is about to begin. Junwoo leans closer and tells Kim he'll see him after school. Then he politely bows and apologizes to the teacher for causing trouble. The sudden change leaves MC even more confused about who this guy is. All the while, Lee watches everything closely, not missing a single detail. Later, outside school, Daesum is shocked to hear what happened to him. Concerned, she asks whether the protagonist was hurt, but he says he's fine. At the same time, Doyun thinks that kick was incredibly close, meaning Junwoo must be very skilled. After hearing about it, the loser group gets angry that someone attacked their hero. One says he won't let Junwoo get away with it, and the leader says they have MC's back. MC tells them to relax. There's no need to interfere. He adds that Junwoo probably won't come back for him. Then he's immediately proven wrong when Junwoo appears behind him and asks for a fight. Startled, the protagonist spins around and blurts out in surprise. Junwoo repeats himself, but the protagonist says he has no reason to fight. Kim turns to calm down the loser group, only to find that they're already walking away. Junwoo pressures him again, saying he has been waiting for this. MC asks why he keeps pushing so hard and says he doesn't want to fight. That finally starts getting under Junwoo's skin. Losing patience, Junwoo throws another kick at him and says it's for the same reason as before. He's there to repay the protagonist for humiliating his brother. MC asks who he's even talking about. As he starts putting it together, Junwoo spells it out. He means Gyuan-ho, the guy MC defeated earlier, the long-haired, muscular one. That makes him remember. Even so, he refuses again. He didn't want to fight Juwon-ho either. He only did it because he had no choice. Junwoo explains that the loss crushed Gyuan-ho's pride so badly that he has locked himself in his room and won't come out. To him, winning this fight is the only way to restore his brother's pride. He asks Kim whether he understands now, then says not to judge him by his size. Junwoo may look small, but he trusts his skills. To prove it, Junwoo plants his hands on the ground and snaps a kick through the air. The force is enough to make the protagonist's hair move. Then Junwoo reveals that he's a taekwondo specialist. He says defeating MC will be easy and even claims he's stronger than his brother. Kim starts wondering whether that may actually be true. Then he notices people gathering around Junwoo. They're starting to treat this like a real fight, and even a teacher asks whether that's what's happening. Kim knows that if too many people notice him, Invincible will be after him again, so he realizes he has to avoid fighting for a while and stay out of the spotlight. That leaves him with one option: run. And that's exactly what the protagonist does. He takes off immediately. Watching him flee, Junwoo wonders whether Kim really thinks this is over. The next day, MC finds Junwoo sitting in his seat and waiting for him. He asks for a fight again, but MC refuses. Junwoo calmly says he won't give up that easily. At lunch, Junwoo even follows him into the cafeteria. Kim asks whether he doesn't attend school and how he has so much free time. Junwoo says he already dropped out. He doesn't stop there. Junwoo follows the protagonist into the bathroom too, still demanding a fight. Even in the locker room, he's there asking again, while Kim keeps avoiding him. Later, MC tells Lee about everything while she eats lunch sitting on top of him. Trapped beneath her, he can barely stay still. Lee says she's only doing it for his own good. Then she brings the conversation back to Junwoo and says he should just accept. Since Junwoo is about the same size, she asks what he's so afraid of. The protagonist explains that he doesn't want Invincible noticing him. Lee suggests a simple solution: fight Junwoo somewhere private and finish it. Kim sees that she has a point. Besides, it's obvious Junwoo isn't going to leave him alone. The guy has followed him almost everywhere, so MC decides it's better to finally accept. Just then, he reaches his limit and collapses, making Lee fall on top of him. Later that day, the protagonist heads to school. Just as expected, Junwoo approaches him again and asks for a fight. He says he won't stop until his brother's honor is restored. That's when Kim realizes the entire issue is about pride. So later, he goes to Gyuan-ho and apologizes for embarrassing him. MC says he only won by luck and that Gyuan-ho is still stronger than him. He tells him not to feel bad about losing to someone like him. But then everything gets worse. A group of students walks by and starts mocking Gyuan-ho for losing to Kim, saying he lost to a nobody and a little kid. They keep piling on, joking that he isn't number 2 anymore, but more like number 100 or 999. That hits Gyuan-ho hard. Junwoo snaps, grabs Kim by the collar, and says they need to fight immediately. The protagonist sees how obsessed he is and understands there's no escaping this. If he keeps refusing, Junwoo will continue chasing him, so MC finally agrees to the duel. The next day, they face each other in a parking lot. Only Lee and Gyuan-ho are there to watch. Lee supports Kim, and Gyuan-ho supports Junwoo. Before it begins, Junwoo tells his brother he'll restore his honor. But Gyuan-ho says he doesn't need to take it that far. As soon as the match starts, Junwoo asks Kim what martial art he uses. With a confident grin, Junwoo answers his own question, just as he said before. His base is taekwondo. Then he makes the first move and fires a kick. The protagonist blocks it with both arms, but even then, he can feel how powerful Junwoo is. Kim also realizes Junwoo is fast. If he had reacted even slightly later, that kick could have caused real damage. But Junwoo doesn't stop there. He follows with a rapid kick, striking through the air with both feet one after the other. Gyuan-ho proudly says that's his brother's specialty. Lee is clearly irritated by how loud he's being. Gyun-ho glances at Lee and immediately starts wondering who she is. Before even speaking to her, he decides she's exactly his type. He leans over and quietly asks who she is and whether she came to cheer for Kim. Lee instantly tells him to back off. Instead of backing down, Gyun-ho actually likes how cold she is. Then he wonders why each side has only one spectator. Since he's there for Junwoo and Lee is there for Kim, he asks whether she's his girlfriend. That truly sets Lee off. In a sharp voice, she tells him to mind his own business and asks whether he values his life. Gyun-ho immediately apologizes, saying she's terrifying. But somehow, that only makes him more interested. He decides this ice princess attitude is exactly what he likes, so he takes his chance and asks for her number. This time, Lee tells him to get lost. Junwoo notices and tells his brother to stop flirting and watch the fight. Junwoo increases the pressure and starts throwing even stronger kicks at the protagonist. The protagonist dodges one, but before he can react, another kick lands and hurts him badly. From the side, Gyun-ho starts loudly cheering for his brother again, which annoys Lee even more. Meanwhile, Junwoo keeps attacking at full power. He mixes up his kicks so well that MC can't predict what's coming next. Then Junwoo uses that rapid kicking combination again and lands it cleanly. At that point, Kim realizes he can't keep taking hit after hit. Junwoo follows with a whirlwind taekwondo kick. Whenever Kim tries to fight back, Junwoo immediately retreats. He's being completely shut down, and it looks like Junwoo truly wasn't lying about being better than his brother. The protagonist notices the pattern. Every time he throws a punch, Junwoo moves out of range. At this rate, the protagonist won't be able to hurt him at all. Then the story cuts to MC training with Lee before the fight. She asks whether his opponent really uses taekwondo, and once MC confirms it, Lee says taekwondo is a very strong style. But like every martial art, it has counters. She believes Kim has a chance if he can get close. She explains that taekwondo has very fast in and out movement, making it difficult to land a punch. He asks what he's supposed to do, and Lee tells him he needs to break his opponent's footing if he wants an opening. Her plan is simple. Catch Junwoo off guard and keep hammering his legs with low kicks until his footing weakens. Back in the present, the protagonist decides to follow Lee's plan. He starts by throwing a jab to block Junwoo's vision, then snaps in a low kick. In the flashback, Lee reminds Kim that low kicks are illegal in taekwondo. That means Junwoo probably isn't used to dealing with them. Back in the fight, MC lands another low kick. Junwoo gets annoyed and asks whether his whole plan is simply spamming low kicks. The protagonist says nothing, but that's clearly the answer. Right now, it's all he has. Then he throws another jab to block Junwoo's vision and goes for another low kick. This time, Junwoo reads it and hops away. Smirking, Junwoo tells him that trick won't keep working. Immediately afterward, he fires a straight kick toward MC's head. The counter catches MC off guard, but he keeps going. He decides to stick with the low kicks anyway, but now the plan is failing because Junwoo dodges again and answers with another front kick, this time to the protagonist's collarbone. It hurts badly. Junwoo keeps the pressure on with non-stop kicks. Kim avoids some, but the ones that land cause real damage. Gyun-ho gets excited watching his brother go all out, but he's also impressed that MC still refuses to quit. Lee starts worrying because Kim is simply standing there and taking hits. She wants him to focus. The protagonist realizes the low kicks aren't enough anymore, and he has no idea what to try next. Then he remembers Lee mentioning another weakness in taekwondo. She once knew someone at her old gym who practiced it, and that's where she noticed a pattern. Taekwondo fighters love the spinning back kick. It's powerful, but the movement is large and leaves their back exposed. In taekwondo, if someone falls, the referee lets them stand back up, so fighters throw that kick without much fear. MMA doesn't work that way, so Lee tells Kim to attack the moment Junwoo turns around for a spinning back kick. Back in the present, MC decides to use that second tip. Just as Lee predicted, Junwoo moves in for a spinning back kick, Kim sees it instantly and times his move perfectly. He rushes in, grabs Junwoo from behind, and tries to drag him down. Junwoo fights hard to remain standing while Kim uses everything he has to force him to the ground. A few seconds later, the protagonist finally throws Junwoo down, and then everything becomes strange. During the struggle, Junwoo's clothes tear, revealing that Junwoo is actually a girl. MC and Lee just stare in shock, frozen as they process what they have learned. He can't believe the person he was fighting was a girl. Still on the ground, she yells at him, asking why that should matter, and calls him a bastard, too. Kim awkwardly covers his eyes and says he thought she was a guy because she kept calling her brother Hyung. Girls usually say appa, so that confused him. More importantly, he begs her to put her clothes back on. She snaps that she's wearing leggings and asks what kind of pervert he is. Red-faced, the protagonist apologizes, but admits it's difficult to keep fighting now that he knows she's a girl. She explodes again, asking what's wrong with being a girl. She tells him to be quiet and says the fight isn't over. She still has to avenge her brother. When she says Hyung again, Kim points out that this is exactly why he became confused, but she fires back that she'll call her brother whatever she wants. Nearby, Lee is still stunned. Now that she knows the truth, Lee realizes the girl's voice did sound fairly high. Her brother, standing beside Lee, looks confused and asks how they could ever mistake his sister for a guy when she was obviously a girl. But Jiwoo is more upset about her torn pants. She glares at Kim and asks what he'll do about them. They were her favorite pair. Still embarrassed, MC apologizes again and promises to pay for them tomorrow. Then he suggests they should stop fighting because things have become awkward. Jiwoo immediately jumps back up and yells no. She tears away what's left of the pants and says it's better this way because they were just getting in the way. Then it starts raining, and Lee, not wanting to get soaked, tells Kim to finish this already. Round 2 begins, and Jiwoo stares at Kim, warning him not to hold back simply because she's a girl. She says she can fight better than most guys, and she means it. Then she leaps up, spins hard, and throws a 540-degree taekwondo kick at the protagonist. He barely blocks it, but the force behind it is still incredible. Jiwoo grins and says that's only the beginning, then speeds up even more. Every kick lands with power. Kim raises his arms to block, but even then, he's still taking damage. In a quick flashback, Lee tells MC that taekwondo has another weakness. Those kicks are powerful, but they consume a lot of stamina, so she tells him to endure them until his opponent runs out of energy. Back in the present, Kim does exactly that. He tells himself to hold on a little longer until an opening appears, so for now, he backs away to create space. Jiwoo is caught off guard and becomes annoyed. She calls him a bastard for running and asks whether he's scared. He says of course she's frightening. He asks her to imagine what it feels like having those insanely fast kicks flying at his face. Then Kim suddenly stops. He knows he can't let her recover, so now it's his turn to attack. He throws jabs and crosses, and Jiwoo slips past all of them. But the real setup is the low kick, and that one lands cleanly. Judging by her expression, it definitely hurt. Without stopping, the protagonist lands another low kick, then another and another. From the side, Lee silently urges him to keep attacking. The legs. If Jiwoo loses her legs, the heart of taekwondo, she'll be trapped. Sure enough, her movement starts slowing down. She throws a desperate counter, but Kim ducks and pulls back in time. He has already caused serious damage with those low kicks, and he can tell Jiwoo is hurting and nearly out of energy. This is his opening, so he steps in with a jab, and it lands. Her footwork is breaking down from the damage, and she can't retreat quickly enough. That's when Kim realizes her legs are basically finished, and her stamina is almost gone. The fight is nearly over. Seeing that, MC rushes in as Jiwoo turns for a back kick. He catches her leg in mid-spin and shoots for a double leg takedown. They crash down, and Kim quickly locks in an armbar in the process, though he ends up grabbing more than he intended. 2. He warns her to tap before her arm breaks. Jiwoo refuses. She says she'll never surrender. Kim keeps telling her to tap, but she refuses. Then Jiwoo's brother steps in and tells Kim to stop, admitting his sister lost. Both Kim and Jiwoo are stunned, but after a pause, the protagonist finally releases her. Jiwoo is still furious, but her brother says there's no reason to continue. MC has clearly won. Hearing that, he can't help feeling thrilled. He actually did it. Jiwoo, however, is still angry, cursing and punching the ground until her brother gently tells her to stop. He tells her she fought well. She starts saying she only wanted to avenge him, but a sneeze interrupts her. Then another follows. She's soaked from the rain, freezing, and still frustrated. That's when Kim steps in with a kind gesture, offering her his uniform and telling her to put it on before she gets sick. He admits it's slightly dirty, but says it's better than nothing. That actually works because Jiwoo starts blushing. Later, Jiwoo rides on her brother's back beneath the umbrella Kim brought. He asks whether she's okay and where she was hurt. Jiwoo says it's only her legs, so she'll be fine. After a brief silence, her brother says the protagonist seems like a decent person. Once the protagonist learned Jiwoo was a girl, he used only open-hand attacks and didn't fully crank the armbar, probably because he didn't want to hurt her. When he finally locked it in, Kim even looked at him as though he wanted the fight stopped. Her brother admits that losing to someone like MC doesn't feel so bad. He adds that MC is a good person, so Jiwoo should let it go too. Jiwoo blinks in confusion. He asks whether she was really still fighting him only because he lost to him, then says he doesn't care about that anymore, so she shouldn't either. That only makes Jiwoo look annoyed. A memory returns to her. As a little child, she was surrounded by other kids mocking her, calling her a boy, and saying she wasn't pretty. Then her brother appeared and marched over, asking what they had just called his sister. Her big brother went all in. He told them to stop making fun of her. Once the children ran away, he grinned at Jiwoo and asked whether he looked cool. He told her that if anyone teased her again, she should come to him. Patting her head, he told her to stop crying, and she sniffled out a quiet, "Okay." She calmed down, but then another memory returned. It was her brother after losing to Kim, complaining about it all day like a sore loser. Jiwoo told him that kind of weakness didn't suit him. He laughed and asked whether he truly looked that pathetic. She said yes, but was interrupted by a sneeze. It looks like they both caught colds. By the next day, the weather had cleared. At Yongmin High, Kim was spending time with his friends. He thanked Daesung for the anime recommendation from the night before and said he enjoyed it. Daesung smiled and promised another one later. Then they all suddenly paused. Jiwoo and her brother had returned to the school. She said she came to return the protagonist's clothes, casually calling him a bastard while handing them over. She also mentioned they had been dry cleaned. MC thanked her, then remembered he still owed her for the clothes ruined during their fight. Jiwoo brushed it off, saying that simply happens in a fight. Admitting that his sister lost, Kim still insisted on buying her dinner and said, Gyuan-ho should come too. The moment food was mentioned, Jiwoo agreed. Gyuan-ho liked the idea too. He invited his friends along, but Lee immediately shut it down, and the other two passed. Then Gyuan-ho suddenly walked up to Lee with a flower, trying to charm her. He asked whether she liked flowers, then joked that he couldn't tell which was the real flower, her or the one in his hand. The line was so bad that Lee only looked disgusted and turned away. Gyuan-ho kept going and asked whether she liked movies, but Lee told him never to speak to her again and to get lost. That rejection was brutal, so much for receiving a simple no. Later, they ended up at Burger King. Kim bought burgers but awkwardly asked whether that was enough. He said he could pay for something nicer. Jiwoo said burgers were fine, and Gyuan-ho added that they were actually her favorite. Then the protagonist asked something more serious. Why she dropped out of school. Since it came out of nowhere, he quickly explained. She kept appearing to challenge him and seemed to have a lot of free time, so he became curious. Juanho jumped in and said it wasn't a major issue. He revealed that Jiwoo quit school while trying to succeed on YouTube. Embarrassed, she admitted it. She said she left school to focus on YouTube because things were going well at first, but then everything fell apart. Now she only works part-time and doesn't really have any clear goal. Then she looked at Juanho and told him not to underestimate her. One day, she'd reach 1 million subscribers. He grinned and said if she became that successful, she could do collaborations with pretty guests. Jiwoo called him out for always thinking about girls, then sneezed again. Kim could tell her cold was becoming pretty bad. After they finished eating, they went outside. Jiwoo and Juanho thanked him, and MC was glad. They enjoyed it. Jiwoo asked how he was getting home, and said she and Juanho were taking the bus. But she started sneezing again in the middle of her sentence. He suddenly told them to wait and ran away. Jiwoo asked where he was going, and Juanho guessed he probably rushed off to use the bathroom. A little later, Kim returned with medicine. He handed it to Jiwoo and said it was warm ginger tea and cold medicine, so it should help. He said it was probably his fault that she became sick, so he wanted her to take it and recover soon. Then he admitted he didn't know when they would meet again, but told her to stay healthy. He said the same to Juanho and started walking away. Impressed, Juanho praised Kim's manners. Then he started sneezing repeatedly too and asked Jiwoo whether he could have some medicine. Jiwoo stayed silent. Looking at the bag, she thought that this brat really gave her a cold and then brought her medicine for it, so yes. Kim won her over again the next day at Yongmin High. Everyone was in class when the teacher entered. He told them to sit down and announced that a transfer student would be joining them. Then he asked her to introduce herself. To everyone's surprise, it was Jiwoo. She introduced herself as a 17-year-old re-enrolled student, and it turned out she was in the same class as Kim. He was completely stunned, while Lee looked annoyed. Jiwoo, however, seemed happy about it. Even with a few ups and downs, their peaceful days continued. But another fight was coming soon. Ever since she enrolled, Jiwoo kept following Kim everywhere. At first, he tried to ignore it, but eventually, he'd had enough. He asked why she kept following him. Jiwoo immediately denied it and said she attended the school too, so she could walk wherever she wanted. Then she pointed at him and said that since she didn't know the school well, he could at least show her around. Kim nervously adjusted his glasses and said she should probably ask the class president, but she said she didn't even know who that was, so that option was impossible. The protagonist sighed and finally agreed to give her a tour. He began showing her around the snack shop, cafeteria, art room, music room, and finally the sports field. There, he explained that first years usually used it during PE. Just then, a soccer ball rolled over, and one of the players asked them to send it back. Jiwoo didn't throw it. She kicked it. The ball curved perfectly into the goal, leaving everyone shocked. Kim stared and told her she was amazing at soccer. Jiwoo simply shrugged and said she was in the soccer club in elementary school. Then she went to the basketball court, made a shot, and said she was in the basketball club in middle school too. As though that wasn't enough, she ran to the track and started sprinting, saying she could run 100 meters in 14 seconds. MC was amazed. He asked whether there was anything she couldn't do. She was seriously good at everything. Trying to understand her, he asked whether doing all those sports meant she simply loved sports or perhaps became bored quickly. Jiwoo shook her head and said it was the opposite. She was simply very curious. So when something interested her, she went all in. That reminded her of something from a few days earlier when Juanho asked whether she was re-enrolling because of Kim. She instantly blushed and shouted in surprise. From her reaction alone, Juanho figured it out and asked whether she liked Kim. She denied it, but he only laughed. He said that was nonsense. Everyone in their family falls in love far too easily. him, their mother, and their father, all the same. Jiwoo quickly said it wasn't like that and tried to explain, not very well, that she was only slightly curious. That was all. She said she didn't know why, but she wanted to discover what kind of person he really was. Gyunho told her he already knew she couldn't resist doing whatever she wanted, and returning to school wasn't a bad thing either. Then, still teasing her, he said he hoped things went well with Kim. She insisted it wasn't like that, but her blushing gave her away. Back at school, class was still going on, and the protagonist thought that even if helping Lee mattered, he really needed to focus on his own grades too. He told himself he couldn't keep neglecting his own schoolwork. Then he felt someone poking him with a foot. It was Jiwoo. Leaning closer, she whispered and asked what he was doing after school. Kim whispered back, asking whether she was crazy for doing this in class, but still answered that he had club activities. From behind them, Lee noticed the whispering and wondered what they were doing instead of paying attention. Meanwhile, she had no idea what the teacher was even talking about. Later, they ended up in the club room. Kim was shocked that Jiwoo followed him there too, and asked why. She said that since she had re-enrolled, she wanted to take things seriously this time. MC told her that still didn't mean she had to follow him everywhere. He admitted Jiwoo had already seemed strange when she kept chasing him for a fight, but now this felt even stranger. Just then, the other club members entered and immediately recognized Jiwoo as the girl who was with the protagonist before. Jiwoo introduced herself and said she wanted to join the club. Daesum looked surprised, then welcomed her and introduced herself too. Soon the last members arrived, apologizing for being late. Daesum quickly introduced Jiwoo, and they said they remembered seeing her before, but something about them felt strange. They all seemed unusually gloomy, and Daesum asked what was going on with their clothes. They looked like expensive brand name items, so she asked about them. Awkwardly, they answered both yes and no. Kim asked what that meant. That's when they admitted some shady upperclassmen had forced them to buy the clothes. Those seniors claimed they were giving them a special deal, selling the clothes at used item prices. One of the boys said it felt like they were choosing easy targets, such as clueless first years. They were certain the clothes were fake, obviously fake, but they couldn't refuse. When they tried, the seniors threatened to bully them. Daesum was shocked that things had become that bad. Kim stood with a hard expression and asked who those seniors were. What MC didn't know yet was that the person behind it all was Park Dasyop, the fifth strongest member of the infamous Invincible gang. Later, they went outside and led Kim to Dasyop. He pointed at the blonde guy and asked whether he was the one who forced them to buy the items. They said yes. At that moment, the protagonist realized he was in serious trouble if he'd confronted him, especially because he was with Invincible. The protagonist thought about how the gang had kept trying to recruit him, and he had been avoiding them the whole time. Shaken, MC apologized. He said he truly wanted to help when he first heard about it, but he didn't know Invincible was involved. He admitted he had been staying away from the gang for personal reasons and said there was nothing he could do. His friends told him it was fine and that simply listening already helped. One said they'd just accept being pushed around again and reporting them would only make things worse. Another said he only hoped the gang wouldn't come after them again. Kim could only apologize once more. Meanwhile, Dasyop and his friends talked about the wallets in their bag. Dasyop said he bought them for 2,001 each from someone he knew. One of them said that if this continued, they'd become rich soon, then asked whether the wallets were all fake. Dasyop said they were. The guy then asked whether Philip knew about this side business. Dasyop said Philip didn't, and that this was simply his own way to earn extra money. Then he told them to start selling, beginning with the first years. So they went around stopping students and claiming the wallets were genuine luxury brands. When some of the students questioned them, Dasyop's crew became hostile asking whether they were being called scammers, and saying that if anyone touched a wallet, they had to buy it because they had left fingerprints on. If the students still refused, Dashiop's group used force, slapping the first years and insulting them until they finally paid. By the end, they had made good money, and Dashiop boasted that earning cash was easy. While walking, they spotted Kim's friends, the same boys they had extorted earlier, eating lunch. Dashiop recognized them immediately. One guy asked whether they were going to sell to them again, and Dashiop laughed, saying, repeat buyers were the easiest targets. After laughing it off, they walked over to the 3 first years and said they wanted a quick word. They took them behind the school where no one could see. There, Dashiop asked whether they had used what they bought before. The boys nervously said they were only keeping it, and that made Dashiop and his crew burst out laughing. Then Dashiop pulled out more wallets and claimed they were genuine, expensive, and definitely not fake. Smirking, he offered them a student discount of 200,000 each. Skinny Glasses hesitantly said they had already bought something before, hoping to escape the situation. Dashiop simply told them to buy again and give the wallets to their girlfriends. Fat Glasses awkwardly replied that they obviously didn't have girlfriends. Trying to remain polite, Skinny Glasses said they didn't want to buy anything and asked him to let it go. Dashiop paused, then answered in a threatening voice, asking whether that was really their answer. Without warning, he slapped Skinny Glasses hard across the face. With a twisted grin, Dashiop said he was politely asking them to buy the wallets too. Flustered, Skinny Glasses repeated that they'd already bought from him and had no money left. Dashiop said they could pay little by little over a few months, as if it were some amazing deal. But Fat Glasses spoke up again and asked whether the wallets were even real. He said it was starting to feel like they were being forced to buy fakes. That set Dashiop off, and he punched Fat Glasses in the stomach, then kept beating him while calling him a pig. When he finished, he walked over to Skinny Glasses and asked whether he still refused to buy one after seeing all that. Then Dashiop grabbed the boy's bag of chips, scooped up some dirt, and dumped it inside. He even flicked cigarette ash into the bag. After that, he gave Skinny Glasses a choice: eat everything in the bag and leave, or buy the wallet and leave. Skinny Glasses begged him to stop. Dashiop didn't care. He grabbed the boy's face, forced his mouth open, and poured the filthy mess straight inside. Then he shut his mouth and told him to chew. When the boy refused, Dashiop grabbed his head and started punching his jaw, screaming at him to chew. In the end, the boy opened his mouth, which was filled with blood. But Dashiop kept going, slamming his head into the ground and punching him, while demanding to know whether he still refused to buy. Skinny Glasses was beaten so badly that he wet himself. That's when the only boy who hadn't been hit stepped in and begged Dashiop to stop. He promised to send the money, and he did. Once it went through, Dashiop mocked them for not buying sooner, then started laughing like a maniac. He tossed them the wallet, told them to use it well, and said he'd see them again soon. The wallet landed directly in the puddle of urine. The other two hurried over to help Skinny Glasses up. Meanwhile, nearby, Kim was walking around and checking his phone. When he looked up, he saw his 3 friends and asked what they were doing there. But then he noticed how awful they looked and immediately asked what had happened. After a pause, they told him everything. As soon as Kim heard it, rage swept through him, and he clenched his fist. That night, he sat outside his house, thinking about what had happened to his friends. He was furious that they'd been beaten like that, but he didn't know what to do. Part of him wanted to go after Dashiop immediately, but Dashiop was invincible, so Kim held back. Taking on that gang terrified him. What if things became even worse? In the end, he felt like a coward, too afraid to do anything. Then Lee walked over and asked why he was sitting out there alone. Her timing felt perfect, so he quickly asked whether she could come with him somewhere. He followed her to a hidden spot, where she pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and casually told him to keep watch. Kim was shocked she still hadn't quit. Lee just scoffed and asked who wanted his opinion, then smirked and called him an annoying loser for acting superior. The protagonist laughed nervously and said there was something he wanted to tell her, something that had been stuck in his head for a while. He explained that one of his club friends had been badly beaten, and the guy who did it was from Invincible. Kim said he wanted to confront Dasyap, get the money back, and make him stop, but the truth was that he feared what might happen. That gang terrified him, so perhaps it was better not to go near Invincible at all. He asked Lee what she thought, but when he turned around, she was gone. Confused, he heard her voice behind him asking why he was talking to himself. Kim blinked and asked when she finished smoking. She simply said, "Just now." Then she told him she agreed. It was better not to get involved with Invincible. She said they seemed like the kind of trash nobody should mess with. Going near them would only bring trouble. Then she asked whether this wasn't exactly what he wanted. Nobody was bothering him anymore. She reminded him that he'd asked her to teach him how to fight, and that was exactly what she did. Even the bullies had stopped targeting him. He got what he wanted, so shouldn't he just stay quiet? Why was he trying to get involved? Now, did he think he was some kind of hero of justice? She told him bluntly that no matter how strong he thought he was, someone stronger would always exist. As a final warning, she said getting involved in something like this would only get him hurt. Kim had to admit that Lee was right. He learned to fight so people would stop picking on him, and now nobody touched him. He had finally gotten what he wanted, so perhaps he really should keep his head down. He was thinking that on the way to school when he suddenly heard students whispering. He looked over and saw Dasyap standing in front of Fatty and the other boy who hadn't been beaten up. Dasyap was demanding the rest of the money and asking where the skinny boy with glasses was. The answer was that he was absent. They were outside their clubroom. The commotion brought Dasam and Doyen out, and when Dasam saw Dasyap's group, she asked whether they were the ones selling fake luxury goods to students. One of the guys told her to stay out of it, but Dasyap admitted it himself. Then, with a smirk, Dasyap said the items were obviously fake. No student would be walking around with that many expensive products. Dasyap claimed they were real and said he got them from a businessman he knew. Then he stepped closer, told her she was pretty, and offered her $100 to spend the day with him. He added that most girls gave in for that much and asked whether she would too. His boys started laughing, but Doyen stopped. He grabbed Dasyap by the collar and yelled at him to take it back. Dasyap answered with a headbutt, then he laughed. Right after that, he showed off with a few boxing moves and drove a punch into Doyen's stomach, blasting him back into the clubroom. The hit caused serious damage. Doyen was hurt so badly that he couldn't stand. Dasyap cackled and mocked him, saying he acted tough but was nothing but talk. On his way out, he warned everyone not to mess with Invincible if they knew what was good for them. Once Dasyap and his crew left, the nearby students started whispering about how terrified they were. Kim felt the same way. He was shaking. Later, MC headed to the gym storage room, the hidden base of Invincible. Carrying bags filled with the products Dasyap had sold, he walked in and demanded refunds for everything sold to the first years. Dasyap only laughed and said he wasn't in the mood. So Kim told him that if he refused to return the money, they should fight. Dasyap looked surprised for a moment, but Kim continued. If he lost, Dasyap could take his money and bully him however he wanted. But if the protagonist won, Dasyap had to stop bullying people. Dasyap burst out laughing. Then he gave Kim a vicious look and said he'd wanted to fight him anyway. He hated seeing trash like him hanging around, so he agreed. After hearing that, Philip called out to Dasyap and asked what MC meant about selling things to the first years. Dasyap turned and brushed it off, saying he was only making a little money on the side from fake goods. That was enough for Philip to know the items really were fake. Philip raised an eyebrow and asked whether Dasyap had really made money without telling him first. At that moment, the guy who was always quietly reading snapped his book shut. In English, he essentially told Dasyop that Invincible acted only on Philip's orders, yet he was out there selling to first years. Dasyop didn't look bothered at all. He laughed and told him to speak Korean because he didn't understand English anyway. The book guy walked over, his tone turning cold. This time in Korean, he warned Dasyop not to do whatever he wanted. Dasyop just laughed again and said, "Fine," but then pushed back with the same menace. If the book guy didn't like it, they could fight too. Grinning, he asked whether they should settle the rankings again. Just then, Philip stepped between them and casually hooked an arm around each of their necks. Smiling, he said, "Invincible members shouldn't fight each other." While saying it, he quietly applied pressure to Dasyop's elbow, enough to wipe the smiles from his face for a moment. Philip kept grinning and said they were all on the same side, so they should get along. Kim just stood there thinking, what were these guys doing? Philip then looked at the protagonist and asked whether he had really come to challenge Dasyop so the money would be returned. MC said yes, but Philip's expression changed as he asked whether MC understood what it meant to challenge Dasyop to a fight. According to Philip, that was basically the same as challenging Invincible. Then he asked whether Kim was ready for that. Kim froze. He hadn't considered that at all. In his mind, he wondered how he was supposed to face Invincible alone. But Philip laughed and said he was joking. Did the protagonist really think they'd all jump him? He wasn't happy that Dasyop had acted behind his back, but he had to admit that MC's fights were fun to watch. So Philip told them to begin. The others in the room started moving the furniture and other items aside to create space. When the floor was clear, Kim and Dasyop faced each other in the middle. Philip announced that the area was ready so they could fight there with everyone watching. He added that the two of them would settle the terms for winning and losing themselves. As they raised their fists and prepared, Philip wished them luck and said the better fighter should win. Outside, rain was pouring down. Lee was already irritated. She wondered whether Kim had an umbrella and considered texting him. But then she realized she hadn't seen him since cleanup time and started wondering where he had gone. Just then, Jiwoo called out to her. Lee asked whether she'd really said her name and wondered how Jiwoo even knew it. Jiwoo said they were in the same class, so of course she knew. When Lee asked what she wanted, Jiwoo said she was looking for Kim. Jiwoo usually called him kiddo, while Lee called him loser. So Lee paused and asked whether she meant the loser. Jiwoo looked confused too, and asked why Lee called him that, since it sounded rude. Lee brushed it off and told her not to worry. Then she suddenly called Jiwoo Fangs and asked whether she had an umbrella. Annoyed, Jiwoo told her not to use that nickname because she hated it most. She also said no, she didn't have one. Lee cursed the rain for suddenly falling so hard. Jiwoo, holding her uniform over herself like an umbrella, asked whether Lee wanted to share. Back in the gym storage room, Philip said about 3 minutes had passed since the fight began. He admitted he hadn't expected this. The book guy, however, said he had. It was obvious. They watched Kim and Dasyop exchange blows. Kim was bleeding and breathing hard, but he still kept his guard raised. Across from him, Dasyop laughed like a madman, mocking him and asking whether that was all he had. He kept going, saying Kim acted like he could fight, but he was weak and didn't belong anywhere near Invincible. Inside, the protagonist was panicking. He couldn't even follow Dasyop's punches and had no idea what was happening. Right then, Dasyop rushed in, shouting that MC was pathetic and struck him in the face. Before he could recover, Dasyop slipped to the side and landed another clean hit. The protagonist was still stunned by how fast he was. He had never fought anyone this quick. The blows kept coming from his blind spots. While Dasyop kept attacking, Kim tried to block. Then he realized he had to attack too, so he started swinging but hit nothing. Philip watched and said it was the first time he'd seen MC fight like this. The book guy said fear was getting to him. He had realized that nothing he tried was working. He started throwing kicks too, but they missed every time, and every miss was followed by another punch. He even attempted takedowns, but those failed too. He was being thrown around. In his head, Kim knew Dasyop clearly had a boxing background, and if none of his attacks landed, he had no idea how to win. The book guy said MMA, which was the protagonist's style, should normally defeat pure boxing. Dasyop only used his hands, but then Philip said that only worked when both fighters were similar in skill. Here, they weren't. Dasyop was far above MC. Philip explained that Dasyop was an elite boxer from specialized sports middle and high schools, but Dasyop didn't treat boxing like a sport. He treated it like a street fight. Philip added that Dasyop once bit a guy's nose for taunting him, broke his face, and even beat up the guy's coach. After that, he was forcibly transferred to their school. That's how they ended up with the menace named Park Dasyop. Back in the fight, Dasyop had torn off his shirt and was laughing like a complete lunatic, yelling about how much fun this was. Kim just stood there thinking he was in serious trouble and wondering what he could possibly do now. Outside, the rain became even worse. Jiwoo said they had no choice now and had to run for it. Then she stopped and asked whether Lee was slow. Doyen came out of the school with the 2 first years, and Lee asked whether any of them had umbrellas. Nobody did. Lee clicked her tongue and snapped, asking whether they could at least carry umbrellas like normal people. That was enough to frighten the 2 first years, and they started wondering whether she was some kind of bully. Lee then asked Doyen where Kim was. Doyen simply asked why, and Lee said she wanted him to bring her an umbrella. Doyen said he had no idea where Kim had gone. Lee grumbled, annoyed that the protagonist had disappeared earlier. Then Jiwoo said her brother was on his way, which only made Lee more irritated. Still, knowing how her brother was, Lee let out a sigh and accepted it. Even so, everyone kept wondering where MC had gone. What none of them knew was that he was currently being destroyed by Dasyop. Punches kept crashing into Kim's face from every angle, and his body was being battered too. When the protagonist tried to fight back, Dasyop slipped past the attack with ease, then struck him across the jaw and made MC lose his footing. Right then, he remembered something Lee once told him. No matter who it is, one solid shot to the jaw can finish you, and that was exactly what happened. Kim dropped to one knee, exhausted and barely conscious, while Philip watched with a grin and asked whether he was getting dizzy. The book guy said a clean jaw shot would make it difficult for anyone to stay upright. The protagonist's vision swam, his head spun, and his ears rang. He couldn't even process what had happened. He had fought plenty of people before, but Dasyop was on another level. Then Dasyop grabbed him and yanked him up as though he weighed nothing, yelling that the fight wasn't over. Then he blasted him in the face again and told him to last a little longer. Still laughing like a maniac, Dasyop kept beating Kim without stopping. MC panicked, thinking he might really die if this continued. In desperation, he raised his hands and begged Dasyop to stop. Crying, he admitted that he had lost. In that moment, he truly believed Dasyop would kill him if he didn't surrender. But that monster simply said no and kept punching, sending Kim crashing back down. Writhing in pain, the protagonist kept begging him to stop, repeating that he had already surrendered. Dasyop didn't care. He shouted that once someone picked a fight with him, he never let them walk away, or people might think he was weak. As another punch landed, he yelled that he wouldn't stop until his opponent was half dead or urinating on the floor. He laughed like a demon, and Kim was horrified because at this rate, he really was going to die. So MC did the only sensible thing he could. He got up and ran. Blood poured down his face, and he screamed for help like a terrified child. As he rushed toward the exit, Dasyop cackled behind him. But waiting in front of the door were Philip and the book guy. Kim, dizzy and barely conscious, collapsed onto the floor, gasping for air. He looked up at Philip and begged him to move. He said he was finished and only wanted to leave. But instead, Philip smiled, locked the door, and asked whether he wanted to join Invincible. Kim's eyes widened in disbelief, perhaps even fear. Philip calmly added that if he refused, he might as well die there. At that moment, Dasyop came up behind the protagonist, ready to throw another punch. Kim spun around in terror and raised his arms to protect himself. Then suddenly, the door behind Philip started shaking. No, someone was slamming it from outside so hard that it looked ready to break. Dasyop stopped in mid-swing, and even Philip looked confused as the door bent inward, as though it were being crushed by something monstrous. Everyone stared as the person who stepped inside, after destroying the door, was none other than Gunhu. Everyone froze. One guy demanded to know who he was, while the others simply stared at the ruined door. Philip, however, recognized him immediately. He said this was the guy from earlier, the one who fought Kim, Gunhu from Unrivaled. Gunhu confirmed it, and Philip asked why he had destroyed the door. Gunhu casually apologized and said he heard MC was there, so he became worried. A little earlier, Gunhu had arrived with umbrellas. He heard some first years telling Lee that Kim had gone to Invincible for a refund, but nobody had heard from him since. When they reached the storage room, they heard screaming inside, but the door was locked, so Gunhu broke it open. After entering, he walked over, picked Kim up, and said he was taking him because the fight was already over. Philip asked what he thought he was doing, saying this was Invincible's business. His expression and tone turned cold as he asked whether Unrivaled was trying to interfere. Gunhu quickly said no and told Philip not to misunderstand. He came alone. This had nothing to do with Unrivaled. Then he looked Philip directly in the eyes and asked whether it wasn't wrong to keep beating someone who had already surrendered. The others exploded, shouting at Gunhu, calling him a bastard, and asking whether he even knew where he was or whether he wanted to die. Gunhu didn't move. He told them that if anyone had a problem, they could find him at Baekwon High School. He would face anyone. And with that, he started walking out. The book guy quietly asked Philip whether they should contact Unrivaled and find out what was happening, but Philip brushed it off and told him to forget it. Then he sat down, laughed, and said that at least Kim's fight had been entertaining. Later, at the hospital, the protagonist was treated by a doctor while his friends waited. Once it was over, they all left together. Gunhu told MC that he was lucky. The doctor said nothing was seriously wrong, but Jiwoo wasn't convinced. She pointed at Kim's face, cursed the people who had done this, and demanded to know who they were. Were they gangsters? She said she'd go beat them up herself, if necessary. Trying to demonstrate what she meant, she accidentally kicked him in the stomach. She quickly apologized and swore it was an accident, but that was the exact same spot where he'd been hit before. The protagonist forced a smile through the pain and thanked everyone, especially Gunhu. Gunhu told him not to worry as long as he was okay. Then he said he and his sister had to leave before they missed the bus. Jiwoo said goodbye, told MC not to skip school, and said she'd see him tomorrow. Doyen also checked on him and asked whether he needed help getting home, but Kim said he was fine. Lee, however, wasn't letting it go. She asked why he kept acting so full of himself. He said nothing and merely lowered his head, too ashamed to answer. Later that night, back at Kim's house, water ran in the bathroom while he stood beneath the shower. For the first time, he admitted something to himself. He had lost a fight. Before this, he had thought he was simply lucky. But losing wasn't what hurt most. It was the fear. That fear sank deep inside him. He could still feel the blows, and still remember thinking he was going to die. It was one of the most terrifying moments of his life. After his shower, Kim stepped out and nearly jumped when he saw Lee sitting in his room. She told him to sit beside her. When he asked why, she told him to be quiet and do it. Without another word, she took some ointment, put a little on her finger, and gently rubbed it onto his swollen eye. Kim wondered what she was doing, and then she said he'd been beaten up pretty badly. She asked how anyone could rough up a weakling like him that much. The protagonist remained silent. His thoughts spun. Was she actually worried about him? Lee continued. asking why he had run off to fight without telling her. Muttering a curse, she said that as his teacher, the least he could do was inform her. Kim apologized and admitted he had become too angry to stop himself. Lee still wasn't satisfied. She told him that even if he had prepared, he still might have lost. Instead, he rushed in, fueled by anger. She added that his mother was away on a business trip until the week after next, which was probably for the best because she didn't have to see him like this. Then Lee reminded him again that there were plenty of stronger people out there. She told him to stop acting cocky, called him a loser, and warned him that if he ever planned to fight again without telling her, he was dead. Then she called him an arrogant loser one more time. As she stood to leave, she added that seeing him beaten like this hurt her pride as his teacher. Kim quietly said he understood. But from that night onward, something inside him changed. He no longer had the courage to fight anymore. Every night he had nightmares about Dasyop beating him down. He would suddenly wake up drenched in sweat, jerking upright as though Dasyop had just struck him again. And every time, he told himself the same thing. He never wanted to fight again. Going after Dasyop had been far beyond him. At school, Kim didn't even become angry anymore when his friends were extorted. Whenever Dasyop spotted him, he would casually call his name and ask for 100,000 won, telling Kim to send him the money for shoes. MC simply obeyed. He was being extorted again. Once the other bullies noticed, they started pushing him around too. One after another, they came asking for money, as though it were a game. He no longer had the will or courage to fight back. Merely thinking about another fight made his hands tremble and his chest tighten. Everything had returned to the old days, back to being bullied. Later, while tutoring Lee at home, Kim tried to clear his head. He told himself to stop thinking about reckless things and focus on the lesson. He had promised to help Lee get into Seoul University. Then the doorbell rang. Lee guessed it was her delivery and told him to answer it. Kim asked why she was ordering food before the lesson was even over, but she said she was hungry and had ordered early, then told him to hurry. With a sigh, he went to the door, muttering that she was already planning dinner during tutoring. How was she supposed to get into Seoul University like this? But when he opened the door, he stopped. It wasn't a delivery person. It was Sarah. She laughed, said it had been a while, and asked whether he'd missed her. Kim just stared, wondering why she was there. Sarah teased that she came because she missed him. Before he could react, she pulled him into a hug and asked how he had been. Then she noticed his face, removed his glasses, and poked his bruised eye. She asked what happened and whether Lee had hit him. The protagonist told her to stop because it hurt, but Sarah only laughed and said it felt squishy. Just then, Lee came downstairs, and Sarah rushed over to hug her. She said it had been months, but Lee told her it really hadn't been that long. Sarah asked whether she'd been exercising because her hips looked toned. Embarrassed, Lee said she'd had no time for that because she'd been studying non-stop. Then Sarah pointed at MC's eye and asked again whether Lee had done that. Lee denied it and said MC had picked a fight with a delinquent and been destroyed. Sarah burst out laughing. Lee then awkwardly added that this wasn't an ordinary delinquent. He was extremely dangerous. Sarah looked at him with fake sympathy and opened her arms, saying she'd comfort him. Then she laughed, said she was joking, and suddenly locked him in a chokehold. The protagonist struggled and begged her to stop because he couldn't breathe. Letting go, Sarah grinned and said, Kim must be fairly capable now, so the guy who defeated him had to be seriously strong. Still trying to breathe, MC admitted that he was. Sarah gave him a look and asked whether that was why he'd been so depressed. Then she joked about giving him another chance to touch her breasts, only to laugh and say she was joking again. Turning to Lee, she pointed out how wide his eyes had become and joked that he was cured already. Lee laughed and called him a pervert. Red-faced, the protagonist begged her to stop. Simply being around Sarah was exhausting. After a while, she told him that sometimes you win and sometimes you lose. so she didn't understand why he was this devastated. Whoever had beaten him, if Kim truly wanted to win, she could teach him how to fight. He politely refused and said he was finished with fighting. Sarah merely shrugged and told him to ask if he changed his mind. Then she casually mentioned that she'd be staying at his house for a few days. His mother had already agreed. MC was surprised his mother said yes, but having Sarah around did make him feel a little better. School, however, was still terrible. Dasyop kept demanding money, and because of their agreement before the fight, Kim had to keep paying him. Dasyop even offered to get him a cheap wallet. If he needed one, Kim only said okay. Passing the club, room felt heavy. He figured he'd only be a burden if he went inside. As he dragged himself down the hall, someone called his name. He turned and saw the two freshmen. The tall one said they needed to tell him something important. That night, Kim walked through the streets with them. The tall one explained that Ilgu hadn't come to school since being beaten. He also wasn't answering his phone. Fatty said people nearby had seen him on the rooftop at night, and he was worried Ilgu might be thinking about doing something terrible. The moment Kim heard that, he panicked and said this was serious. They had to check on him immediately. A little later, they reached Ilgu's house. Then Fatty looked up and pointed. Ilgu was on the rooftop. All of them shouted, asking what he was doing up there. Then they ran inside and charged up the stairs to make sure he was okay. When they reached the roof, they found Ilgu doing pull-ups. He hadn't heard them because he was wearing earbuds. Once he noticed them, he simply looked confused and asked why they were there. The tall one grabbed him and said they'd come because they were worried he might be having dark thoughts. Ilgu blinked and asked what he meant. He said he was only exercising. When they asked why he ignored their calls, Ilgu said he wanted to shut everything out for a while. He admitted he'd been depressed and trapped in his room for days, but eventually he became too frustrated, went up for air, found workout equipment on the roof, and started training. While hitting the bag, he kept thinking about Kim. Ilgu said he wanted to become strong like the protagonist, strong enough to stand up to the guy who bullied him. That's why he'd been training nonstop. Being bullied didn't frighten him now. It only made him angry. MC listened quietly, then pointed out that Ilgu's stance was completely wrong and showed him how to position his legs properly. The other two laughed at Ilgu's terrible form. Still, Ilgu was trying. He was fighting back in the best way he could. And compared with that, Kim felt like the one who had run away. In that moment, he admitted to himself that giving up after one loss was pathetic. He remembered how frightened he had once been of Jo Sang-bum and Hong Da-bong, who had seemed enormous to him even, though Kim was skinny, and of Do-yoon, who had felt impossible to move. Back then, he had been afraid too, but when he was cornered, he didn't lower his head. He kept throwing punches again and again. After realizing that, Kim went home with new determination. He told Sarah that he wanted her to teach him how to win. Hearing that, she smiled and laughed, happy to hear it. Sarah said that before she could help, she needed to know how the guy who defeated him fought. She asked whether Kim had a video of the fight, but he didn't. So she said they needed to learn his style first and build a plan. Then she asked whether there was anyone he could talk to, someone who knew how Dasyop fought. The protagonist said there might be. The next day, he went to Doyeon at school. Doyeon said he'd investigated Dasyop as MC requested, and for more details, he'd called Seokju. Seokju told him Dasyop was supposedly the third best fighter in Invincible, but when it came to dirty fighting, he was number one. He beat people until they were nearly dead, then asked whether Doyeon was actually thinking of fighting him. If he was, he'd be finished. Doyeon quickly said he wasn't the one planning to fight. Seokju then said he still wanted to recruit him again someday, so Doyeon shouldn't destroy himself over this and should stay out of it. After that, Seokju said there was one way to see how Dasyop fought. He mentioned a YouTube channel called Real Fight Club where ordinary people fought while a referee watched. Dasyop was scheduled to appear there in 2 days, in a parking lot next to 00 school at 2 p.m. If Doyun was curious, he should go watch. Back in the present, Doyun gave Kim all that information and said he should go if he wanted to see Dasyop fight. Then, worried, he asked whether Kim really had to fight him. The protagonist remained quiet. For a moment, he thought about his friends being harassed every day. Then he said he had to fight because nothing would change unless he faced them. On the day of Dasyop's match, a huge crowd filled the parking lot. Lee and Sarah were there, and Kim showed up too, covered from head to toe. Sarah laughed and asked whether this was where they filmed Real Fight Club. MC nodded. Sarah grinned and said she was glad she could see this in person, while Lee simply waited for the fight to finally begin. The cameraman announced Gong Yurongmin, better known as the Murder Demon, a veteran semi-professional MMA fighter, and said the match would begin when Dasyop arrived, so he should be ready. Gong frowned and asked what was taking Dasyop so long. Right then, Dasyop arrived. He walked in laughing as he removed his hoodie, and the whole crowd focused on him. They called him the dopamine addict. Sarah asked Kim how Dasyop fought in their match. He said Dasyop only boxed and even claimed he used to be an elite boxer. That caught Sarah slightly off guard. If Dasyop was really a boxer, she said, then he should be weak on the ground. Lee cut in and said that if boxing was all he had, the answer was simple: take him down. Then she asked the protagonist how he had still lost. The protagonist admitted he couldn't get a single takedown. His kicks missed too. Then the match began, and Dasyop rushed in the moment Gong threw a punch. Lee pointed out that Dasyop's reflexes and tight movement looked like a boxer's. He was slipping attacks with almost no effort. Then Gong made the smart choice and shot for a tackle. Against a boxer, taking the fight to the ground should have worked. But Dasyop stopped it with a sharp uppercut to the face. Even Lee looked surprised. Dasyop had stopped a tackle with an uppercut. Sarah said it was difficult, but yes, that kind of counter could work at least once. Gong kept pressing. He threw a high kick, and Dasyop slipped past it with a sidestep. Then Gong went low, but Dasyop lifted his leg and checked it cleanly. Sarah immediately noticed that the block looked like kickboxing or Muay Thai. Lee turned to MC and asked whether Dasyop was really only a boxer because he was clearly using kickboxing too. MC insisted that in their fight, Dasyop had used only his hands, nothing else. Meanwhile, Dasyop kept battering Gong with punches. Watching him move, Sarah said his low weaving did look like genuine boxing. In boxing, nobody attacks below the waist, so fighters can dip that low. But in MMA, that can get you destroyed. Gong attempted another tackle, but Dasyop answered with a sprawl, pulling his legs back and dropping his weight to defend. That broke Gong's grip on the legs and made the takedown much more difficult. Sarah said that was pure takedown defense. If Dasyop could sprawl like that, he clearly knew MMA too. She added that he could block high kicks and even catch them, which meant he had answers for almost every MMA attack. Lee stared in confusion and muttered, wondering what Dasyop's deal was. Gong was falling apart, cursing because nothing he tried was working. Sarah said that was exactly when frustration set in. And once that happened, Dasyop got his opening. A moment later, he smashed Gong in the face and knocked him unconscious. Dasyop burst out laughing and called the fight boring. Kim quietly said his own match had felt the same. He barely remembered it because he had been hit so much, but his tackles and kicks had failed too. Once he switched to exchanging punches, he was destroyed. Sarah said she was starting to understand. Then two guys nearby began talking, and one recognized Dasyop as a member of Invincible. He said he remembered Dasyop using only boxing before. The other guy replied that he'd heard Dasyop used to lose street fights whenever people took him down. So the guys in Invincible taught him kick defense and takedown defense. Both laughed, saying Dasyop was trying far too hard. Sarah quietly listened to everything. Later that day, Sarah told Kim she was certain now. After watching the match and hearing those guys talk, she had figured it out. Dasyop started as a boxer, but he had also learned kick defense and takedown defense. If that was true, then she already had the perfect plan. With a confident laugh, she said Dasyop was finished. Kim asked whether she meant it, and Sarah gave him a firm yes. She promised to help him win the rematch and told him to trust her. Then she suddenly hugged him, leaving him completely confused. When he asked why, she said it was to cheer him up, then grinned and said it was time to get ready for the rematch. Sarah told Kim that becoming stronger was simpler than he thought. All he needed was the courage to face a punch without backing down. That was it. If he could do that, she said, he could win. Holding her fist directly in front of his face, she told him not to be afraid. The protagonist repeated it in his mind. Don't be afraid. But inside, he was terrified. Before he could sink into that fear, she suddenly flicked his face. Kim blinked and asked why she did that, but Sarah only laughed and told him to wake up and put some life back into those weak eyes. Rubbing his face, MC complained that she had hit his good eye. Her grin only widened. In 2 weeks, she said, she'd make him a man who could defeat Dasyop. He instantly turned red, and Sarah quickly teased him. With a smirk, she asked why he was blushing and what he was thinking about. Lee, watching from the side, called him a pervert. Flustered, Kim waved his hands and stammered that it wasn't like that. He was only red because she had hit his face. Sarah simply smiled and told him to put on the gloves. It was training time. A month later, Hirium Park. Students had gathered everywhere. Some were smoking, while others were simply standing around talking. Philip walked up to Dasyop and asked whether Kim had really requested the rematch himself. Dasyop, still smoking, laughed and said yes. The protagonist had approached him that morning and challenged him. The fight would take place right there at Hirium Park at 5 p.m. An MC even said that if Dasyop was scared, he didn't have to come. But this time, Kim wouldn't lose. Dasyop said it surprised him at first, but he accepted. He told Philip that he normally never gave rematches, but Kim had courage, so he'd allow it. Most people he defeated couldn't even look at him afterward. They completely broke, so he guessed he hadn't crushed Kim hard enough. Now the kid thought he could stand up to him. Smirking, Dasu said the protagonist was about to learn the hard way. Get cocky, and your skull gets cracked. Philip raised an eyebrow and asked whether Dasyop was the one who spread word about the fight. Far too many people were there. Dasyop shrugged and said he had only told Daniel. Philip looked over at Daniel, who was calmly reading, then turned back and said Daniel clearly couldn't keep his mouth shut. Daniel argued that he had told only a few friends. Dasyop became annoyed, but Philip cut in and said even some major crews had appeared, like the Jonghak High School Bully Alliance. Their leader told his people to watch closely because Invincible was the gang they'd be taking down next. The Baekwon High School Bully Alliance, unrivaled, was there too. Their number one casually told Gunhu to find a good place to eat because after this, they would go feast. Then there was the Seyoung High School Bully Alliance, the Assassin League, mocking the entire scene. Philip looked at Daniel and asked how he had spread the news this far. Daniel shrugged and said he hadn't told that many people, but when Philip asked for a number, Daniel casually said around 20. Dasyop immediately called him insane. 20 was not a small number. Philip said the crowd wasn't there only for a fight. They wanted to see whether Invincible was still strong. Dasyop wasn't some random thug. He was the face of their offense. Then Philip casually mentioned that some special guests had arrived too. Confused, Dasyop asked who they were. Philip pointed behind him and said they were already there. 2 guys walked in. One was tall and calm, while the other was bald, built like a tank, and immediately looked around for girls. The tall one was Taro, Invincible's number 3, 18 years old, and a dropout from that very school. The bald one asked whether there were any girls around, then realized there weren't. His name was Choi Hwang, also 18 and number 4 in Invincible, though nobody looking at him would have guessed he was only 18. Philip smiled and said it was good to see them. It had been a long time since Invincible's top 5 had gathered like this. Looking at Taro, he said they barely saw him after he dropped out. Taro proudly answered that he was the one making money now, still handling all their business calls and basically running Invincible's business side. Philip looked at Huang and joked that he was too busy chasing girls to show up. Huang proved him right, still scanning the area for someone cute. That was essentially his whole reputation in Invincible. Taro said he came despite being busy because he wanted to see Dasyop's big showcase. Then he smirked and asked whether this was really Dasyop's opponent's funeral. Dasyop became angry, told him to be quiet, and asked whether he wanted to die too. All at once, the crowd turned toward someone approaching. A murmur spread, asking whether that was Dasyop's opponent. As Kim came closer, people assumed it had to be him. But once they saw him clearly, everyone looked confused. He was much smaller than they expected. Philip, however, looked impressed. Even with this enormous crowd, MC still came alone. That took courage. But then MC, who had been walking calmly, suddenly burst forward straight at Dasyop. In one motion, he jumped and threw a wild kick. Dasyop blocked it. Caught by surprise, Dasyop was still trying to understand what Kim was doing. From the side, Huang started yelling that the move was a cheap sneak attack. He called Kim a coward. Taro, on the other hand, loved it. He clapped and said things were beginning intensely. The protagonist didn't stop. He dropped low as though he were about to throw a low kick. Dasyop saw it and prepared to counter with a clean check, but Kim changed the attack mid-move. Instead of going low, he turned and kicked Dasyop directly in the face with a Brazilian kick. The hit landed cleanly, and Dasyop froze in shock. That wasn't luck. Sarah had already given MC the plan. Be unpredictable. And it worked. Every gang there was shocked. Everyone stared with their mouths open. The only people who didn't react were the Assassin League members, still smiling as though nothing had happened. Philip was grinning too, clearly enjoying the turn of events. Then Dasyop started laughing. Not pleasantly, he cracked his neck and growled that Kim had kicked his face. Fine. He'd kill him today. Kim didn't retreat. He remained silent, but in his mind he'd already decided he wasn't losing either. In a quick flashback, Sarah asked whether he had watched how Dasyop fought. She said Dasyop attacked with boxing, but defended kicks by catching or checking them, and stopped takedowns with a sprawl. So even though he fought like a boxer, his defense came from many different styles. Then Sarah remembered what those two gossiping guys had said. Dasyop had learned to block basic kicks, low, middle, high, even T kicks. She told Kim that in a one-on-one fight, blocking even a few standard kicks was enough to counter and finish things quickly. Then she asked what would happen if he used unusual kicks instead. Since Dasyop hadn't trained in genuine mixed martial arts, he probably wouldn't know how to deal with attacks that changed direction in midair. Back in the present, that was exactly what the protagonist used, a Brazilian kick that caught Dasyop off guard. Not long afterward, Kim's friends arrived and asked whether they were late. The 3 first years started praying intensely, simply hoping MC could hold on. Dasyop was still furious, but he rushed Kim again and threw what looked like a jab at his face, then dropped low instead. It was a jab feint into a single leg takedown. Dasyop read it immediately. He prepared to sprawl and shut it down. But then Kim spun and smashed him in the face with a spinning back elbow. Sarah had warned the protagonist that Dasyop usually stopped takedowns with sprawls or counterpunches. His reactions were too fast, meaning repeated takedowns would only waste MC's energy. In the end, she told him he had to fight strike for strike. That truly shook Kim. He asked what she meant. If it became pure boxing, Dasyop was far above him, Sarah agreed. She even said Dasyop was probably better than both her and Lee at pure boxing. That made Lee snap, was saying she was still better. Sarah told Kim not to worry. He would still use strikes, but it wouldn't be a boxing match. He needed attacks that boxers didn't use, like the spinning back elbow he'd already landed on Dasyop. Since those moves weren't part of standard boxing, Dasyop would have more difficulty stopping them. When the crowd saw Kim fake the takedown and land that spinning elbow, they were stunned. Watching closely, Philip said the protagonist had clearly planned this. That move wasn't random. Gunhu became excited and yelled for MC to keep going, saying he was doing great. Back in the fight, Kim followed with a headbutt directly to Dasyop's chin. Sarah had already told him that even if headbutts were illegal in boxing, they still counted as strikes, and winning was what mattered. So if he had the opportunity, he should use one. Dasyop started looking dazed, and Kim remembered Sarah saying that if he ever got an opening like this, he had to finish it quickly. So the protagonist went all in and started throwing non-stop strikes. Dasyop kept his guard raised and blocked what he could. One of the gang leaders said Dasyop still hadn't recovered. Daniel asked whether that meant he might actually lose, and Philip simply said perhaps. When Daniel asked whether he didn't care, Philip laughed and said he only cared about being on the winning side. Back in the fight with Kim pressing hard, Dasyop finally threw a punch. MC stepped back and dodged it, wondering whether Dasyop had already recovered. Seeing how angry Dasyop looked, he decided what to do next. Then the scene cut back to training, where Sarah said they were bringing in a special instructor for another unusual move. Kim was confused at first, but then Jiwoo walked in. Sarah said Lee had told her Jiwoo knew Taekwondo, so they brought her in to teach the protagonist a few kicks. Jiwoo stepped forward and said they'd start immediately. She was ready to teach him real kicks. Back in the present, Kim suddenly became calm. After adjusting his stance and footwork, he jumped high into the air and threw a Taekwondo 540 kick. It landed cleanly on Dasyop's face again, and MC's friends stared in shock. But then Dasyop recovered quickly and fired a punch back. Kim barely blocked it in time, and even he looked shaken. If he'd been a second slower, it would have been dangerous. He quickly backed away, realizing that staying too close was risky. Meanwhile, Dasyop only became angrier as the fight continued. He cursed at Kim, then unzipped his jacket and threw it aside. He stood there with no guard. One of the gang leaders noticed and wondered what he was planning. The red-haired gang leader just laughed, while Gunhu's leader explained that Dasyop was probably baiting Kim into attacking. Two faced each other. The protagonist had no idea what Dasyop was thinking, but he knew he couldn't freeze. If Dasyop wouldn't move first, then he would. MC rushed in with the Taekwondo spinning kick he'd learned from Song Jiwoo. Dasyop didn't dodge at all. He simply took it, even though it clearly hurt. Daniel asked whether that meant Dasyop had given up. Philip told him to watch closely. Then Dasyop loaded a punch and threw it. The hit was so powerful that it sent Kim flying back to the ground. Philip said Dasyop had deliberately taken the kick to land that counter at the perfect moment. Kim looked hurt, but without wasting a second, he stood back up, raised his guard, and told himself he was fine. This was only the beginning. Facing him again, Kim noticed Dasyop was still using that no-guard stance, as though daring him to attack, but the protagonist wasn't going to become afraid. He decided to close in with a double jab, then follow with a spinning backstrike. It connected with Dasyop's face, but the guy simply smiled. Daniel was confused. Was Dasyop allowing himself to be hit again? If this continued, shouldn't he pass out? Philip shook his head and said no. You only go down easily from hits you don't see coming. Kim didn't waste the opening and threw a Taekwondo stomp. As his leg came toward Dasyop's face, Dasyop casually moved, and the stomp struck his shoulder instead. He was still smiling. Philip finally understood. Dasyop had been waiting for a counter this entire time. Right then, Dasyop caught Kim's leg and struck him with a huge punch. Sending MC flying, he hit the ground again, and his friends gasped. They called out in panic, telling him to stay conscious. Philip said this was a trade flesh for bone kind of fight. It was crazy, but if it continued, one of them would fall. Dasyop cackled like a lunatic, while Kim lay there. The protagonist knew one more counter like that, and he'd blackout for real. He forced himself up and warned himself to be careful. He had to stop getting countered. Then he rushed back in with a spinning taekwondo kick. Daciap blocked it. But MC didn't stop. He threw a spinning back elbow immediately afterward. Daciap stopped that too, punching directly into Kim's elbow. Huang was stunned. He had blocked an elbow with his fist. Laughing, Daciap grinned and said he could read every attack now. Then he drove a punch into Kim's ribs and warned him not to use the same move twice. He could see everything now. Then he smashed the protagonist in the face again. While being rocked, the protagonist remembered what Sarah had said. Daciap's eyes were incredibly sharp. If MC wanted to win, he had to finish this before Daciap fully read his patterns. As the punches kept coming, he wondered whether Daciap had already figured him out. Right then, another heavy shot slammed into his face, followed by a right hook, then a left. Daciap laughed and said this was becoming fun. Kim realized he was falling into Daciap's rhythm. He told himself to focus. This fight had only just begun, and he still had options. So he jumped and threw a Taekwondo 540 kick, but Daciap caught it in midair with a brutal punch to the leg. From the side, Taro blurted out that Daciap had stopped the kick with a check hook. Meanwhile, Daciap laughed again and reminded Kim that he'd warned him not to repeat attacks. Then he drove a fist into the protagonist's stomach and followed with a non-stop barrage. As he kept hammering him, Daciap mocked MC, asking whether he'd truly prepared for this and whether he'd done everything he wanted. Then, with a crazed grin, he said it was time for Kim to die. He kept punching and laughing. One of the gang leaders muttered that the entire fight had turned. This was over. The red-haired gang leader simply adjusted his sunglasses and snickered. Dazed, Kim asked himself what he could possibly do now. Was there truly no way out? Was he going to lose again? Daciap sneered that he wasn't ending it yet. He would keep beating the protagonist until he wet himself or was half dead. The protagonist tried to block with his arms raised, but the damage kept building. Daciap kept trash-talking, saying no miracle was coming for a loser like him. That line brought back an old memory. Skinny Boy once said bullying someone like MC was pointless because losers were simply born that way. Then another flashback struck. His first bully beating him while calling him a little piece of trash. This was what happened when prey challenged a lion. As Daciap kept attacking, Kim's thoughts spiraled. Was this truly his fate? Was he still only some pathetic loser? For someone like him, was this all there was? Then a clearer memory returned. Lee once asked him what he thought he needed to defeat Daciap. Kim answered that it was probably the plan she and Sarah had created, and using it correctly in the fight. Lee told him no. Something mattered more than strategy. When he asked what, she said belief in himself. He didn't understand at first, so she explained that Daciap wasn't like the others. He was on another level, so the protagonist would need to trust not only his skills but himself. Then she asked whether he truly believed he could defeat Daciap. She said nobody entered a fight expecting to lose. What mattered was believing you were strong, believing you could win, and believing your hard work meant something. Then she reminded him of what Sarah once said, being strong wasn't special. You only needed the courage to face the punch coming at you. That courage alone could win a fight. So Lee told him that if he could believe in himself and face that punch, she'd teach him a move he could use. Back in the present, Daciap was still beating him down. But this time, Kim clenched his teeth and told himself he'd believe in himself and use what Lee had taught him. So when the next punch came toward his face, MC didn't flinch. Instead, he stepped in and took it head on. Then he burst forward with a move that didn't exist in boxing, the wing Superman punch. It landed cleanly and powerfully, blasting blood from Daciap's nose. Kim saw his chance and let his hands go, driving a flurry of punches into Daciap's body. He remembered Lee's advice, aim for the chin. If you hit it with real force, size won't matter, they'll go down. Kim shouted that it was over, then threw a brutal punch. directly at the chin. Dasyop's head snapped back. His body gave out and he crashed to the floor, completely unconscious. Dasyop had said no miracle was coming to save Kim. But what he didn't know was that the real miracle had already been building. In the background, everyone froze, staring in shock. Kim's friends erupted with cheers and disbelief, and even Lee smiled. In that moment, he had won. After the fight, Dasyop dropped out of school. The loss was simply too humiliating for him. Since the semester began, Kim had been in many fights. He won some and lost some, but he started wondering whether all of it had made him at least a little stronger. If it had, he owed much of that to Lee, who trained him relentlessly. He was thankful to Sarah too for helping him prepare this time, and to his friends for cheering him on, even to the people he had fought. Strangely, they helped make him stronger. Like a vaccine, the bullying hurt, but it also made him tougher. In a strange way, he thought he should be grateful. He sighed and looked up. Meanwhile, Jo Sangbum, Kim's first bully, had barely attended school since his fight with the protagonist. Kim had no idea where he was or what he was doing. As for Hong Daebong, he encountered a blocked path and asked why people were standing in the way. When he told them to move, one guy asked why he couldn't go around and called him an asshole. Another added that they were talking, but the guy wasn't backing down. He asked what they were even discussing, called them punks, and told them to move. That's when they started mocking him. And yes, it was Daebong, the same one I used to call Skinny Boy, even though he was fat back then. Now he'd actually become extremely thin. As for Hansel, he was basically the same. He walked up to the red-haired gang leader, handed over some cash, and asked whether that was enough to deal with one person. The same shady behavior as always. And Doyen, he and MC ended up becoming close friends. MC also started seeing Gunhoo and Jiwoo much more often. And Dasyop? People said he'd been going to the gym and had even cut his hair. There were also rumors that he had started boxing again. Then time passed and the first semester final exams arrived. The test was brutal. Later that night at Kim's house, he sat with Lee and asked whether she'd checked her scores. He wanted to see her report immediately, which made her curse in annoyance. He apologized and said he only wanted to see how much she had improved. She called him annoying but handed it over anyway. After looking, he could tell her grades were still poor but better than before. She had a long way to go, so he told her she'd perhaps reached middle school level now and needed to work much harder. Irritated, she asked to see his scores. He asked why, and she said she needed to know how good her tutor really was. When she saw them, she was completely stunned. Kim had performed incredibly well. He was extremely smart. Almost everything was a perfect score, and even in English, he got a 98. He said he studied here and there while training. She stared at him and told him to give her half his brain. He shrugged and said even if he could, he wouldn't. Then he said they should return to tutoring. Time passed. Later that night, they stepped outside for some air. Lee rubbed her head and said too much studying was giving her a headache. She lit a cigarette and told Kim to keep watch. Then she looked at him and asked whether he remembered what she had told him before. He asked what she meant. Lee reminded him that she'd said if he had the courage to face the punch, he could win. Dasyop's punches were powerful, and one bad hit could have knocked him out. But the protagonist had the courage to take it, and he did well. The protagonist remembered that moment clearly. He stood his ground and fought back because he had the courage. Lee added that Dasyop was one of the toughest opponents MC had faced so far, so defeating him meant he was fairly strong now too. The protagonist lit up and asked whether she truly meant it. She nodded and said that to her, it was still a rookie fight, but if even she admitted that much, he should feel a little proud. Then she checked her phone and said Sarah was flooding the group chat. That reminded Kim that Sarah had met his other friends on the day he fought Dasyop. She looked at them and asked whether they were the famous Lee and the Little Rascals, then cheerfully introduced herself. Lee quickly told her not to say that aloud. Jiwoo looked confused by the nickname, then asked MC whether she was part of the group too. When he hesitated, she said she wanted to join, and Lee immediately asked who gave her permission. Before that could continue, Sarah said she was joining too and called herself an honorary member. Jiwoo loved the idea and even asked Kim whether she could keep coming over to his house. Back in the present, Lee sighed and said Sarah had been flooding the group chat ever since. In the chat, Sarah asked what everyone was doing for summer break. Daesum said she'd catch up on anime, and Jiwoo said she'd be spending time at Kim's house. Then Lee told them they should be studying because they were all trying to get into college. Ironically, Lee was the worst student among them. Still, she turned to the protagonist and said they should go back inside and continue studying. MC said that was the right attitude. Then Lee suddenly told him that since she had helped make him stronger, he had to take responsibility for her too. That completely caught Kim off guard. He blushed and started wondering what she even meant by responsibility before snapping himself out of it, embarrassed by where his thoughts were going. Lee saw him standing there, lost in thought, and told him to hurry up and come inside. Even though studying was brutal, he was still enjoying how peaceful the moment felt. Deep down, he wished this calm could last forever. And just like that, after a difficult first semester, summer break began.